Oh,
That's my bad. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. Sorry.
good morning, everybody.
Trust we've been saying good morning, and we don't know who won the belt today.
We don't.
What's up, Brett? Thank you, Scooter. Good morning. What's up, Frank? Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. No producer. God, no. We don't even have a producer for DLO and Casey, so.
Oh, no. Again?
Yeah. Yeah, Russell is actually Arabic for king. All right, about 50 seconds. Hey, what up? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. He sure did. What's up, Andrew? Hey, what's going on?
You know, Russell Westbrook has as many All-Star game appearances as Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan combined.
Well, I have an event at Senpai's Cafe in Roseville this weekend. Shout out to TKX Senpai.
Very cool.
15 seconds. That's what I'm saying. Like, what is he doing? What could he possibly be doing with his life that's more important than this? Here we go.
Sports fan wants to go behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insider.
I'm so excited for this show. I have been excited for this program, this edition of the program for weeks, months. I'm going to say months. It's been months.
Okay.
Been excited for months since the first time that Russell Westbrook's name came up for the Kings, and then it just kind of lingered because we've told you guys, when you see a name that's weird connected to a team, you can write it off at first.
Or the Kings specifically. That's fine.
Well, that's true. But any team, this happens all the time, where a player will be connected with a team, and you're like, no. But then that player's name just keeps coming up next to that team. And Mark Stein all offseason is doing his little write-ups on little nuggets that he's hearing and this and that. And in every single one of those was the Kings are still pursuing Russell Westbrook. The Kings are still trying to find a place for Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook is in talks with the Kings. Like it was just constant since June.
I know. You know what I'm surprised, Kyle, is that an injury to Keegan Murray is what's finally got it done.
Does Russell Westbrook start at the 4? Yes or no? That's what I need to know.
Yeah, the answer is no.
Are we sure? Are we totally certain that's not the plan?
No, but I do think that tonight's starting lineup is probably going to be pretty telling. And, you know, I do. So everyone knows Russell Westbrook is going to sign a 1-year league minimum deal with the Sacramento Kings tomorrow. There is a good chance he will be on the bench and join the team on Friday when they play the Lakers. There's a very good chance. I don't know if he'll play, but there's a good chance he will be in uniform or at least on the bench, and he should be ready to go for the start of the regular season, which is next week.
All right, so I have so many thoughts on this. There's so many layers to this Russell Westbrook thing that we will dive into for the next couple of hours here. So, and you mentioned the Kings have a preseason game tonight against the Clippers. We'll dig into that some as well, but I guess question number one for me, I'm not exactly sure what order to go in here, but do you think this hasn't been sparked at all? The signing of Russell Westbrook now on October 15th has been sparked at all or catalyzed at all by Dennis Schroeder being objectively bad in the preseason? Like they went, oh, maybe he can't be a starting point guard. We think Russell Westbrook can. Let's bring him in because we'd rather start Russell Westbrook at the 1 than Dennis Schroeder or Malik Monk.
I don't think the two are totally connected. You know, when you go out and you spend $14 million on a point guard, and then you come back and you add another point guard on a veteran minimum, like right before the season starts, Like, to be honest with you, I don't know who's a better player between the two at this point in Westbrook's career. I mean, he's 36 years old. He'll be 37 in November. So I don't know how much is left in the tank with Westbrook.
Sure.
Especially a lead guard position is much more, I don't know, it's much more taxing than playing small forward or power forward or center, right? So guys who play the guard position, it's really difficult. Like we've seen Chris Paul hold up. I mean, he gets injured quite a bit, but hold up till late in his career. Westbrook is a guy who usually plays a ton of games. I mean, he's been remarkably healthy throughout his career. But I don't think that the two are tied together. I think that the Kings have been looking at this as a possible option with the idea that they were going to trade one or two players to make this a reality. They didn't get those players traded. And now you get so close to the season. It's like, well, if that was still the plan, we might as well do it. My question would be, why didn't you do it 2 weeks ago?
That's it. And that's why that's the reason the Dennis Schroeder part of this came up to me.
Yeah. I
it's because they're doing it now after they've gotten 2 games and some practices of Dennis Schroeder and 2 games where Schroeder has not been particularly effective.
No.
And it makes me, I'm sure Dennis Schroeder is going to start the season as the starting point guard. But if they lose their first 4 or 5 games and Dennis Schroeder is not being effective, I think you'd rather have a point guard on the roster who you trust to play the position, which I don't think they think Malik Monk is a point guard. At least they very clearly don't, actually, based on the moves they've made.
Yeah, I would agree. So
they don't think Malik Monk can do it. And I kind of, it wouldn't shock me at all if they watched Dennis Schroeder and went, hey man, it can't be 82 games of this. We need to have not only a backup point guard. That's a position they need for sure. And that's the position I think Russell Westbrook will fill right away.
Yeah.
But we potentially might need a starter 10 or 12 games into the year, a different starter.
Yeah, that's possible. I don't know that they're ready to go down that route, but I do know this looks a lot more similar to what we saw from Scott Perry the first time he was in Sacramento. They went out, they signed Zebo, who was like 36.
Zach Randolph.
Zach Randolph. They signed George Hill, who was 31, very similar in age to Dennis Schroeder. They gave him a 3-year, $57 million deal, I believe it was. And at that point, he was the best point guard on the market without any question. He was coming off a career year. And then they also signed a 40-year-old Vince Carter. So, like, in one offseason, that's what you did. You went out and you added a lot of age to your roster and sort of some veteran influences. I'm just confused by this one because, yesterday the Kings picked up the third-year team option on Devin Carter, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But when you do that, now you're up to 5 or 6 guards on this roster, many of which are like heavy minute players. And then you have Nee Clifford, who can play the backcourt positions as well. So to go out and add yet another guard when you have this glaring issue at the 3 and 4, to me, it just, I want to know what's next, but I also fear that what's next is nothing. At least not until closer to February. And to me, that's where it kind of gets a little strange and a little confusing about what we're about to see on the court.
So one of the big things with Russell Westbrook when his name first came up early in free agency and has lingered the way that it has is, well, it doesn't make sense to sign him unless they move Malik Monk. Unless they move Devin Carter. Like, that was always the second domino in the Jonathan Kuminga stuff.
Yeah.
Was, okay, they'll deal Devin Carter or Malik Monk in that trade. That opens up a roster spot where Russell Westbrook can come in and have an actual role. Is there any indication, because I don't think there is, that there's another move coming? Because that would make this make a lot more sense. Just from a roster construction perspective, because that's a lot of guards.
You would hope that there's another move coming, but that doesn't mean that there is. Like, I think that this is one of those moments where you just roll into the season and go, okay, like, this is what we got right now, and we're going to have to work with it. I just don't know how you fit all of them in. I don't, because I mean, this realistically means that Devin Carter's not playing at all.
Yeah, you've got potentially effective players just playing 0 minutes.
Well, that
Potentially effective young players.
My biggest concern too is what does this mean for Keon Ellis?
Sure.
And to me, the Keon Ellis question is a huge one because Keon, number one, right now with Keegan Murray out, is your best defender. He's probably your best perimeter defender anyways. I think
I would agree.
Overall defender, I'm going to give that to Keegan, but perimeter defender, I'm going to say Keon Ellis is your best perimeter defender.
Yep.
Like, unless you're going to do something crazy, like, again, we talked about this yesterday. Like, the reason why this would make sense to me is if you're going to start the game with Dennis Schroeder, with Keon Ellis in the backcourt, with Zach LaVine at the 3, DeMar DeRozan at the 4, and Domantas Sabonis at the 5. Because then there's room to play a Russ alongside a Malik Monk, and then you bring Nick Clifford off the bench, and then you start getting into matchups and bigger players and all that stuff. That, to me, would make sense, but I don't know that it makes all that much sense because now you're so undersized. I mean, you're just like one of the most, you are the most undersized team in the league without any questions.
Is there a chance that that we're worried about Keon Ellis's minutes and we should be worried about Malik Monk's minutes?
It's possible
because the more this kind of plays itself out, and I understand the reasons why Malik Monk's name has been in trade rumors. Like I understand it's the size of the contract, it's not necessarily the player, it's the size of the contract, and it's movable, and he can score the ball at a high level. I totally understand that, but I also wonder if Malik Monk is just not the type of player they're looking for as a as a foundational piece of what they're doing. And maybe they do see Keon Ellis like that, where Monk getting his minutes cut to 14 or 15 minutes a night because they have scoring at other spots. They need Keon Ellis's defense, particularly with Keegan Murray out. I would be flummoxed, given everything we know about what Scott Perry has said he wants from his basketball team and what Doug Christie says he wants from his basketball team, and those two seem to be in lockstep. It doesn't make any sense to me that you would start off the offseason by saying, hey, Keon, we're picking up your option. So you're not going to make more money this year. You're going to make $2-ish million this year, and we'll kick the free agency can down the road, and we'll talk contract next year.
Yep.
And then also put his minutes in jeopardy like this. Like that doesn't track to me if they really think like, hey, Keon, we really want you here. Take the $2 million this year and we'll work out a contract down the road. This doesn't track to me if that's what you're trying to do, if you're trying to keep him around. If you're going to just cut his minutes way back so you can play Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk.
Yeah, it's very short-sighted. I mean, that at least if that's what happens. So I need to see how it functionally works, to be honest with you. Like, again, I don't hate Keon Ellis playing alongside Russell Westbrook with the second unit.
Sure.
Like that to me, it makes some sense. I don't know who starts at the 4 at all. We've talked about this. I just don't.
There's not a lot of great options.
There's not.
Yesterday.
There is nothing that is just like a knockdown, like big thumbs up.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I don't know that there's a trade out there that would be that. Now, I do think that if you're going to bring in Westbrook, you've got to clear at least one guy out of the backcourt because they're not going to play. Like, somebody is not going to play at all, especially when you have a guy like Nick Clifford who gives you this break in case of emergency player that can slide over and play the 1 and the 2 for short stints. Now you don't just have depth, you have all kinds of depth. I mean, no team typically walks into the season with like a true 6-guard rotation.
No.
And
not even, no.
Yeah, not at all. Especially when one of those is your number one scoring option in Zach LaVine. Like, Zach LaVine's going to play 34 minutes a night.
Yep.
Like, I can almost write it with like a Sharpie, right? That's what he's going to play. There is no pencil going on here. There's no erasing. So after that, like, who's going to play what kind of minutes? And like, I believe, like what you're saying about there's a possibility that Schroeder, just the way he's played in preseason, but man, they have talked him up since day one.
Yeah,
like,
sure have.
Talked him up big.
Yeah.
And if you go back and look at what his numbers looked like last year, he was really good with Brooklyn, who was just a bad team. But outside of that, his numbers were not good at all. So I'm not sure what you're expecting. Like, if you're expecting him to pick up full court, that's one thing. If you keep demanding that someone pick up full court, and that's the reason why we went out and got you, and all of a sudden you're doing full court press 30% of the time, not 85% of the time, and the player's not listening, okay, go out and get somebody else. But I also can tell you, like, if that's what you want to do, if that's a style of play, like Devin Carter makes a lot of sense. Like Devin Carter being a ball hawk and chasing somebody full court makes a ton of sense. So now that's just kind of out the window. Like I don't know how they're going to structurally do this without stealing a ton of minutes from the 3 and the 4, at least while Keegan's gone.
So I'm trying to figure out, because I understand they need a backup point guard, and Russell Westbrook fits that mold, fits that role. That's ostensibly what he was for Denver last year. I think he started 27 games for Denver. 36 of the 75 games he played, he started.
Yeah.
But although one of the reasons Michael Malone was fired was because of his insistence on playing Russell Westbrook as much as he did. But I get that. And I think it creates some problems and some log jams at that position. But on the other hand, if I'm trying to look at this through Scott Perry and Doug Christie's eyes on why you're doing this now, they are trying to establish a culture and a style of play. And Russell Westbrook is not a lockdown defender. He's not, he's not, hey, throw him on the best perimeter player and you're good. He's not that. But he plays hard.
Yeah, he does.
He's going to be a player who every time he steps on the court, and Doug Christie said it. He said it after the Kings' first preseason game. He said it again in practice yesterday. Said there's 2 games going on. There's the one on the scoreboard, and then there's the battle of intensity. You're going to lose games on the scoreboard. That's just a fact. But we're not going to lose the battle of intensity. And Russell Westbrook, if nothing else, gives you a player that if it's, what he played 28 minutes a night last year and 23 a night the year before. He's playing, let's cut the difference, 25 minutes a night. The 25 minutes a night Russell Westbrook is going to be on the court, he's not losing any intensity matchup.
Oh, no, he's one of the most intense people I've ever met.
And he is a Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
He is stamped,
certifiable.
Absolutely top 75 all time. I get yes, former MVP that guys like Nick Clifford, guys like Keegan Murray, guys like Keon Ellis grew up watching be super successful. Him playing that way, I think regardless of how productive he is, whether this results in wins for the Kings or not, I don't think so. But it gives them that option, that backup point guard option. And it at least gives them a player that Doug Christie and Scott Perry know for every minute he is on the court, he's going to play the style of basketball that they want him to play.
Yeah.
And players, the young players specifically, maybe not Zach LaVine, maybe not DeMar DeRozan, but the young players specifically are going to follow him when he does that.
No, it's a good
I think
point.
that's the hope.
And then, like, there's one other thing that Russell Westbrook does extremely well.
Can we talk about it next?
We can talk about it after the break.
The thing Russell Westbrook does extremely well, we'll talk about it on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Great tease, and we're clear.
Drop my phone. Hey, Chatty House. PSA. Go out and vote.
PSA. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah.
Go vote. Special election. We're not talking politics. I didn't tell you who to vote for or what to vote for, Marcus. I just said, go vote.
Yeah.
I am not going to FanFest there is FanFest, on the 18th? I think it's this weekend. I don't typically go to FanFest. There's no media access, and all of you should vote just to upset other people in the chat. Yeah, vote for Pedro. There you go, Polo.
Oh, and we are on timeout.
Oh,
Not saying what to vote for or what to vote on. We're not talking about that. And if you do it, going on timeout.
there you go. Oh, very cool, David.
Okay, this is what I thought. This isn't the deadline.
No. It's not the deadline. But you should have your mail in at your house.
Yeah.
Already.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Is Donut Friday on Thursday, Wheezy?
Hey, man. No. We're
all right. We said timeout for thank you, Cisco. Put him on timeout.
Pineapple on pizza is awesome. I don't know what you're thinking there. Yeah. Can we vote on what number Westbrook should be? I'm guessing. Ooh, the number that popped in my head, I think, is already taken. I don't think I know all the Kings numbers.
All right, here we go. See you Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Trying to get our guy Jason Kosmicki on the program.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's been the play-by-play broadcaster for the Denver Nuggets for many, many moons. And I want to talk to him about Russell Westbrook.
Okay.
Because I think there's with Russell Westbrook, who is signed with the Kings, according to ESPN, Sean Cherani, if you missed that, Russell Westbrook is a member of the Sacramento Kings. The Kings have not announced it yet, so we're not going to say officially, but Sean's reported that deal is happening. So Russell Westbrook will be with the Kings. And James, you said what was your timeline on when he'll be with the team?
Yeah, it does sound like he's going to sign a contract tomorrow. I would not be surprised to see him at the game tonight. The Kings play against the Clippers tonight, so I wouldn't be shocked to see him sitting courtside or something. But like as far as signing with the team, he'll sign tomorrow. He'll probably already have taken a physical at that point. The team will probably practice tomorrow before they take off for LA. Because that's what they did last week. And there's a chance he'll be on the bench, whether he's in uniform or not, but on the bench on Friday when they play the Lakers in LA.
Does it matter if he plays in the preseason?
I mean, I would at least like to see him jump out on the
court. I would too.
I mean, you remember
Doug McDermott did it.
Yeah, Doug McDermott signed and then played.
Doug McDermott signed while getting off the plane. He was like, "Yeah, give me that contract. I'll sign it." And what he hit 7 threes?
Something like he's signing a contract while someone else is lacing his shoes up for him.
Yeah, just get him on the court for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I don't think that's so bad.
No, I don't think so either. And look, I think the one good thing is there's going to be a lot of excitement.
Mm-hmm.
Like Russell Westbrook is a name, right? He's a name like DeMar DeRozan's a name. Bigger than DeMar DeRozan, former MVP, and all that stuff. I just I don't know how much you can expect out of him. And the one thing I will say that, that Russell Westbrook, I can talk about the fact that he's not a great 3-point shooter. He's very erratic, throughout his career from 3. He's not a great shooter in general.
What's the thing he's great at?
Well, there is one thing that I really honestly believe that the Kings are desperate for at this point. They just lost their second best rebounder. And Russell Westbrook is a guy who is average. You hear it all the time. He's averaged a triple-double for a season twice in his career.
Insane.
Which is absolutely bonkers. But in order to average a triple-double, you have to have over 10 rebounds a game. From the guard position, there is not a better rebounder in the NBA than, well, if there is, it's Josh Hart, but then Russell Westbrook. I mean, he is a very spectacular rebounder. And I think that if you can get rebounding from the guard position, it really does help, because then it helps push the tempo faster.
Yeah.
Right. Because now you have a guard who's leading the break, grabs a rebound and goes, and he's looking up court like a guard does, as opposed to looking up court like a power forward does. Right. So there's going to be a little bit more aggressiveness to what's happening. So I think that that's a big deal, because to be honest with you, if you do something like start DeMar DeRozan at the 4 and start Zach LaVine at the 3, and then start Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder, I hate to tell you, that's 4 bad rebounders with Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis could average like 18, 20 rebounds a game.
Yeah.
If that's what it's going to be. Or the other problem is that Sabonis could average 9 rebounds per game because the other team just boxes Sabonis out.
Sure.
Because they're not worried about who else is going to go help out with the rebounding.
Yeah.
Now this does give you a secondary rebounder to replace some of the rebounds that you're going to lose from Keegan being gone for the first 15 to 20 games.
Yeah, as we try and discuss the upside with Russell Westbrook, which I think, like I said, this to me doesn't impact how many games I think the Kings are going to win.
No,
it doesn't move the needle for me like that anymore, or Russell Westbrook doesn't. But I also think there's the intensity that he plays with and the style of basketball that he plays, I think are a perfect fit for what Scott Perry and Doug Christie want. There's the rebounding element, which you just mentioned. And then there's just the basketball IQ element. You talk about the triple doubles. He's averaged 10 plus assists a bunch of times in his career.
Oh yeah.
And you don't average 10 assists on accident, right? Like you don't average 10 assists if you're not a high level basketball player and thinker.
Yeah.
You have to be able to see the floor. You have to be able to make the right reads. You have to be able to make the right passes, put your teammates in positions to make plays and get shots that they can make. And so I think that in an offense that has looked as disjointed as the Kings offense has, as disjointed as it might look without Domantas Sabonis on the court this year, I think having a player like Russell Westbrook gives you an outlet of, hey, shot clock is winding down, break down the defense and make a play. Like, I think Russell Westbrook outside of Domantas Sabonis now becomes the number one playmaker on the Kings. And maybe above Domas when it comes to putting the ball on the deck, driving, kicking, etc.
Yeah, I mean, he is the only guy on this roster that's averaged 10 assists a game in his career. And I was wrong. He averaged a triple-double 4 times in his career. averaged a triple-double. I mean, we're talking about a guy for his career averages 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 21.2 points. He also, like, again, we can't just highlight the good. He also, for his career, shoots 30.5% from 3. And even the last couple of years, like last year, he shot 32.3, which is fine. The year before, he shot with the Clippers, he shot 27.3% from 3. So he's a guy who he doesn't shoot a tremendous volume, right around 4 3-point attempts per game, but he does actually, having another person that doesn't mind shooting him is going to be something. I don't want him shooting a bunch.
Sure.
But at the same time, when he does get hot, you're like, okay, go ahead and shoot. He also gets to the free throw line. It's a good free throw shooter.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
it just does. Somebody in the chat, somebody in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, Saul Goodman says Kings are better in my opinion, but there's still way too many flaws in this roster to compete for anything but a play-in spot. DeRozan needs to be gone. So I agree with that. Like, this is okay. The Kings got a little bit better today, but not in any meaningful way. They didn't add a 40% 3-point shooter. They didn't add a really high level defender.
Yeah, in fact,
he's a backup point guard.
If anything, they also may have taken away the opportunity for your second best 3-point shooter to be on the court, and in Keon Ellis. Like,
Sure.
it could take away from minutes from Keon, and like this team should be looking for more ways to shoot threes. But hey, like, look, you need talent on the roster, right, to compete, and I think it has been like the preseason so far. It hasn't been like abysmal. That first game was tough, but you're going against a team that had already played a preseason game, and I think that matters, right? And then you get to the second preseason game. Again, it's not pretty, but it was a competitive game, and the starters were highly competitive when they were in the game. You lose Keegan Murray in that game, so I do think that they are improving. We're seeing some improvement. I'm intrigued why Russ and why this late, because
the timing to this is far more interesting to me than the player.
Yeah.
Like, what sparked this? And it's why I keep going back to Dennis Schroeder in the preseason. It just, I feel like he has been extremely underwhelming, and we don't see what's going on in practice. But, and maybe it's not Schroeder. Maybe maybe they went, all right, we're going to give Malik Monk a shot as the backup one. We're going to see how this goes. Maybe that's going poorly, and they decided they needed Russell Westbrook now. But 7 days, 1 week before your season starts, you got 2 preseason games left, and now you're going to do this?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's because you had the opportunity to do it the whole time.
You could have been done this.
Well, that, and he's signing a veteran minimum, so it's a 1-year veteran minimum deal. We know that. I have that confirmed 100%. And what that means is they're realistically spending like $2.3 million on him this year, because the league covers the other part, and it only counts that much against the cap. So there's not a ton of risk here, unless you get him in the building and he's not down for being a King once he gets here. And then there is possibility for like negativity. And in that situation, you would just cut him. You just cut him, or you trade him, or whatever. But
okay, I want to take this a different direction, because you reminded me of something I wanted to say earlier. One of the things we talked about, remember a couple weeks ago, we were talking about the ESPN predictions or win predictions for every team in the West, and 46-ish wins. We'll say 46 get you the 6th seed in the West this year.
Okay,
we're just going with that. And we were talking about, okay, how does this version of the Kings get to 46 wins? And the number one thing you said was avoiding drama. Well, you said health 1, avoiding drama 2. I think health goes for every team, so let's wipe that out. Avoiding drama. I don't think Russell Westbrook getting here and not wanting to play for the Kings is going to be a problem. I think Russell Westbrook could suit up for Elk Grove High School, and he would play hard for them. Like, I think the bigger problem, or the bigger potential for in-house drama here, comes from Malik Monk. If all of a sudden Malik Monk is playing 10 minutes a night, what the hell? I signed here to be the 6th man, and all of a sudden I'm the 10th guy. That's a problem, or a potential problem. Devin Carter, from what I understand, is a big fan of Devin Carter. And if all of a sudden Devin Carter is playing 0 minutes in his 2nd year, I could see that becoming a problem.
Well, I mean, that to a lesser degree, because to be honest with you, he's a 2nd-year player and missed half of his rookie season. And the guys who drafted him are not employed by the Kings any longer.
Sure.
So there is going to be that basically Devin Carter is who he is to some of these people. Like, they're just like, okay, whatever. We're not concerned about Devin Carter. And if he wants to make noise, okay. I mean, there's not a lot of noise that Devin Carter's going to be able to make, because it's not like he's proven himself at the NBA level, and everyone's going to be like, hey, you got to get that guy on the court. Like, oh, you've got to get him on the court over Russell Westbrook?
Right.
Well, probably not. What about, over Malik Monk? No, probably not. So I don't think you're worried about that. But just because a guy doesn't play, you're not worried about whether a guy plays hard or not. Because I agree with you. I don't think there's ever been a time where Russell Westbrook didn't play hard.
Nope.
But that doesn't mean
not that I've seen anyway.
If he's the guy who's not playing, or if he's the guy who's playing 10 minutes a night, is he going to be okay with that? Because there's a difference between playing hard and being in a locker room with people who are looking around saying, hey, how come you aren't playing? I don't know why I'm not playing. So
I think the same goes, just as we run down the list of potential issues with this. I think the same goes for Keon Ellis. If it is Keon Ellis minutes who get cut into, would it be a stunner if Keon walked in one day, he's playing sporadically a few minutes here and there, walks in and goes, hey, I want out of here.
Yeah.
You're going to screw me out of $10+ million this year, and then you're not going to play me and destroy my value for free agency?
So a 37, soon to be 37-year-old can get minutes.
Right.
Who's not a part of the future of the Kings.
And we're not projecting that this is going to happen. I'm talking about potential pitfalls and avoiding drama. It's like that is there. Maybe Keon's playing great, and Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder are a great combo there. And you know what? Hey, Zach LaVine is just not quite giving the Kings what they're looking for. He's playing 25 minutes a night now. That becomes a problem. So there's all these, I think there's potential pitfalls and potential drama that come with this that are outside of Russell Westbrook. Either not being happy here or not doing what they want him to do. I think he's going to do what they want him to do. I think he's going to play hard and all that. I think there are some peripheral things that could be fallout that could impact this Kings season.
Yeah, I mean, you're always trying to like preemptively strike against this, right? You're trying to look at the possible things that can go wrong and try to manage them from the beginning. Whether it's managing expectations, whether it's like being like brutally honest with somebody. At the same time, you need to do what's best for like your franchise, not this year, but the year after and the year after and the year after. So that's something that I'm always cognizant of is like, look, if you have a bunch of guys who are just here for the next season or two, like what's the future of the team and how do you get to that future quickly? And I don't know that this helps that, if anything, it does just kind of end the Kings using Devin Carter as like a viable option. At least it looks like it to me.
Jason Kosmicki, who has been around the Nuggets for a long, long time. He is their radio play-by-play voice, is going to join us in about 10 minutes.
Cool.
And we're talking to him because Russell Westbrook played in Denver last year. And Russell Westbrook was at kind of not the center, but was very closely adjacent to some of the things that went on with the Nuggets last season, both on and off the court. And I'm really interested to get his perspective on Russell Westbrook and what he brings a team at this point of his career.
Yeah.
Because the Nuggets were a team that were looking for another guard who were a title contender last year, or certainly trying to win a title last year. Whether you thought they were actually a contender or not is up to you. But they believed they were title contenders last year, and they identified Russell Westbrook and brought him in to help them. And he did at various points.
Yeah.
So I'm intrigued to find out from somebody who's been around Russell Westbrook, who's talked to him, who's watched every minute he played last year, what he brings on the court, what he brings off the court. And getting that perspective, I think, is going to be really important. We'll talk with him, Jason Kosmicki, radio voice of the Denver Nuggets. We'll talk to him in about 9 minutes now, 10:45.
Sweet. He
will join the Insiders. Excited to talk to Kaz. He's one of the good guys in this business. The other thing that this Russell Westbrook signing, as we talk about rotational fallout, I think the odds of Nick Clifford playing guard at all this year are gone. Barring injury, barring multiple trades, I think Nick Clifford is going to very specifically be a 3. And maybe if they finagle a small ball lineup, maybe he plays 4 in some spots. But I don't think Nick Clifford is going to play the 1 or 2 at all this year.
Yeah, I mean, and if he does, it's because you've had a bunch of injury issues.
Right, injuries, trades, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm with you. I don't know how that happens. And like, look, the trickle down effect here. If you've got 5 guards that all play between 20 and 34 minutes a night, you all of a sudden need all those minutes at the small forward spot or a bunch of them, which means that some of those minutes that Neek would have got at the small forward spot are going to disappear as well. Like, again, I think one of the options here is to start Zach LaVine at the 3 and to start DeMar DeRozan at the 4.
It is an option.
Yeah. And then does that mean that Nick Clifford is going to play, the backup 3? Yeah, maybe. But also that still doesn't alleviate all the minute crunch that you have in the backcourt. That's just one player moving over there and you still have 4 or 5 in the backcourt. So Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Doug Christie, sort of massages his roster. Like, how do you make it all work? And, a 10-man rotation makes sense at this point, because I do think you now are getting closer to 10 players. But at the same time, you can't have 8 of those players be guards. That's not the way it typically works when you're doing like a 10-man rotation.
No.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I don't think that we know like what some of these players are going to play. Like the Isaac Jones, the Dario Saric, all those guys. We're not sure what kind of minutes they're going to play, especially once Keegan gets back, and that'll change again. So yeah, interesting times.
Fascinating. We'll continue discussing the Russell Westbrook signing. The Kings also have a game tonight against the Clippers. We'll get into that. But Jason Kosmicki, he has been around the Nuggets for a long time. He is the radio voice of the Denver Nuggets. Was around Russell Westbrook a lot last year. And I want to get his perspective on this version of Russell Westbrook, the veteran Russell Westbrook. We'll talk to Jason Kosmicki next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
What's going on, everybody? John.
Hey, James, real quick.
Yep.
I'm going to just talk to you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I got a lot of questions. Okay. Yep.
We're back. What did John say?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. John Poles, you did say something up here that I think it does actually, like, the problem is if you didn't pick up Carter's third year, number one, it makes a really awkward situation all year long, right? Secondly, if you trade him, he has zero value because the only contract he can sign is up to the dollar amount that he would have got with the team that he's traded to, right? So if the Kings, it's just really tough. So picking up his option this year makes a lot of sense because it's a third year team option, and his contract doesn't go up that much. It's barely over $5 million. I think we'll have a different discussion next year if he's not playing still. Or, I mean, that might be a decision for someone else to pick up that option or not. Let's see. Any comment on that awful Blazers presentation during the game? I think, what do you mean? Like the scoreboard, like the video feed? The video feed is what it is. Like the Blazers gave the Kings their video feed from the scoreboard, which was lame. I will agree. It was totally lame to watch the replays of the Blazers again and again while the Kings were scoring. But beggars can't be choosers. If you don't have your own crew in the building,
Yeah, they're doing a scoreboard feed for their fans, not for the Kings live stream.
Yeah. And they have to do what's best for themselves, like to get ready for the regular season.
Right.
That preseason is for everybody. It's not just, it's for the officials. It's for the game crew inside the building who's trying to put on a show. This is yet to be seen, Lizzie. We have no idea what's going to happen there.
That's a third tier move for me. I think it was tier 3. I'm going to call Cos.
Okay. Randy, the game tonight is televised from what I know on NBC Sports Bay Area or California, whatever. You can't trade Doug McDermott until January 15th. I think that's the date. Like it was last year. Maybe it's December 15th. I'd have to look it up, but yeah. I know Schroeder is December 15th. Yeah, that might be generous too, Nick V. He might not be number 11 in the rotation. It depends on who's going to play the power spots. Let's see. I would love that. The Miami Heat are not going to do that, just so you know. They're not going to trade for Devin Carter and give up Jaime Jaquez.
It's the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Still trying to get a hold of Cos.
All right.
Talk with him about the Denver Nuggets version of Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what the thought process is there and how the season played out with Denver, and especially with the Michael Malone situation and all that. I would like to hear sort of the behind the scenes here. And, again, it's this is an awkward situation. It was an awkward situation to end last year. Would they fire Michael Malone with 4 games left in the season?
Something like that.
One coach got fired with 9 games. One got fired with 4 games. Who was the other one that got fired late?
Taylor Jenkins.
Oh, yeah.
The Grizzlies.
Yeah, and a playoff team. Or they were when that happened. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. We're going to get Jason Kosmicki on here. Can you run through the Devin Carter housekeeping that the Kings did today?
Yeah,
the other guard news for the Kings?
Yeah, so the Sacramento Kings picked up the 3rd-year team option on Devin Carter's rookie scale contract. So people don't understand what that means is when you sign a rookie, when you're drafted by a team, you sign a rookie scale contract, and the deal always is 2 years guaranteed, and then a 3rd-year option, and then a 4th-year option. And by October 31st every year, the team has to either pick up that option or decline the option. We saw this a couple of years ago with Harry Giles, right? Where Harry Giles was about to go into his 3rd season, and the Kings decided not to pick up his 4th-year option. It did not work out all that well for Harry Giles once that happened. But it's a way for teams to sort of protect themselves against players who get to the league and just aren't ready to play and aren't ready to be contributors. And so it doesn't happen all that often that a player's 3rd-year rights aren't picked up, but certainly 4th-year rights happens quite often. And we saw that last year, again, when the Kings acquired Jake LaRavia. So if you do trade for a player who's had his rights, who had an option year not picked up, the most you can sign him to if you're a team who acquires him, or if you're the team who currently owns his rights, the most you can offer him is the dollar figure he would have got already, that he would have got as part of his rookie scale deal. So it's a way that, because it could get to a point where a team has like a superstar young player, and after going into his 3rd season, they're like, oh, we're not going to pick up his 3rd-year option, and we're going to sign him to a mega deal, right, in the offseason. It's a way of avoiding that circumvention of the salary cap. So, but what it means for Devin Carter, I don't know. Like, what it does for the Kings is it secures his value for right now as a player, as opposed to securing his value as just a pure asset that you can trade. So now whoever, if they keep him, they have him under contract for next year, and we'll go through this entire thing next year when October 31st rolls around. And then we can talk about potential extensions and stuff like that. But for today, it means that he's probably got a little bit more value as a trade target. We back, Kyle?
I hope so. Yeah. We're going to see. Trying to get there. We go. All right, hang on. All right. He is the radio voice of the Denver Nuggets, and he's here to talk to us about Russell Westbrook, the newest Sacramento King. Kaz, how's it going, man?
Good. I guess we're getting back at this, huh? You know, I had a few months off without watching NBA officiating, and got my head right, and we're right back at it.
Wow. Shots fired.
NBA refs back in action 6 days from now. Thank you, Jason Cosmic, thank you so much for joining us. Russell Westbrook is joining the Sacramento Kings, according to various reports across the media. What kind of player is Russell Westbrook at this point of his career? Can he still contribute to a winning team?
He did last year, but he played alongside Jokic, and you can ask Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to Gary Harris to Bruce Brown. Go right down the list. Whenever you play with that guy, you tend to be a lot better and you end up making a lot more money. So, but even saying that, his numbers, I think only 17 dudes in the NBA did what he did last year, or something like. There's some sort of bench players, maybe 17 bench players. I don't know. But here's the deal with him he was really good last year on the floor. Here's what I know about him, is that he'll give you everything he has. There's no question about his effort. He rarely gets hurt. He helps your transition game, if that's what you want. He's an excellent punch off the bench. Now, there are some negatives that come with that. His turnover rate will drive you crazy. I think last year with Denver, he took 64% of his shots at the rim, which is great. Or I think he took 40% that's what it was, 40% of his shots at the rim, but only converted 64% of those. And so, when you have a layup, you want to be, at least in the high 70s somewhere. And in the old days, he used to dunk that stuff, but he can't do that anymore. So the two frustrating things with him as a player is that he tends to turn it over too much. He's not a very good finisher anymore. But the good things about him is he'll give you 100% of everything he has. He flies around like 1,000,000 miles a minute. He gambles on defense, so your steal rate will go up. So on the court stuff, I think he's a good bench player.
All right. So if we're looking at him on the court, and I mean, you listed what he brings on the court, and I agree. I'd also add he's a phenomenal rebounder still, even for his age.
Yeah.
Where he had 5 rebounds a game last year in 27 minutes tonight or whatever it was. But one of my questions is, how do you think he's going to be off the court? What is he like in the locker room? If he's not playing a bunch of minutes, is that going to be a problem? Or do you think he just kind of gets it that he's almost 37?
Well, I mean, this is just one man's opinion here. All right.
Okay.
When I think in the locker room, it's good. He's really, really good when he is playing and the team is doing well. Right. So I don't know what you call that, fair weather fan. So when things are good, he's really good, especially if he's getting his minutes. Now, if all of a sudden, he doesn't start playing, a few games in a row and the team's losing on top of that, then I'm not sure. One man's guess is then that might go a little sideways. But he loves the game of basketball. And I think the reason he gets that way is because when he doesn't get his minutes, he just sees that it's running out on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a potential there that could be an issue. And plus there's, it's interesting. Like, I don't know if he's going to do that with you guys, but I think he learned at an early age in his career, like he travels with his own security, right? And that's something I haven't seen before. And the two Mikes are great dudes. They're awesome. But, it's just kind of weird that, a guy coming off the bench has his own team security, on the plane and stuff. But all in all, if things go well, it's going to go great. And if not, then you're going to have to figure it out once you get there.
Why do you think the Nuggets didn't bring him back, as we talk with Jason Cosmic, the radio voice of the Denver Nuggets?
Oh, no. It was player option. That was his call.
Very good.
So he decided not to come back.
I don't think I knew.
So
that.
when he signed with the Nuggets, it was a 1 plus a player option. So he opted out.
Oh, that's right. Because when he left, we all went, "Oh, he must have a deal set up somewhere," and we all thought it was in Sacramento. That's right. I'm remembering that correctly now.
Yeah.
That's my bad. That's poor preparation by me.
Should we read anything into the fact that he's signing this late? I mean, because to me, it does feel like, a player who's still, last year, 13 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds. Like, it seems like there should have been more of a market even at his age.
I just think it's your front office doing their due diligence. I mean, the front office guys talk to front office guys, scouts talk to scouts, and I can only assume, I don't know what the conversations were, but guys calling each other around the league. I mean, he's played for a handful of teams now, and you have all your guys reach out to their connections and like, hey man, should we do this? If you were us, would you do this? The common conversations that those guys have, because we had the same thing kind of went through with Kenyon Martin a little bit, where he had some sort of a kind of a stigma around him a little bit, and people were afraid to sign him, because they didn't really know what kind of a person he was. And you never really get to know what kind of a person somebody is until you actually hang out with them and meet them and live with them for 6 or 7 months. And so I think that the Kings front office was probably just doing their due diligence and making sure that move was going to be the correct one for the organization. I don't read too much into that.
Radio voice of the Denver Nuggets, Jason Kosmicki, joining us here just about a week before the season begins, and we got to watch NBA officiating once again. But hey, I want to talk about Denver.
Hey, wait, by the way, the only reason I bring that up is last night at home. I mean, come on, it's a preseason game. The Nuggets led by 20 most of the second half, and we had 69 free throws in a preseason game.
Get out of here.
We had
9 free throws.
We had
come on,
64 fouls in the last Kings Blazers game.
What are we doing here?
64 fouls. We had 73 free throws.
That's
my God.
142 free throws between the two games.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Painful.
Are the Nuggets were a heck of a team last year. Took a very good Oklahoma City team to 7. I personally think they got better with the Cam Johnson trade. Are they a legit contender in the West again this year?
Yeah, I think so, fellas. I mean, people forget about this unless you're guys like me, but, they were the only one that gave the Thunder any kind of smoke in the playoffs. And Oklahoma City knew that was coming. They knew if they got past Denver, I mean, nothing, winning a championship is never easy, but I think that they felt if they could get past Jokic, it's not going to get much harder for them down there from the rest of the way out. That's why I still don't understand why the NBA doesn't reseed, but that's a conversation for a completely different time. But they were really close. I mean, they took them to 7. We had, Aaron Gordon that couldn't walk, and Michael Porter Jr. had to get help in the Clippers series, getting his jersey off after games by the equipment manager. And we had no bench, so hopefully all those things won't happen again this year. But I thought they were pretty close last year, and I think they're for sure in the conversation to win it all again this year.
Cause you're one of the very best. The Kings and Nuggets play 3 times by November 22nd. So we'll be hearing a lot from you over the next month and a half here.
All right, just send me a W-2 and I'll fill that out, and we can do this regular thing here.
Beautiful. Right. Thank you so much, Cos. Appreciate you.
All right, fellas, have fun this year.
Take care, buddy. You do the same. Good luck.
All right.
Jason Kosmicki, voice of the Denver Nuggets. What a guy. What a great guy.
Yeah.
Here. Do you want to stick around another segment? We'll talk some hoop.
He's fun.
Yeah. He is. All right. Lots there with Russell Westbrook. I had completely forgotten that he opted out of Denver.
He opted out, but I was surprised that they didn't try to bring him back.
Right. There was he leaves, and then because we had that conversation, it was, I think Damian said he left because he must have something lined up, and it wouldn't surprise me if that thing is in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Very, very odd.
But here we are 3 months later. I don't know. Well, because things went sideways there really bad late in the season. Not with him
there was that whole ESPN piece that came out.
Well, that, and I mean, you just have Michael Malone getting fired out of nowhere, and just
the GM,
the uneasiness. Oh yeah, Calvin Booth. Yeah, yeah, wild, crazy stuff.
And they still almost beat Oklahoma City in the second round.
Yeah, talent helps.
What a club! All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are the Insiders. We'll keep talking about the Russell Westbrook signing for the Kings, and we have to dive into the Kings' third preseason game because it feels like the Kings' preseason games matter more than usual this year. And I'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Click.
What's happening, everybody? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this can be a really interesting experiment here. I don't know what to make of it.
Interesting is a word for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to work out one way or another. Sorry, Mr. Rancho. I don't know that this helps at all. I don't, but I do know that it gives you another player who actually does know how to play basketball at an extremely high level. I had missed the fact that like last season, Westbrook averaged 6.1 assists and 3.2 turnovers per game. That's really high, like for a guy who's playing 28 minutes. So that's going to be something they have to address. I don't know how this helps. I got to be honest. I have to see how it functions on the court, and I have to see if there's another move. The move, this is the move that starts the movement. So I do not want to see exactly what you're saying right there. I do not want to see Westbrook playing major minutes over Keon. And, again, if it's Monk, like you're destroying value if he's playing over Monk. If you already have trouble trading Monk this offseason because of his contract, and then all of a sudden he's playing 12 minutes a game or he's not playing at all, that's going to be a problem. Monk is not someone who I believe will go quietly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, hang on, we're back.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Russell Westbrook is a member of the Sacramento Kings, and we're discussing that. We've got a Kings preseason game tonight against the Clippers. Look, man, I want to put a pin in the Russell Westbrook stuff specifically until DLO and Casey get here for the handoff at 11:45. Because if you don't know Damian Barling, I don't know a bigger Russell Westbrook fan than Damian.
And if
I'm excited to get his perspective as somebody who watches a lot more Russell Westbrook than I do.
Yeah, I think the irony here. The other person who's a huge Russell Westbrook fan is De'Aaron Fox. Yeah, that's who his player was growing up. He loved watching Russell Westbrook.
That tracks.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah.
It is pretty incredible. Russell Westbrook is a player who, when he was really in his prime in 2015, 16, 17, he was a player that you watched and went, okay, well, this isn't going to last very long because of the style of play. The amount of impact he puts on his body with the way he leaps and the way he goes after every rebound and how much he is on the ball. And there's just no way he's going to age well. And the fact that he's still 36, 37, putting up 17, 6, and 5 coming off the bench for a team, it's super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, he's not DeMar DeRozan still, right? So, like, DeMar DeRozan, like, walked out onto the court last year and still put up 22 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Westbrook, it's not like he's going to have a rediscovery season where he goes back up to being a triple-double guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he's going to play that type of minutes. Like, I would be surprised if he's playing more than like 18 to 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But even that, like, I don't know how to like shoehorn in 18 to 20 minutes into this roster. I don't know. Not in the backcourt.
No idea.
Not in the backcourt. So, but I do think he's also a player that forces his way onto the court because he is Russell Westbrook.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and you do know that he brings a certain cachet to him. I just really hope that this isn't about cachet.
Sure.
Because as of right now, I definitely think that the Kings had enough guards. They had enough players to actually like fill out the rotation in the backcourt.
Yeah.
My concern, like, why aren't you addressing some of the other needs of this team, which are so glaring? Like,
Sure.
Like at the end of the day, they have like
massive
holes.
But you could argue,
Yep,
that the backup point guard spot was one of the glaring needs, right?
I guess
if you're prioritizing needs, it's not at the top, but it is on that list.
Well, yeah, but I'd also like, I'm confused why like that is such a big deal for people, because Malik Monk has been the backup point guard for the last couple of years, and he's really good at it.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
I mean, he averages over 5.5 assists a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he creates for himself. He creates for others. He's great in the pick and roll. One of the best pick and roll guards in the league. And that's without the Kings having great pick and roll players outside of Domas. So yeah, I don't know why we get hung up. Like, is he a combo guard? Yeah, he's a combo guard, but Russell Westbrook's also a combo guard, right? He's a guy who's averaged 31 points a game. While averaging 12 assists and 10 rebounds. I'm like, some of the numbers that you look at, you're like, that is like the stupidest stat line for a season I've ever seen. Right?
Prime Russ was a sight, man.
No, he was. He was absolutely amazing. But my question is going to be like, how does this thing function? And if like you now have a week to figure out how it's going to function, and even then it's going to function the way it does until you get Keegan back, and then the functionality is going to change again. And so like, I think that it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. I'm not like, there's no crystal ball on this one at all for me.
So you talk to a lot more people than I do, certainly, and if this is off base or wrong in some way, please let me know. But I'm not. This is not reporting. This is not anything that has come out or anything anybody said. I'm just connecting dots based on how this offseason has gone. And you ask the question. You don't know why Malik Monk can't be the backup point guard. Why they needed to sign Russell Westbrook to play that role. And I go back to, I don't think they like Malik Monk that much as a player. I mean,
yeah.
I just don't think Scott Perry and Doug Christie look at Malik Monk and say, "Oh, this is a player who's going to play the type of basketball we want to play. We want to put him in this position. So he's going to be the backup point guard," because I just don't think that they believe he is the type of player that should be playing big minutes for their team and the team that they want to have. Regardless of who's on the roster or whatever, I think they brought in Russell Westbrook because Malik Monk is not that guy for them.
Yeah.
And when you start, that just kind of makes sense to me. And then you go back to all the trade stuff, and it just starts to. And then you go back to what Scott Perry and Doug Christie say they're looking for in players, and Doug Christie talking defense. I'm like, all right, well, Malik doesn't really help there. It's not really like a dogged defender. And if you're looking for scoring, well, they have that in abundance. Putting the ball in the hoop is not going to be a problem for the Kings.
They do. I do feel like undervaluing what Malik is and who he is to a team is pretty crazy to me, because like, we're talking about a guy who should have won 6th Man of the Year 2 years in a row. And he's like 27 years old, or 27, 28. Like, he's got plenty of life left in him as a basketball player. But I also know that like, there are enough issues, not just as an on the court, like who is he as a player, but also like that the energy that he brings on the court, it doesn't shut off the court. And at a certain point, that can be a little too much. Like, I mean, we heard, Zach LaVine talk about first training camp, and someone asked if, the players are doing a good job of talking. And he said something, yeah, everyone's talking. And, Malik never shuts up. Like, I've never met anyone who talks so much. And so like, you're 4 years into your stint here in Sacramento, maybe that is a problem. Maybe it's that you've just kind of like worn out, like who you are to a franchise, and like whatever role he played last year, he wanted to be a starter. He clashed with Mike Brown. Like, there was a lot to unpack from last season. I just still think he's a very, very talented basketball player.
I don't disagree.
And you're better off having Malik Monk on your roster than not having Malik Monk on your roster.
Unless you are envisioning an overhauled version of your roster and you are at the guard position looking for a very specific type of player.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree with you on Malik Monk being valuable for a team because he does X, Y, and Z. I don't disagree on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think based on the Kings' actions, I think the Kings probably do disagree. At least for what's the Scott Perry and Doug Christie Kings are going to look like.
Yeah.
And so that's why, as we talk about this, because I'm with you, my based on the last 2 years, my knee-jerk reaction anytime something happens at the guard position for the Kings is like, oh my God, what does this mean for Keon? But I don't think Keon's minutes are impacted. I think they have a role in mind for Keon Ellis. And maybe now with Keegan out, maybe that's starting for the time being. But whatever it is, whether it's starting or coming off the bench, I think that Keon Ellis is going to play for the Kings and play a lot. I don't think Malik Monk is going to do that.
Yeah, it's possible.
There's no, if you're looking for 94 feet and tenacious defensively and play the right way and all of that, just none of that screams Malik Monk to me.
I get that. I totally get that. I just, at the same time, like, how are you going to devalue a guy with 2 years left and a player option for a third year?
Because they didn't sign him.
No, but it doesn't change the fact we're talking about $60 million that he's owed. And if I'm gonna, like, I'll just go down this path. If I'm going to devalue a guy with $60 million left on his contract in order to bring in a guy who's almost 37 and on a league minimum deal, it's one thing if you already made the trade and you're not worried about the value, right? Mm-hmm. You're not, because he's gone. But that's not the situation they're in. And I don't think, again, there was an issue with Kevin Huerter where Kevin Huerter stopped being an effective basketball player for your team.
Yep.
Right. And you had to stop playing him.
Mm-hmm.
And you're worried about what that means for his value. Well, number one, Malik Monk hasn't had that problem. Malik Monk is still an excellent basketball player. Mm-hmm. Number two, you owe him 3 years. 3 years and $60 million. That's a lot. So again, I think in a perfect world for the Kings, not for me, but for the Kings, mm-hmm. they would have already traded Malik and moved on so they could make this move to pick up Westbrook. But this move was always going to happen. That's the deal. Like, I don't know why they waited this long. And now it does look like part of it is because you lost a player, but he doesn't play that position. So it just really does confuse me why you waited this long. Why didn't you just sign him 2 weeks ago and have him in camp, like helping to do the iron sharpens iron thing with this team?
I don't know. And
so I guess you got a week to figure it out, but that's still, like, if you wanted him to put a stamp on this season and this training camp type stuff,
mm-hmm.
Then you probably should have done this earlier.
It's at the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Thumbs up or thumbs down on Russell Westbrook? Let's get to our guy, TC. What's going on, TC?
Hey, what's up with my two bros? Hammer Kyle, what's up?
Chilling, man.
What's going on, man?
Hey, just vibing, bro. So, it's it's 2 thumbs up for me for Russell Westbrook, because y'all know how I feel about the guy, right? So if we establish an identity, then he's the perfect guy for that, right? But also, like, his play, he can come in and help us in some of those games. So I'm not going to throw him off the deep end and say that he's washed. He's going to help this team, bro, and I like that moving forward. So my question now, Ham, is I know Devin Carter got his player option. It's not big, though, but if you're Scott Perry, are you picking up the phone and hollering at the Lakers and Miami? I know you talked about Jaime for Devin, but also what about Devin for Dalton Connect, right? That wing help. I know it's a log jam, but if you're moving younger, both of those guys are 24, bro, and they can add with the young core moving forward, in my opinion. But I love Russell Westbrook.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call, bro.
Yeah, like, look, if the Kings if Scott Perry can trade Devin Carter for Jaime Jaquez, then he deserves, like, executive of the year, like, right away.
Agreed.
Like, that's not going to happen.
Right.
Like, there's going to have to be something else involved in that. Now, like, would the Miami Heat listen to some other package that included you taking back Terry Rozier, who they've been trying to dump like for months, like maybe like
okay.
So there could be like an expanded deal, but that again is a $26 million salary. So you're gonna have to figure out ways to make all the monies work. And as of right now, that's the most difficult thing for the Kings.
I wouldn't be shocked if the Kings Miami stuff lingers, especially in regards to DeMar DeRozan. And we've talked about DeRozan and Carter for some combination of players with Miami, including Jaquez. I think what Miami is going to do, and I think what a lot of teams are going to do, specifically teams in the East, I don't think they're going to be keen to make a move a week before the season starts. But it wouldn't shock me at all if Miami stumbles out of the gate if they try and make some kind of move like that.
Yeah.
Just get some kind of, because every team in the East probably thinks they can compete this year. Like every team in the East is what, and they've got Tyler Hero, they got Bam Adebayo, they have a reason to believe, okay, we can at least make the playoffs and be competitive in these. So I think if you get a team like Miami that struggles some through the first couple of months, like we get to January and Miami is hovering around 500.
Yeah.
Then maybe they make a move like that and try and shake things up to climb up in the East. But I don't think right now, whether it's Jaime Jaquez or whether it's Dalton Connect, I don't think there's going to be a team that a week before the season starts wants to go make that kind of move.
Yeah, and I would say too with Connect specifically, like that doesn't sound like a horrible deal. If Connect isn't fitting in and they're not ready to push forward with Connect and they need guard depth, I could see the Lakers and Kings like looking at a deal like that.
Sure.
But the fact is that Dalton Connect has come in and been phenomenal for them offensively in the preseason, and they've talked about that. They just think that, defensively he's not there, and that's going to be part of the problem, and that's also a problem for the Kings. Like if he's not playing defense, that's a problem. So like whether a team has reached that point with a player where they're ready to move on from him after one season, I'm going to guess that most teams aren't that way. The Kings are a specific situation where you had a player who missed most of last season, but then on top of that was drafted by someone else who is no longer there. And now you have a ton of depth at that position. So I definitely could see a way in which they go to move him, but I just don't know how it all works out in the end.
I also don't think Kenny was talking about this yesterday, and I think he makes he makes a fine point. And we talk about the Kings needing length and athleticism, and his argument is that no, the Kings need defensive-minded players, and I agree with him. But I think typically, like if you have 4 more Keon Ellis's, that's not super helpful because Keon Ellis's size at some point is prohibitive.
Yeah.
So at some point you need defensive-minded players who can defend 4s, 5s, bigger 3s, 4s, 5s.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's what. So when we say size and athleticism, yeah, that comes with a caveat of like defender. So that's why Dalton Connect doesn't move the needle for me. It's another guy who puts the ball in the hoop at a high level.
Yeah.
But is he, and he's 6'6", I think. Like the height isn't the problem. Having a guy who's 6'6", that doesn't fix your problem at the 4. Okay, it gives you a rotational option at the 3.
Yep.
But that doesn't improve your defense, which is the entire point here.
No, I agree 100%.
So it's not only the size and athleticism, but there has to be a mindset, and that's what Kenny was getting at. There has to be a mindset that comes with that, and I totally agree. And Dalton Connect does not fit that mindset.
No, I'm with you 100%. It also, like, it's really easy for these teams to have a bunch of 6'5", 6'6" defenders when they've got elite shot blocking, rim protection on the back side of those players. So again, switchability is big. The Kings don't have the switchability. That's as big of a problem with length and athleticism. They don't have players that are similar sizes outside of DeRozan and Levine. Yeah, outside of that, you really
maybe
don't
Dalton
have.
Connect.
Yeah, you don't have players who are similar size.
All right. We'll talk about the Kings preseason game for real, because I think their preseason matchup against the Clippers might help answer some of the questions we have about their rotation with Russell Westbrook. And we'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
There is some small housekeeping.
Love housekeeping.
Yeah, the Kings acquired the returning player rights, G League rights to Daquan Jeffries. And it does sound like the Kings have, according to our friend Michael Scotto, have added Daquan to the training camp roster. Again, that's likely going to be an Exhibit 10 contract that gives Daquan a little bit more money. So, Daquan is a very, very good defensive player, and he's one of those guys like 6'4", 6'5", that are like kind of road graders, but he just hasn't been able to stick. Let me see. He's 28 years old. What are we looking at? He is 6'5", 230. Yeah, he's built like a linebacker. Super, super quiet dude as well. Daquan played 47 games last year for Charlotte. Shot 33.5% from three. Kyle, I just sent you a text. Bobby Hill, I agree. Why not give Kai Jones a look? Well, the problem is Kai Jones is a problem off the court. I'm like, that's why he got waived. Isaiah Crawford Wilson, he was only here 1 year. And I don't know.
1 minute.
Yeah, they are on it. I'm just not going to get into that personal stuff.
No.
Let's see. Yeah, if anything, I would say this too. If anything, Daquan Jeffries is like, he's not a problem at all. He's the most quiet dude you've ever met in your entire life. And if you guys remember, the Kings had to choose a player to waive when they made a trade at the deadline, and they chose to keep Justin James over Daquan Jeffries. And they did that because Justin James, yeah, he actually made an impact behind the scenes. Like, he's a super fun rah-rah guy.
Hang on, we're coming back.
Yeah.
It's the Insiders. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. The Handoff with DLO and Casey. I cannot wait for the Handoff. If you've never listened to the Handoff before, it is 11:45 every day. DLO and Casey join us, and we talk about whatever the heck is going on. I imagine I would be stunned if from today forward, the Handoff isn't 90% Kings Roundtable.
Oh,
I think that's very much just going to be a thing that it turns into, which is great. But if you've not listened to that segment before, A, you should. It's very fun. And B, listen to today's specifically because Damian Barling is the world's #1 Russell Westbrook fan.
He's a big fan.
And Russ now plays for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, it should be interesting.
It's so exciting. I love this for him. I'm excited for my friend Damian.
I wish it would have happened a decade ago so he could have basked in it and, lived the full Russ experience. I just don't know what kind of Russ experience we get. And that's not to say I think he's washed or anything like that. I just, his skills have diminished to a certain point. But on top of that, Like, he's just not the same explosive player, and like whether he plays a ton or not, we have no idea.
Yeah, I think he's probably in line to play quite a bit. I don't think they would have brought him in here if the plan, at least initially, was not to play him significant minutes off the bench.
What's significant to you?
23 plus a night. He played 20. He played 28 a night last year for Denver. Let me see specifically what he played off the bench, because he was a starter for 36 of those games. Off the bench, he played 24 and a half minutes a night.
Okay.
So I'm going to say 24 to 25 minutes.
I'm going to say more like 18 to 20.
Okay.
I just think that's where you're at this age, and with the crowded backcourt.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of minutes. Like,
yeah.
Because I don't know. I mean, I think Dennis Schroeder is going to be counted on to play close to 30 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, where do you find the minutes?
Okay, here's some interesting stuff as I dig into. I promise you, I want to talk about the Kings backcourt and the preseason and why the preseason matters. I promise. But now I've fallen backwards into Russell Westbrook's starter reserve splits, and holy smokes, dude! As a starter last year, Russell Westbrook in 36 games.
Yep.
Averaged 31.6 minutes. I'm just going to round for the sake of ease. 15.6 rebounds, 7 assists as a starter.
Okay. He
shot 50.4% from the floor. Oops, I'm rounding. Sorry. 34% from three and 65% from the free throw line. 110 offensive rating, 114 defensive rating, but he ran a +4. As a reserve in 39 games, 25 minutes a night, 11 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. He shot 39.2% from the field, 30.8% from three, and had a 98 offensive rating with a 116 defensive rating. Maybe they are going to start him.
Well,
maybe that's the move.
I don't think they are going to, but there might be a point where you're like, oh boy. Like, he's used to starting, and he's used to playing with starters.
That's okay. You just said something there that I think matters, and I'm going to use that to tie in the preseason game tonight against the Clippers.
Yeah.
You said there might get to a point where it's like, oh boy, like, man, they got to do something different.
Yeah.
I think that is bound to be the case no matter what, because I don't see a guard rotation here that I feel so confident in. I don't see a guard rotation where I'm like, yeah, okay, well, he's going to start that guy. He's going to start at the 1. He's going to start at the 2. This guy will be the backup 1, and this guy will be the backup 2. And then here's the 5th guard. Here's the 6th guard. And that's how it's going to be all year. I would be stunned if there aren't 2 or 3 different starting point guards this year. 2 or 3 different. Zach LaVine's going to start at the 2.
Yeah.
Unless he plays the 3 while Keegan's out, but that's a different thing. Zach LaVine's primarily going to start at the 2. But off the bench, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a different starting 1, if they try different combinations off the bench. Like, I think this is going to be a season-long experiment, because I think it's going to take a ton of mixing and matching, because I don't know that I trust the players that they have to separate themselves as an established, okay, yes, this is the winning formula for the Kings.
No, I think you're right. And I think, Kyle, what we could see is, to sort of a throwback to the whole Hubie Brown playing 10 guys, and
sure.
Everyone is playing. There's a couple of guys who are playing 35 minutes, but everyone else is playing like in a rotation.
So the Warriors did last year.
Yeah.
And we talked about this, that's not tenable if you're trying to win a lot of games, but early in the season, you're trying to mix and match and just see what combinations work. And you don't have 8 players, 9 players that you trust. So you're just going to run like 11 or 12 deep.
Well, that, and to be honest with you, if you look at the way that Golden State was able to win games early using that idea, I think the Kings have, outside of the fact that Steph Curry is better than any player on the Kings, the Kings have better talent, like walking into last season.
Sure.
Because you remember, it's pre
a lot
Jimmy
more
Butler.
Veterans. Yeah.
It's pre Jimmy Butler. But I mean, DeMar DeRozan is still a very good player. Zach LaVine's still a very good. Domantas Sabonis is still a top 3 center, 4 center in the NBA.
For sure.
Like, there are players at positions here that are very, I mean, Malik Monk is an absolutely spectacular 6-man. Again, Keon Ellis is a really good 3-and-D guy. And a 3-and-D guy that actually gets to play as opposed to like Moses Moody. So yeah, so like I do think that the Kings have, like, if that's what they're gonna do, maybe they can figure out something that works. It's just so many moving pieces.
Yeah.
And you're the whole time,
and you have a first time head coach.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to have a chart of who's playing well together and who's not, and what does this 2-man combo do with those 3-man combos, and does that work or not, or do we need to switch it up? And it's going to be like a constant trying to, like, a discovery the entire season, or at least the first 15, 20 games, and then, oh, lo and behold, you get Keegan Murray back, and now it changes again, and now you got to rewrite the book on what you're trying to accomplish. And so again, I think it's going to be really interesting, but it's crazy. It's like this is
the thing that's so tough about it is because, like, we're going to see tonight against the Clippers. I would assume we'll see. Well, I know we're going to see, because Keegan's not there. We're going to see something different from the backcourt. We're going to see some kind of different combinations of players. Maybe they do try DeMar DeRozan at the court. Well, in the front court, yes.
Yeah.
But as a result, maybe Zach LaVine plays some 3, and that opens up minutes at the 2. And they're still trying to mix and match. Okay, where does Devin Carter fit in? Or maybe he doesn't fit in. But if Devin Carter goes out tonight and plays extremely well in whatever minutes he plays, that changes. Because I think right now a lot of people are like, yeah, fine. If Devin Carter doesn't play, Devin Carter doesn't play. He hasn't been particularly impressive in preseason, in regular season games. In summer league, he was fine, but that's summer league. Maybe Devin Carter plays his way into whatever weird guard thing they have going on. Like that's just it. As we talk about Russell Westbrook, okay, this is going to lose some guys minutes, but I think that who loses those minutes is still up to interpretation a little bit.
Yeah, that's possible.
And so that's tonight when the Kings and Clippers play. I'm going to be watching the backcourt very closely, and specifically Dennis Schroeder for one. Can I get a good Dennis Schroeder game? Can I get an effective Dennis Schroeder game?
It almost feels like Dennis Schroeder's like slow playing this.
Right?
It feels like he's just kind of like sandbagging a little bit. Like,
and maybe,
hey, I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna do my thing a little bit in preseason, and then when it's go time, I'm ready to go.
I mean, maybe he did play Eurobasket, so maybe this is he's coasting here because he put a ton of more minutes on his body in Eurobasket.
Yeah,
and maybe this is his he's resting. Maybe you're right. But, man, I don't have enough confidence in the Kings this year to feel good if they just play poorly in the preseason. Where I go, oh, it's fine. They're good. They're just ramping up. Like, nah, man, you got to ramp up now. You're still trying to figure things out as you go. You can't play half speed. And then when the regular season starts and everything's full speed.
In a week.
Figure it out.
Yeah, in a week.
1 week from today.
Yeah. That's a little scary.
Tall ask. So that's why when I say the preseason matters to me, this is why. I need to see it work functionally. I need proof positive that there's some combination of players on the Kings that works.
Yeah.
And so far I haven't. I have not been super impressed so far. Zach LaVine's been really good. I shouldn't leave him.
Zach LaVine's been phenomenal.
He's been sensational. So good. Salute to Zach LaVine. I don't want to leave him out. And Domas has been Domas, but I need Dennis Schroeder to play. Maybe Malik Monk. I've said I think Malik Monk's the player who's going to lose minutes. But if he goes out and plays awesome tonight, all right, then that changes some things. Like I think there are still minutes to be won specifically in the backcourt.
Yeah, I think that there are minutes to be lost. Yeah, and to be honest, some of these guys just lost minutes.
And maybe that's it. Maybe that's more what I'm talking about. Maybe they have 18 minutes a night earmarked for Malik Monk, but man, if he goes out and he is just not good tonight, maybe that drops to 12. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's guys have a chance to lose minutes more than win minutes, but
yeah, I just can't imagine this thing working without like moving somebody to the small forward spot for minutes. And I don't know how that works. There is some chatter this morning that at shoot around Dario Saric was wearing a black jersey, which might make you think that he's with the starting group. I'm not going to read too much into that yet.
Go ahead.
I'm also going to say, hey, if you're wondering if game one of Dario Saric was fool's gold, then go ahead and run him out there. Go ahead and run him out there for 15, 20 minutes because they don't have any answers with Keegan Murray out. So if Dario Saric can actually play, you probably need to figure it out today. And like if he's still a ball player, and you're like, okay, that at least gives us an option for opening night. But well, not only opening night, but the second game when again you're going up against Lauri Markkanen, like you're gonna have mismatch issues here, and you need to see what you have as far as players.
I think Dario Saric is going to start.
Yeah.
I don't know if we got to this yesterday when we were, yesterday? Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday when we were going through tiering the options and we both said we would hate it if Dario Saric started. But I think if I'm betting, on Dario Saric starting night one. Because all of the options we're looking at are A, dramatically undersized. Or B, are rookies / young players. Isaac Jones.
Yeah.
Maxime Reynaud. It wouldn't shock me at all if night one and maybe night two, night three, maybe the first couple of games, they're like, Dario, you've played a ton of minutes in the NBA at the 4. We need you to play this spot and hold this down and give them that at least gives them some runway to figure out, okay, is Isaac Jones ready to take starter minutes? Is Maxime Reynaud ready to play the 5 and Domas can start at the 4? It like, I think the first few games without Keegan Murray are going to be an extended preseason. And I think that's why you're going to see Dario Saric start there, because you know what? Hey, at least, is he good anymore? No, probably not. Is he going to light it up from 3 every game? No, but if you get him wide open in the corner, you feel okay about him hitting it. Maybe that's just, I think out of the gate, I think that is going to be, and I think he starts tonight, and I think he's going to start moving forward until some better option presents itself.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's going to be what happens. It's very possible. You might be 100% right. But I also feel like if you had Keegan Murray playing Isaac Jones 12 minutes, 15 minutes a night is fine.
Yeah.
When you don't have Keegan Murray, that will impact Isaac Jones greatly. Isaac Jones isn't ready to be the next man up and to take over the spot. So you're going to have someone like Dario Saric. And it could mean that because of the injury that Dario Saric plays and Isaac Jones doesn't play at all. Because now you're getting into the rotations and you're like, okay, I can move DeMar DeRozan over there for a few minutes. I can do Eubanks down there for a couple of minutes. It really does impact, because it could impact Isaac Jones, because you're losing a 35 to 36 minute per game guy, maybe 37 minute per game guy in Keegan Murray. So before, there was just this little slice of minutes that were going to go to somebody. And you can mix and match a little bit, but also you could give Isaac Jones those minutes and say, hey, man, just go play hard for 6 minutes and a half.
So
now it's different.
So that's, I understand that, but also it's a little bit concerning for Isaac Jones if he can't get onto the court in this situation.
We'll see. No, I'm with you, but again, the guy went undrafted last season and was on a 2-way contract until late in the season and played a bunch of games in the G League level. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, you're dealing with a coach who is his first time taking over a team during the offseason and being part of, what's happening moving into a season. They're going to be trying to win games. And
understood.
They're going to try to rely on players that know how to play the game and give them the best opportunity to win. And if Isaac Jones is that player, then he'll earn the spot. But if you have questions as to whether he's that player, you're probably going to go with a little bit more of a safe bet when you lose your 36 minute per game guy at the power forward spot.
Totally. I think if Isaac Jones can't get me 12 minutes a night, just to be an innings eater at the 4. Just to be a big body who can grab a rebound, knock down a corner 3, can he make a couple of hustle plays, maybe block a shot. If he can't give me 12 minutes, and the better option is DeMar DeRozan at the 4, and 20 minutes of Dario Saric, and some Maxime Reynaud down there, and some Drew Eubanks, that would make me concerned, because I thought Isaac Jones had an opportunity this year to crack the rotation in a significant way, especially after they didn't make any meaningful additions at the power forward spot. But even without Keegan, I understand if he doesn't start. I get why they wouldn't want to start Isaac Jones, and I frankly, with how he has played so far. I don't think he's really necessarily earned it, but he has to be part of the rotation at least.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can't be part of the rotation when they're like, hey, we're throwing everything at the wall, if he's not one of the things they're throwing at the wall, that doesn't bode well for him in my mind.
No, I mean, it's tough, but at the same time, I do see like coaches, when bad things happen, coaches usually go to a short rotation. They don't usually expand the rotation. You know what I mean? That's when things go wrong, you see 8-man rotations. And we're gonna have to see how it plays. Man, this is the most confused going into a season I've ever been.
You could tell me, you could come from the future. You could come from October 31st and be like, hey, you could tell me anything about what the Kings have done with their lineups, and I'd be like, sure.
Okay.
Like, all right, man.
No,
yeah.
I'm in agreement.
Keon at the
with
5,
that.
why not?
Yeah.
Let's get to Mitch. Mitch, go ahead, man.
Kyle James, what's popping?
Thumbs up or thumbs down on Russell Westbrook?
I say thumbs up. He's
Love
for sure. He's better in his prime. Maybe not now, but he's the only for sure Hall of Fame we have. I know DeRozan's gonna be a Hall of Famer too, but do you guys think we're playing water polo where size doesn't really matter? I can't with these people under 6'5". You know, it's incredible. It's taking so long. I like him better than Dennis. And I gotta say this, I'm kind of obligated to say this. What do you think about my Dodgers, Casey, and USC would have kicked the Irish?
It's not the DLO and Casey show. Casey is not here. And call DLO and Casey if you want to talk to Casey.
Yeah.
Shout out to your Dodgers though, Mitch. Yeah, I want to actually, Mitch inadvertently, I think, brought up something that I do want to talk about. Shout out to Mitch in New Jersey. The idea of small ball for the Kings.
Yeah.
And hey, maybe the Kings just play a lot of small ball. I get it. There's a significant flaw there, and I want to talk about it next. With DLO and Casey on the handoff. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, we have a ton of people.
I forgot the handoff is next.
Oh, yeah. We have a ton of people in here. If you guys don't mind hitting the thumbs up, that would be amazing. And if you're new to the program, subscribe. We're here every day from 10 to noon.
10 to noon.
Well, more like 10 to 12:28. Oh, Adrian, don't say that.
What happened?
He just said Marvin Bagley fits his team well.
Stop.
Yeah. Like and subscribe. Well, here's Damien. Maybe I can move over to my normal seat. You want to take this seat? Yes, sir. We got time. Y'all excited?
So.
Oh, it's just me. They're getting set up. Hi, everyone. I think that's the goal. Yeah. I totally agree. There should be more likes on this video. What up, Norm? What's up, Scooter? Yeah, man.
Yo, what's happening? I have relocated and I'm back.
Got about a minute.
Kyle, did you pick your ramen spot?
Yeah.
Or are you not
gonna go to a
tell
place?
everybody?
No. We're gonna because no free advertising. We're gonna go to a place that we already know. It's not in Roseville. We're just gonna make a little drive out of the way and go to a spot we know.
Oh, okay.
Because if we try a spot and it's not satisfactory ramen, that'd be a significant bummer. Not feeling adventurous.
Japanese food last night. It's really good.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, James has talked about this spot. This is we typically go to ramen in Oak Grove.
My son loves ramen.
Big ramen guy.
I actually haven't been here, Norm. Sorry.
The broth and the noodles.
Yeah, I haven't been there. Oh. Clicking buttons.
Okay, here we go. Time for the handoff. DLO and Casey joining myself, Kyle Madsen, and James Ham on the Insiders. How's it going, guys? Damian specifically. Look at that smile. Look at that. You're so happy today. I love this for you.
Yeah, I'm happy for a multitude of reasons.
What's reason number one? Or actually, should I say reason number 0?
Nice. Very good.
Do we know that, though?
I'll shout out to my partner. Reason number 0 is I'm thrilled that my favorite player plays in Sacramento.
We love to see it.
Absolutely.
We love to see
Well, what I was listening to, we have a
we
zero.
don't know if he's yeah.
Is there going to be a chain exchange of money for the number? Is this going to be like the fan where Russell Westbrook will or no, not Russell. No, it would be Damian who would cut off the tattoo on Malik Monk's arm, send it to Russell Westbrook, said, I got your number for you.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the fan. It would be Damian. He'd be De Niro.
He's going to take his minutes and his jersey number. That's crazy.
It'd be crazy.
Oof.
It'd be a lot.
That'd
be a lot.
Tough.
It'd be a lot. Not doing all that. But I'm thrilled Russ is here, man. I'm excited to watch him play on a nightly basis. I'm excited to see him in person. I think he adds, like, this team desperately needed a backup point guard, and now they have one. There's probably other discussions that you can have with this, but, like, whatever. Russ is here, and I'm thrilled about it.
How does it function for you? Like, what do you guys think? How is this going to play out?
I think there's a multitude of things that you could do here. Like, my question that I think we talked about. Well, Kyle's been here like all week, so I don't know whether it was on the handoff or on DLO and Casey or what, but we talked about it as a group. Is if you could have told me that the Kings signed Russell Westbrook and kept Jonas Valanciunas, I would have preferred to do that. I like Dennis Schroeder a lot, but if shedding Jonas Valanciunas' contract was about signing Dennis Schroeder, I would have rather signed Russell Westbrook to start. I think they're comparable players, and I think there could be a situation, Kyle, I heard you bring this up earlier, where maybe Dennis Schroeder isn't doing exactly what you want to, and maybe Russell Westbrook becomes a starter. I think Russ is brought in to be the backup point guard and handle the backup point guard minutes. But I do believe that there's a scenario where maybe something's off with Dennis. Maybe it's not going well. Maybe Dennis is missing time or whatever, and Russell Westbrook slides into that first spot. The thing for me, though, is they needed a backup point guard. It's clear. And Devin Carter, there is no evidence whatsoever that Devin Carter is a high-quality NBA player. There's no evidence whatsoever that Devin Carter is a quality NBA player. And to say, oh, he's going to handle your backup point guard minutes when you already have all of this concern about the roster, that's not the move. The idea that you're going to force this rookie, you've had Nick Clifford play everything from the 1 to the 4. And like, he's a rookie. Like, no, that's not the move. You need a backup point guard. Go get a backup point guard. Now you have 2 veteran point guards to handle the facilitating, to handle the offense, to do things like that. Russell Westbrook meets every single, I don't know those things by heart. James, you might, the Scott Perry 6 things.
Yeah.
Like Russell Westbrook fits all of those. Now, one of them might be defensive minded, and I don't know if Russ is defensive minded, but he's not at
37.
He's going to work his ass off, though.
Yeah.
And I'm all for it. Like, I'm all for this.
Tweeted out earlier. I think people are kind of miscasting Russell Westbrook a little bit, especially 36-year-old Russell Westbrook. I do think he can initiate the offense, but he's not a point guard. He's not at this point in his career. He's closer to a small forward. It's kind of in the same vein that we talk about DeMar DeRozan and even flirt with the idea with him starting at the 4. It's only not crazy because of where he is in his career. You know, he's not as quick to stay up with the guard, talking about Russell Westbrook, stay up with the point guards for an entire game. But because of his strength, some would say his old man strength, and honestly, the ability to get under guys that may be 6'6", 6'7", and be able to stop them because of that, I think he's more of a 3 at this point in his career. Maybe a 2 in some situations. And like I said, he can initiate the offense, but he's more of, he has elements of the wing player off the bench that people have been saying the Kings need than like a point guard. Like, I think he's more of that in his career when you talk about a wing off the bench.
He's versatile. He could do a lot of things for this roster. Sorry, Kyle.
I have in my mind, I think that the addition of Russell Westbrook and the upside of adding Russell Westbrook has more to do with style of play than what specifically he's doing on the court. Like, I don't think the Kings said, hey, we need a backup point guard for sure. He's the guy. Let's bring him in. We need a guy who can play the 3 for sure. Let's bring him in. I think it was and James, we keep talking about why now. And this is just something I was just thinking about while you guys were talking. Maybe it was now because they've gone through 2 preseason games and a bunch of practice, and they're like, yo, we are not playing the type of basketball we want to be playing. And Russell Westbrook, regardless of what you think of him, good player, bad player, whatever, he's going to play that type of basketball every minute he's on the floor. And whether it's 20 minutes a night or 30 minutes a night, you know you're going to get a player who's going to play 100% and play 100 miles an hour every time he's out there. And I don't know that they have a lot of players who are doing that at this point.
Oh, I agree with that. Like, I think the energy that he brings to the court and the force that he plays with, like, he is one of those guys that just, again, runs through brick walls. Like, playing him out at the 3, I mean, he measured in at 6'2" and a quarter at the combine. And at 36 years old, going to be 37 next month. Well, in November, next month. I don't see him being able to number one, be a switchable defensive player, but also to go man a position where he's totally undersized. Again, I'm going DeMar DeRozan. I'm going Zach LaVine at that position before I'm going to Russ. And I think I want to see what the ripple effect is. Like, what is the ripple effect for this team? Like, who loses minutes? Is it Keon? Is it Malik Monk? Like, and is the short-term value of adding Russell Westbrook worth a long-term detriment to what you might have in Keon or you might have with Malik? I mean, if Malik Monk is the guy who loses in this situation and he's playing not at all some nights and 12 minutes a game some other nights, it's one thing to say, hey, you need to play our style of basketball or you're not going to play. It's a whole other thing to go, well, you're not going to play, and yeah, we owe you 3 years and $60 million. That's a lot. And the same thing with Keon. Like, Keon gets to decide if he wants to be a King moving forward or not. The Kings do not get to decide that. Like, he's an unrestricted free agent after this season. They can trade him. They can do whatever they want with him during the season. But when we get to the end of the season, Keon gets to choose where he wants to go. Did you bring in Russell Westbrook, a 36/37-year-old player, for like instant gratification for like 20 games or for one season, and then it ends up costing you Keon Ellis? So I kind of want to see like how this thing all plays out long term, because it's not just about who's going to play minutes on night one or who's going to play minutes filling in for Keegan Murray. It's about like, how is this thing going to impact your ability to build a quality roster moving forward?
So once again, I want to say something about Russell Westbrook playing the 3 because a lot of people in the chat disagree or look at it differently. This is what, not that I know everything, but I challenge people to actually watch what's going on. Actually use your eyes and watch what's going on. It took me 3 minutes max, 30 seconds max to go to a quick YouTube search of watching the lineup that Russell Westbrook was in with Denver last year, game 1, at the end of the game against the Clippers in the first round. You've got Russ, Ryan Brown, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Nikola Jokic. Is Brown a small forward? Does anybody look at him that way?
I look at him more of a small forward than I do Russ.
I mean, that's fine, but would you say he's a small forward in that situation? He's like an inch taller than Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, I'd have to look up how big Christian Brown is.
He's 6'6".
Yeah,
Westbrook is 6'4".
Well, what do they? Yeah,
Westbrook has a wingspan of 6'8". Like, but even then, like we're picking nits in that situation.
No, there's
like you've got a guy in Russell Westbrook, and this is what I continue to say for the last couple of days, that depending on the matchup, depending on who you're playing with, yeah, he can play a 3. Yeah, you can play a 3. You look at the defensive matchup out here right now with what's going on with the Clippers. This is crunch time. This is the end of the game. These are your best players. It's Harden, it's Chris Dunn, it's Kawhi, it's Zubac, and it's Derrick Jones. Yes, you can play Russell Westbrook to make you guys happy in this terminology in a 3-guard lineup. It's not. This ain't 1993 no more, where you got to deal with Charles Oakley and all this other stuff.
We saw
there are ways that you can get guys 3 guards out there, and you're not, losing the battle by 5 inches against some of these small forwards and power forwards.
We saw Dennis Schroeder, Malik Monk, and Keon Ellis on the court together like 3 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's going to be the question.
Yeah, the thing for me with what position does Russell Westbrook play has nothing to do with, like, does this help the Kings win games? It's less about, it's more, okay, cool. Russell Westbrook, they can play him at the quote unquote 3. It just changes the amount of minutes, who's losing minutes, who's not playing those minutes instead.
Well, Devin Carter doesn't get off the bench, nor does he need to.
Yeah, I would agree.
Fine.
I agree.
And then, like, there's, I don't know whether it's Malik. I don't think it's Keon, because again, when you trace this off season, there's fan support or not, there seems to be a lot of glaring evidence that maybe this regime isn't all in on Malik Monk.
Facts.
So if I had to guess as to who might lose minutes, if someone were to lose minutes, it's probably Malik.
Yes.
That is a guess. But I feel like it's a mildly educated one.
Yeah.
It's connecting dots.
I don't think that the situation, and maybe I'm wrong, James, you're far more connected to this situation than I am. I feel like the situation, I don't feel like Keon was like, hey, kid, we're not going to resign you. We'll talk about it next offseason. I could be completely wrong, but I do not feel like that was the conversation. I think the conversation more lied in, hey, we're going to try to work some things out. Our intent is for you to be here. There is no reason to believe that Keon Ellis doesn't fit what Scott Perry, and thus I also think Doug Christie, want here in a Sacramento Kings uniform.
Agreed.
How that works out between Russ and the King, how that works out between Keon and the Kings, I don't know. But I'm of the belief Keon Ellis is going to be here for the quote long term.
I hope that he is, but let's not act like he was happy about what happened this offseason.
Well, let's also not act like he's the greatest defender we've ever seen in history who contributes so much. I like Keon a lot, but man, we go psycho overboard with our takes on Keon Ellis. He's a good basketball player. He's a great addition to the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no.
That's the end of the story to me.
I get that, but there's a big difference between him getting $2 million a year and him getting 10, 12, 14 million.
Sure.
And that's where we're at right now, where he didn't have a choice. They picked up his team option at $2.3 million or whatever.
But why is that looked at so sideways when this entire offseason across 30 basketball teams has been about business and finances?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
But like it's not exclusive. Oh, Kings. Like, no, the whole league did this.
Totally.
It befuddled us for an entire summer.
The thing, I agree with you. I don't think Keon cares. If Keon's pissed, Keon's going to be pissed. Whether the Kings did something wrong or not. The Kings might have done this the exact business right way. You take the $2 million this year, it frees us up. We can talk about this later. That's what we're doing here. But Keon might have been like, "What the hell?" Like,
out of all of these situations, Quentin Grimes, Jonathan Kuminga, Josh Giddey is the only one who's probably cool. Josh Giddey,
even that he wanted more.
Yeah. Okay. Also, well, settle down. like, calm down. He signed a contract that perfectly fits what I think he gets on the market.
No,
maybe I think
you're right.
lower of Josh Giddey than other people do, but I feel like that's a solid deal he signed.
I agree completely.
No one else is happy.
Yeah.
Cam Thomas scores 20-something points a game. And they're like, yeah,
then we act
sorry,
like that
bro.
doesn't matter.
Like
he averaged,
Here,
I think,
bro.
2 more points a game than Zach LaVine.
oh, well, here's your $6 million or $7 million, whatever the qualifying offer is.
Yeah, and I would say this too. Like they can
Jordan
sign,
Clarkson signed a league minimum. Like that
well,
that
but
was
at
the,
like
the
33
whole
years old.
league.
At like 33, he signed a league minimum.
Is 33 geriatric?
In the NBA at this point,
How old was DeMar when he signed his contract? Now, Jordan Clarkson and DeMar DeRozan aren't the same thing, but in a different market. Doesn't Jordan Clarkson net a bigger if money was important to him? If money was a factor in what would we would consider a regular NBA market, wouldn't Jordan Clarkson net far more than the vet minimum?
well, yeah, but Jordan Clarkson did what most veterans at 33, 34 do. They go to a big market who's got a chance to win a title.
I disagree. I think they do that at 36, 37.
Some of them.
I think a lot of those guys sign contracts that like
Unless Jordan Clarkson
Man.
doesn't want to keep playing until he's 36 or 37.
we told you in the summer that Russell Westbrook was signing here.
Yes.
We gave you the definitive reasons as to why Russell Westbrook was coming here.
Yeah.
We've had it confirmed time and time and time and time again that Russell Westbrook would be a Sacramento King.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this also all summer, and guys have different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Whether those reasons are winning a championship, whether those reasons are being closer to family, not wanting to go to New York and be. Chris Paul is the greatest point guard of this generation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Didn't move his family.
Mhm.
It's like he doesn't want to do that in life anymore.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, I'll go back home to the Clippers. I just want to be close to my family. Russell Westbrook is what, 36, 37 years old?
Mhm.
He wants to be by his family. He wants to be by his business. He wants to be by the other things that we're doing. Well, he's not going to the Lakers. He's not going to the Clippers. He sure as hell isn't going to the Warriors. A couple phone calls later, he's coming to the Sacramento Kings.
Mhm.
Yep.
It's like there's always different reasons, but I feel like they're later in years than what James is saying. I think 30, and maybe this is the new NBA. Maybe this is the NBA we live in now because of first and second aprons. Maybe what you do at 35, 36, 37 for quality of life, for winning a championship, maybe you do start to do that at 32, 33 years old once that first or once that big contract runs out and you feel like, I really want to get on a contender, or I really want to be in a big market, whatever.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to be close to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ,
Why wouldn't he?
HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Like, that's it. He wants to be able to
when
get
you
in his
want
car
Kings news, you come here.
and
You come
turn
right
on
here.
98.5 FM HD2.
This is by a big fan of 98.5 FM HD2.
Dude.
I feel like he stumbled across it on accident and was like, his whole life has changed.
He did. He told me about it. I didn't even know my car had an HD radio.
So he told me that too.
I have been powering through the 1320 signal by my house for years.
Mm.
And I flip over to HD2.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear.
Oh,
I mean, the sound of James Ham's just tone through an HD radio is spectacular.
Wow.
Just spectacular.
It is spectacular. And,
did you guys hear that, by the way?
the ding?
Yeah.
You guys got that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The
I think
first
I had
one
the
was
wrong-
a little faint.
I think
Yeah,
I had the
first one.
wrong thing on yesterday, and people couldn't, the wrong output selected yesterday,
Okay.
and people couldn't hear it.
By the way,
I think.
the one time before I got the new car, I went out to Dublin. I got 1320 all the way to Dublin in the AM.
AM?
Dang.
That was that time I
Hell
went
yeah.
to the Giants game.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We talked about
Yeah.
that. Yeah, we
All
talked
the way to
about that.
Dublin. So I think I think the signing of Russell Westbrook is cool. I like it. Obviously, I like Russell Westbrook as a player. It's one of my favorite players since he's been in the league to watch. So that's dope. But I also think that he's still a real productive player. We talked about it last year during the playoffs. Nobody's blind to the fact that Russell Westbrook, at least last year with Denver, was trick or treat, was feast or famine. There didn't seem to be a lot of in between, especially in the playoffs. He was either going to be really good and an X factor towards winning, or he was going to have a rough game.
And that's perfectly fair to isolate it to the playoffs. He was feasting a lot during that regular season, and there is a very, very, very fair argument. Denver is not in the position that they were last year without Russell Westbrook.
Agreed. He was a
playoffs
he was a vital factor.
Playoffs.
For that team.
That's where I think the 36-year-old thing came into play. Like that, the depth on the Denver Nuggets, which they addressed this offseason, salute. But the depth on that Denver Nuggets team was awful, and it really boiled down to Ramona Shelburne had some sort of article on it, or this was the premise of it, as she trashed Russell Westbrook for like 17,000 words, but it was essentially Russ is literally the only one they can count on. And if it's a bad Russell Westbrook night, they're going to lose. If it's a good Russell Westbrook night, they're probably they're either going to win or they're going to have a chance to win. But a bad Russ night, you have no shot because you don't have player 7, 8, and 9 on that version of the Denver
They
Nuggets.
didn't have a lot of creators.
No, they didn't have anything.
No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you another thing that I feel like I see.
Like Michael Porter was as healthy as a San Francisco 49er.
Well, no arms.
Dang.
Well, may I videos, boy.
Something else that sticks in my mind. And you look at some of these guys that are on the Kings this year. I remember last year, before the play-in game, I was talking to somebody who would have this type of conversation with a Doug Christie. And I said, how does Doug feel right now? Like, how does he feel, going into this game? And he told me, he said, Doug, he thinks they can get it done tonight, but he's only really confident about two guys. And not about if they're good players or anything, but like we're going into a playoff situation, win or go home. I hate to overuse this word, but I need some dogs. I need some people that I know I can go on the foxhole with, and we gonna fight. He said he feels like he got like 2, maybe 2.5 of those guys right now with where their mind was at that time and what was going on. And you look at him coming back and having a DeMar DeRozan there. And he didn't tell me which guys it was, so I literally don't know. But he was just like, he feels like he's got like 2.5 guys. Sure, I won't have an answer for you.
I think DeMar is one, and I think Keon's the other.
I think DeMar is definitely one.
But I say all that to say, they're getting more and more to the point where if he's in that situation again or he's starting the season, I think that number's up to like 3 or 4 or 5 when you talk about it in a Schroeder. And now you talk about a Russell Westbrook. And Kyle, I think you pointed it out earlier. He's talked about in this preseason. We got two games that we're playing every game. The game to win the game or in the game to win the fight. We might not always win the game, but we better not never lose the fight. And I think that's the philosophy of this organization. And piece by piece, it feels like you're starting to see that they're like, this is how we're going to start building this. We need people, A, that want to be here, and people, A, that people are going to compete. I need some competitors around here. And I don't even know if Russ is, I don't know why it happened right now, but I don't think it's an overreaction to a whole lot of stuff. Because like Damian said, we've been telling you this was going to happen since the summer. It's
Mhm.
been confirmed a number of different times that it was going to happen. I
For
don't know
sure.
what took so long. I don't know why it only happened today.
Mhm.
But the fact that it happened, it got to the point where we would have been less surprised if it didn't happen
Mhm.
from all the things that we were hearing. And I
Yeah,
just think that's
More surprised if it didn't happen?
You know,
What did I
Kyle,
say?
you
More
brought up
surprised if it didn't?
you brought up the
My
point
bad.
earlier,
That's what I meant.
the reserves versus starter split.
Oof.
It's not pleasant at all for Westbrook. And you know, he started 36 games last year. He came off the bench for 39. And the games he started, he shot 50% from the field, 33.8 from three. And the games he came off the bench, 39.2% from the field. That's a huge drop from 50 to 39 and 30.8 from three. His offensive rating was 110 versus 114 defensive rating as a starter. Off the bench, it's a 98 to 116. He's coming off the bench here, at least initially.
Mhm.
So, like, he's going to have to figure out how to be impactful off the bench, which I know isn't easy for a player who started for years and years and years. But, like, if he's going to be here in Sacramento, he has got to find a way to be impactful off the bench and not just as a guy who needs to start.
It was impactful last year off the bench for a winning team in Denver. That's not nothing new to him.
No, I'm literally telling you that he shot 39.2% and 30.8% from three. He was not impactful as a reserve. He was a negative offensive rating versus defensive rating. He has a negative 18.
How many games did Russ start last year? Do you have that
He
in front of
started
you?
36. He came off the bench for 39.
And how many? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, his splits are jarring. They're jarring, like him versus as a starter versus coming off.
So
the
let's
bench.
do this then, because everyone has a better idea of what this. We know what the Kings are. You're going to act as the attorney, which you have great experience at, because of course, Mrs. Ham, attorney at law.
I'm not an attorney, but I do sleep next to one every night.
Very good. Very good. What do you do instead? If you're the Sacramento Kings, what do you do instead?
It was a good, Kyle, we had this sort of like, what would you have done differently this offseason? And I think the first thing is I wouldn't have wasted 3 months chasing Jonathan Kuminga. Like, I mean, unfortunately, because you got to the point where you didn't get him and then you didn't have someone else.
But what did they miss out on?
What did they miss out on? Well,
yeah, like you said, you wouldn't have wasted 3 months chasing Jonathan Kuminga. What did you miss during that
I
time?
didn't miss out on nothing.
Well, that's the thing. There had to have been someone else available at some point during the offseason that you could have chased instead of.
I mean, Kyle, but
I
maybe
don't know
Amir
that that's
Coffee,
true.
maybe. But that's what we talking about, Amir Coffee.
I'd rather waste 3 months on Jonathan Kuminga.
Torian Prince, that's what we talking about. And
like
then all the
Torian
guys
Prince.
that you listed the other day that are still free agents, like that's what we missed out on.
No, but 3 months ago there were players and there were potential trades and other things, and you spent a lot of time on this one deal. And again, I don't know that, again, Kuminga, if your idea this entire offseason, which I know, and I know, like the entire idea this whole offseason was sign Russell Westbrook. Tell me how an offseason where you bring in 30% shooters from three helps your team. And three heavy usage, 30% shooters from three helps you change the trajectory of your team. And that's the tough thing. Like, and you add them to the fact that Domas doesn't shoot enough. You add them to the fact that DeMar DeRozan is another 31% shooter from three. Like, this is modern NBA basketball.
So one of the ways it could help you out is, like I said, like I mentioned earlier, having somebody that Doug Christie can rely on and believe in and can put out there on the court, whether it's off the bench or starting, and believe, I know what I'm getting from them. I know the level of intensity. I know the level of competitiveness that I'm going to get from this player. That could help Doug. Number two, you've mentioned it before, Russell Westbrook is a good rebounder. I think Russell Westbrook, in certain situations, once again, we're not talking about a perfect player. We're not talking about a flawless player. But I do think he's a better defender, especially defending threes than people give him credit for. I think, and we're talking about a team that can't play defense, correct? that's bad defensively, right?
Yeah, you did not get better defensively with Russell Westbrook. And you didn't get better defensively with Russell Westbrook as a potential 3.
So
I don't think they got better or worse though.
that's what I'm saying. Like you
This
took a
doesn't
step
move
back.
the needle for me.
But I
took
don't
a step back by signing him.
No, well, I mean, we have to see how it looks on the court, but at this
we
point
can
in
say
their
that
career,
about saying that you didn't get better.
yeah, but
we can say we have to see how it looks on the court.
On the defensive end of the side,
We can't be
side of the ball,
definitive.
though.
We can't be definitive on one end, and then when I ask you the alternative, say we got to see how it plays on the court. I'm saying we need to see how it play on the court for both sides.
Yeah,
they could get worse.
I don't think that there's a sizable difference between a nearly 37-year-old Russell Westbrook defending and what we've seen from Malik Monk. Like, again, he is a much better rebounder than Malik Monk. But at this point in their careers,
but probably a better passer.
He's a better passer for sure.
He's probably better everything except scorer, because let's not pretend like Malik isn't feast or famine.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he definitely is.
The truth of the matter is, and I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm not saying this is like, this is great for the Kings. It's the unfortunate reality. You can make the argument, and Damian did earlier. I remember in the summer when we were talking about this. Russell Westbrook might be the best player off that bench right now. He might be better than all them people on the bench today.
Look might be.
Yeah, I don't think the bar is super high, so I don't hate that.
I mean, that's the real. People acting like you signed some scrub. He's better than all these. He might be better than all these people on the bench.
I don't know if it's that he's a scrub. I think there are people who are wondering about the fit when they have so many guards already.
Yeah,
sure, and that's
I think
some of the
and I don't hate that critique.
Some of the people that aren't as good as him just get pushed to the back.
I think it's Malik. You said it earlier. That's the route on the table here. This is not about Keon. This is not about Nick Clifford. This is about. I think Malik Monk is not the type of player that they want.
I don't think it's not that he's not
there.
the type of player that they want.
Then what is it?
They don't want Malik, which is not the same thing.
See,
I'm like playing with your words a little bit there, but I think you're right. Like Malik isn't the type of player. No, it's that Malik is not the player they want.
See, there's two things though that I
let me holler at Edgar real quick. We're acting like Malik Monk wasn't six man worthy. Sweetie, what year was that? Because I could also talk about Russell Westbrook's triple doubles. Yeah, he averaged a triple double 5 times. I could do that too. Yeah, but tell me what year Malik was 6th man of the year.
He should have been 6th man of the year 2 years before.
2
years in a row before last season. And then last season he wasn't eligible. Well, I don't know. They change eligibility rules all the time, I guess.
Hell, he could have won it last year with all the games he started.
Yeah.
But and once again,
exactly.
I'm not by any means saying that I know this or I'm 100% right about this. But I think I believe the issue in the minutes they're getting taken away is like Devin Carter, you got no shot of playing at this point. I think Malik Monk, while he may take a dip in minutes, I think he's still going to be out there. Once again, I think coming off the bench, Russell Westbrook is going to play a lot more quote unquote three, or you use a 3-guard lineup with Keon, Malik, and Russ more than people want to give it credit for.
And I think Russ and Keon are playing.
I do too. I think Malik is still going to play. Like I said, the numbers might take a dip a little bit, but one of the things, if you want to talk about being reactionary to something, I looked at those first 2 preseason games, and it was jarring to me, the drop off in guard play once the bench came in. Even in the Raptors game, I thought the starters were fine. Once again, I watched the game afterwards, so I didn't watch it with everybody. And maybe my expectations after reading what was going on was, one way compared to how I actually watched it. But I didn't think they played as a unit. They didn't play bad at all. Schroeder wasn't good. DeMar DeRozan didn't show up in that game. But I thought it was fine. Once you got to that second unit, they couldn't bring the ball up. They couldn't initiate the offense. Outside of Malik, there was nobody that could create anything or set anything up for anybody else. And we saw the same thing last Friday against Portland. Starters come in, play well. You get to that second unit, especially on that guard play, and things fall off. And I think more than I heard you talking earlier, Kyle, about Dennis Schroeder. I think more than anything, it was, this bench is not it. Like we need somebody that, number one, can defend and be versatile coming off the bench. and we need somebody that can at least initiate the offense while Dennis Schroeder's off the court. I think just watching the two games, that spoke out louder to me than, hey, we don't like Malik or something like that. It's like, we can't have Malik bringing the ball up, because if they start pressuring, the Raptors destroyed those guys pressuring the ball.
Yeah, but they weren't having Malik bring the ball up. They're playing Malik off ball. And
Who was bringing it? And they didn't have nobody to bring it up.
Keon was,
and that was a failure.
Yeah,
and that's not even his role.
No, I'm with you. I'm just saying that they're trying to do something where Malik is playing off ball more this year. And so that means that whoever he's playing with in the backcourt's bringing the ball up. So then that way, when the ball gets brought across half court, you're already setting screens over here for Malik to come off, and you have him in motion as opposed to
But here's what happened in that game. Keon couldn't bring the ball up. They were denying him, and the plan wasn't for Malik to bring it up. But guess who ended up bringing the ball up? Because Keon couldn't bring the ball up. Or they
was it Malik?
Yeah. They'd get it to Keon real quick. They're guarding him 94. He dumps it off to the closest guard that's to him, which is Malik, which is getting pressured anyway. They need somebody in that Keon spot. Not saying Keon should come off the bench, but Isaac Jones was also in at that point. And I forgot who the three was at that point. The maybe, as opposed to Keon having to bring it up or dish it off to Malik because the pressure is there, you got a guy like Russell Westbrook who can bring the ball up for that bench unit and set everybody up. To me, watching those two games, that was, and you guys remember I came in here and said it, right? I said I thought the second unit was very problematic.
Oh, yeah.
And it didn't get any better on Friday.
Well, but I'd also point out the second unit, I mean, the first unit on this team has played together outside of Dennis. The other four dudes have been together for a couple of years.
Now you're down to three.
Yeah. The guys off the bench, like, okay, Malik and Keon have played together, but the rest of it was kind of a mixed bag. And that's where the unstableness is. That's where you don't know who's playing the backup 4, the backup 5, the backup 3. Nick Clifford's playing all over the place. Like they're trying different things with that second unit. And I agree, it did not look good. But I also understand that in the first week of training camp, you're playing 5v5 every day. And the 5 that are on the floor are groups of 5. They're not mixing and matching.
Right.
We have this weirdness where the second unit guys all of a sudden are dropped in with a group of players they haven't played with at all in practice.
Yep. That's
so
fair.
yeah, it's a little difficult. I mean, if they're doing a full 5-man, line change and putting out the same group, and then they're not successful, you're like, okay, let's mix someone else into that group and see if they can get better. But when all of a sudden you see the 3-guard set that we talked about, the Dennis, Malik, and Keon, I don't think that group had ever played together at all one time in training camp, and then all of a sudden in a game they're there. And Doug talked about it before the game, said, hey, we're going to try some things tonight that these guys have never seen before. And that's sometimes when you try that stuff, it gets a little wonky. It happens.
The Sacramento Kings just trying stuff.
No, that's
really what it feels like. Does it not feel like they're just trying to accumulate as many players as possible to be like, hey, there's some combination in here that might work?
Well, no,
and they'll let it play out during the year.
They're trying to figure something out without they're trying to figure something out based on the players that they have and what they can work with.
Right.
Like it's like I have to. When was this? So I know this wasn't put up today. This was put up 2 weeks ago. You know who the oldest team in the NBA is?
The Clippers?
That's what I thought. It's the Clippers.
Yeah.
The Warriors are second. Anyone want to guess who's third?
Your Sacramento Kings.
Wrong. They're fourth.
No, they were fourth. Now they're third.
Okay. So I wondered if so it still works though. So Sacramento's third. Who's fourth? It's Houston. The Rockets. A title contender.
Yeah.
Who's fifth? It's another title contender.
The Nuggets?
It's the New York Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense.
And we're so fascinated by signing these old guys, and it's like, well, you've got a contender, the Warriors. You've got
sir. That's the 56-win Golden State Warriors according to ESPN. Have some respect.
So you know what? For me, you know what? I would believe that. Like, to me, it's either the theme of this conversation appears to be feast or famine. Mm-hmm. That team can win 56 games or they can win 40. Yeah. I don't think they win 36 unless you know what happens to you know who.
Don't do that to me.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hey,
Houston, a contender. New York, a contender. I mean, you have the Bucks up there. You have playoff team. Then there's Dallas, and then 22 is Denver. 21 is Cleveland.
If you were doing a draft of all these teams, where does the first Sacramento King go?
Oh, I have no idea.
I guess way.
I have,
and
no
that's
clue.
the difference.
Well, I mean, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. I don't. You've got to lay these rosters out, and I'd have to. You guys can continue to pretend that Zach LaVine sucks if you want to, but Zach LaVine is a good ball player.
Definitely doesn't suck.
Yeah, he doesn't suck. I'd even I think Brett Huff, our friend Brett Huff, captured it really well on Twitter. He said, "I for one think that signing Russell Westbrook is fun, and doesn't make a lick of sense. Both can be true."
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It makes complete sense for the way that this roster looks. If you don't like it, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes sense. They needed a player at that position. Would you have felt better if it was Malcolm Brogdon? I wouldn't have. I would have happily have thrown myself off the top of the Golden One Center if it was Malcolm Brogdon.
No. Last season they went out and they
signed. You talk about a reason someone can't stick with a goddamn roster. It's Malcolm Brogdon. Everybody effing hates him. But no. Sign
correct.
him because it's not Russell Westbrook, one of the most polarizing players in league history, for reasons known to absolutely nobody.
You're 100% correct. You're 100. That's exactly the reaction
Malcolm
would be
Brogdon.
100% different for the same caliber of player. I guess.
Maybe I'm missing.
To be clear,
maybe I'm
the guy I wanted was Lonzo Ball.
Sure,
that's who I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And when that died shockingly fast,
yeah,
it was like, oh, give me Russ then. Yeah, absolutely. Like, give me Russ.
Maybe
hold on, Amir.
Hang on.
Amir, you have no idea, sweetie. Just wait. I'm just waiting for the insiders to leave out of respect. Just wait.
Maybe I missed this because this news happened not long before our show started, and we were prepping and doing stuff. I've missed a lot of the online discourse about this. Is there a massive contingent of people that thinks this is just a god-awful, like, the season is over move?
Yeah, they think it's stupid.
No, I think there's a lot of people who are wondering what you're going to do with all of these guards. And the fact that you really, really still need to address finding his 6'7", 6'8" power forward.
No, okay, hang on. I want to. Yeah, go ahead.
No, let's just go get Jay Crowder then. If it's just getting some, you read the other day. You read the people that are available.
Well, there's somebody that has to play.
If we went and got any of those, do we feel better about the power forward position?
Russell Westbrook is a better player. A way better player than anybody who's going to be 6'7" or 6'8".
He's a way better than anyone who's available as a free agent on October 15th. He is. Yes. But I totally agree with that. That doesn't change the fact that you still haven't addressed the position of need on your team.
Yeah, but I also don't think I agree with that. But we talked about this earlier. The Kings, if you're making a priority list, backup point guard's on there. I don't think it's number 1 or number 2, but it's definitely on there. Like they didn't add Jordan Clarkson. That Russell Westbrook does stuff that can help the Kings in some way, in my opinion.
For sure.
Yeah.
For the record, I think Jordan Clarkson could have too, but for sure.
He feels a little more redundant.
Probably.
With Malik Monk
sure,
than Russell Westbrook.
Well, he's just an older version of Malik Monk.
Yeah.
Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah.
Better defender. No?
Sure.
No? Okay.
Sure.
It doesn't matter.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But so that's what I get because it's another guard, right? And that's been the thing for 3 years. Oh, the Kings got another guard. I get that, but this is a Hall of Famer who still put up 17, 6, and 6 last year, or whatever it was. He's not a bad player. He doesn't do everything the Kings need exactly, but I think there are ways that he tangibly helps.
And once again, I would urge Kings fans to step outside of themselves a little bit and think about it from a let's just say Doug Christie point of view. Doug Christie wants to compete. Doug Christie wants he wants to compete first and foremost. He wants to win. He wants to compete every single night. So he's going to be down for people that he can go to compete with. That's what it is. And I think, I'm not saying that's the only reason, but I think that's a big reason you see guys like Dennis Schroeder. You see guys like Russell Westbrook around, because Doug wants people around him in that locker room that are like-minded. And if you're not like that, then you can go somewhere else. But nobody says it's finished. Everybody's aware that they're trying to build something. And I think him and Scott Perry's way of building that is starting by getting competitive people in the building. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world.
No, I agree. But still,
length is important.
don't forget it. What do you guys got coming up on DLO and Casey?
Well, obviously, a lot of this. We'll take your phone calls too. Everybody got something to say. Everybody's got a keyboard opinion. We'll call, share it, tell us what it is. Trista, James is today's Wednesday. James is coming back. So yeah, we've got a lot ahead.
A lot of fireworks coming up on DLO and Casey for James Hamlin, Kyle Madsen, we're the Insiders. Back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Till then, drink water, be nice people. We're clear.
Roddy, that was your stupidest analogy ever. You're better than that. That was trash. You're better than that. Don't do that.
What do you say?
That dude is that dude can't even get in the league, and you trying to compare him to Russell Westbrook in this show. Don't do that.
Who was he talking about?
Fucking sorry ass former sports talk show host. He said it was the equivalent of DLO and Casey adding that guy. Oh, Roddy, come on, man.
That's disrespectful.
Nah, Roddy, nah.
That's disrespectful.
Yeah, I think Russ can still play.
Y'all run a rant. I'm gonna give you motherfuckers one. I should have gone live. I should have gone live when that tweet went up.
I didn't see a tweet.
The Shams tweet.
Oh.
The Westbrook tweet. I assume are you at home or are you coming back? Well, if you're at home, we'll get you out. If you're here, whatever.
Gateway allows you to go trade month, allows you to go and take less back, allows you to.
Well, that's ultimately, and we'll talk about that. That's ultimately what I think is happening.
Because what are you going to do in the meantime? Squeaky wheel is going to get super squeaky. All right, peace out, friends.
My man.
Thanks, Hammer.
Yes, sir. I'll let you guys know.
Why did 98 Rock just go off with no one in?
Like I talk about a lot. I think a lot of you people in the chat and on Twitter are the same people that think Zach LaVine is like the 80th best player in the league. And there's people who just view the game differently. I'm not here to say who's right or wrong, but you have different experiences. You don't go through certain experiences, and you follow people who write about the game or say sabermetrics or analytics, and they tell you Zach LaVine is the 80th best player in the league, and you're like, that's what everything goes through. The numbers say that, and all this other stuff. And there's people who see it differently and say, no, that's crazy. I think a lot of people in the chat are the same people that think Zach LaVine is the 80th best player in the league.
He looks noticeably different.
Yeah. We got him screaming DLO, KC, DLO, KC, DLO, KC, DLO. We got him screaming DLO, KC, DLO, KC, DLO, DLO. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? DLO, KC, DLO, KC, DLO, KC, DLO. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Keep it real, G. I see you, baby. Filthy McNasty. Let's go. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, October 15th edition of DLO and Casey. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Yeah, sweetie, I'm going to punch that one more time.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Peace, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
No.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Kyle Madsen, kind enough to hang out with us. Jesse Tapia still on break, still on his honeymoon. I'm talking about break. Let's take a quick second. And I purposely waited for the insiders to leave to do this because I wanted to be respectful to them. And obviously there's news that we're going to talk a lot about today, and that's Russell Westbrook signing with the Sacramento Kings. And I understand that my personality doesn't always click with everybody. And I understand that I can be an arrogant prick sometimes. Well, this is going to be one of those times because I see all of you. Not you, not the chatty house. Not even the first timers or the not very ofteners. Not you. No. But you. I see all of you. Just because I don't confront you, just because I don't live my life on Twitter, doesn't mean I don't see you. When I got alerted that De'Aaron Fox signed with Clutch, I hit up James Ham and I said, James, we need to work together on this. I just got tipped off that De'Aaron is with Clutch. This is obviously pretty sensitive because there's a lot of CBA things at play here. Can you talk to De'Aaron about this? He was like, yes, what do we know? We collaborated on this thing. It was the first story we ever broke. It was the first time we ever collaborated on something. De'Aaron was happy to confirm it, gave us a quote, did the whole thing, and we broke the story that night. And I listened how people said, oh, I heard in the barbershop. Oh, I heard this, downplaying what we do. And it's fine. It's all good. I get the game. When I heard DeMar DeRozan, so we had saw Mark Spears talking about DeMar DeRozan, and we followed that up with, and I was told emphatically, right now, this is going nowhere. The Kings are hung up on someone else. I said, do you know who? Nope, but they are hung up on someone else. They love DeMar, but this is going nowhere. Little did we know there was a deadline on that someone else. That deadline passes, and they hit the DeMar DeRozan thing tough. Who had that? We did. Who had DeMar DeRozan was in Sacramento and was going to be at the California Classic? We did. Who gave you the who, what, when, where, and how with De'Aaron Fox? 90 minutes before Shams ever tweeted anything, we told you De'Aaron was done and he wanted to go to San Antonio. There are all of these phony newsbreakers who are listening to our show talking about a list of teams and all of this nonsense. No, ho, there was one team, and we told you immediately it was San Antonio. I see and hear all of you. When Kenny Caraway came on this show during the Beam Team year and said, this team is a title contender, give me one reason why they're not. We heard all of you. We heard you on your podcast. We heard you on your radio shows. Then ESPN does something with it 3 weeks later. And now it's leading your radio show. We see and hear all of you. Oh, D-Lo's a stan, man. He loves Russell Westbrook. Ain't nothing. June 30th. Oh, that ain't nothing. You know D-Lo. He loves Russ, boy. July 2nd. Not again, D-Lo. I saw you. Not again. 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. Said it again. And now all of a sudden, everyone's shocked that Russell Westbrook is a Sacramento King. We see and hear all of you. You want Sacramento Kings games? You know where to go with that. You want Sacramento Kings news? This is where you go. We don't hedge our bets. We tell you what we know. There are a lot of well-connected people out there who love to hedge their bets because they're scared to death to be wrong. We're not wrong. Name one time this show has ever been wrong when it comes to covering this team. I'll save you the brain racking. We're not. Now, whether you like this move or you don't like this move, that's what we're going to discuss for the next 4 hours. But when you want Sacramento Kings news, this is where you go. You go to the insiders, you go to DLO and Casey, and you trust that all of this tweeting and all of this posturing and all of this stuff that these other people do, and that's all it is it's fake and it's posturing. And if some of y'all want me to talk to you to your face about it, I'll be happy to do it. But instead, I just say hello. I ask you how you're doing. I wish you the best 10 times out of 10, and I keep it moving. But don't play with me. This is what we do. Eddie Gonzalez tweeted today, Russ was signed months ago. You think that's it? Brody's in New York. Come on, man. and now. See, I should have gone live, boy. When Sham tweeted, I should, because there would have been no radio. You would have gotten one of them Mike Brown fired De'Aaron Fox rants that Chef Q is sending out to the play. Oh, you would have gotten that. You would have gotten that. I take great pride in what we do and how we cover this team. And no, we don't break every single story. No, we don't chase every single lead. But when we tell you something, trust us that we are coming from a place of sourced and educated material. Y'all would roll over in your grave if I told you who confirmed this to us a month ago. But we here. And Russell Westbrook is here. He's a Sacramento King. Now, we got to make sense of it.
That's it.
Some of y'all don't like it. Okay. But for me, the Kings needed a backup point guard. That's been glaring in these 2 games. And now they have one.
Yeah. And you got a guy. That's perfectly said, by the way. But you got a guy.
Hey, wait a second.
Oh, yeah. Cook.
I don't want that. I don't want your take to go kind of buried in that rant. No one had the Kings talk. No one was talking about Kings title contention. I saw them laugh at this thought. Saw it. Wasn't one person. It was several. But then Ramona wrote somebody, I don't know who it was, wrote something about it. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, look, the national media that we claim to not care about for 11 months, they wrote something we liked, and now we're going to lead our radio show with it. But when Kenny Caraway said it, who covers this team day in and day out, said it, he's a fan. Sweetie, get out of here. Okay. All right.
We can get.
We see you.
We can go back. We can go back a little further too on that one. And like I said, I
want a drink. That's what I want.
What we got?
I don't know. We gave all the wine away. I know. You know what? I know where to go.
Okay.
Let's get to commercial. I know where to go.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to Miller.
Look.
I know Miller got that Uncle Nearest stashed in there, and he got it stashed for me. That's my man at 50 grand. We're gonna go.
Too.
You in? Oh yeah, Kyle's in.
Man. Pour me a glass too.
Yep.
We can go a little further back on that too, because like I said, I just remember and I watch that summer, that offseason. Who was the Kings' big free agent pickup?
Malik
Monk.
Malik Monk.
Oh, and who told you
that one out?
Who told you that one was going to happen? First and foremost, it was us. It was us. Spoiler alert. Second of all, I'm telling you,
well, at 3:00, of course, because the Kings, they wouldn't negotiate with Malik Monk
right.
before 3:00
because it's only up and up.
At 3:00,
it's only up and up.
Yeah, we had that. That's what we do.
I remember all the things that was said about the Malik Monk signing. I remember it because I was the one almost on the island. I mean, you felt it too. Like you was like, nah, I like Malik. Nah, he's a good ball player.
Not like you though.
I said, nah, he's gonna be nice. I even gave you the exact scenario that was gonna happen. I said, you're gonna love him. He's gonna ball out. And because of the structure of this contract, we're gonna be freaking out after that second year because he could leave.
Yep.
And now he the one more than anybody else. When I'm outside, when people talk to me about the Kings, that's the one person that comes up every single time. We can't lose Malik. We can't lose Malik. Nah, we can't. Nah, man, that's the one. And I'm not saying it to say that I always get stuff right or that we always get stuff right when it comes to predictions of how players are. But at the same time, you guys settle down a little bit because y'all weren't thinking twice about Malik Monk. I'd say, what would you say, Dame? 85, 90% of the people that are commenting today wanted Jaden Ivey. And they still may be right. Jaden Ivey's a great ball player.
Including me.
Yeah. I wanted to trade the pick for John Collins, right?
Man.
John Collins in a pick.
Man.
So I'm not even saying it's right. But what nobody thinking Keegan Murray was how we look at him today. You haven't even seen this guy on the court with this group yet. I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't know how it's going to play out. I see the attempt by the Sacramento Kings to bring in a guy like Russell Westbrook. The logic as to why you're bringing him in makes sense for me in a number of different ways. Needing a backup point guard, needing a guy who's physical to defend out there on the perimeter, needing a guy who at this point in his career, regardless if people like it or not, does play with two other guards on the court. Whether you want to call that 3-guard or call it a small forward, call what you want. There's two other guards on the court, and he's out there, he's defending, he's out there being a productive player with two other guards out there. He can do that. He's not just a point guard. You can play Malik, Keon, and Russell Westbrook at the same time. I'm not telling you that for sure it's going to work. I'm not telling you he's going to turn this team into a championship team. But what we're saying is we see the logic, and let's see it play out. Let's see it play out. All you guys might be right. It might just be a dumb signing and not amount to anything. All y'all might be right, but don't nobody know that.
I think half, maybe more than half of being a sports fan, it's probably way more than half. Maybe it's 75% of being a sports fan is reacting to stuff that hasn't happened yet. Like that's part of I mean, the rest is obviously reacting to games, reacting to like what's actually happening in the moment. But it feels like there's far more off season than there is regular season. So you're just reacting to stuff that you have no clue what's going to happen. And look, I think it's hilarious that the team that drafted and re-signed De'Aaron Fox, the team that drafted Tyrese Halliburton, the team that drafted Davion Mitchell is the team that was desperately in search for a point guard and a backup point guard this offseason. The irony in that is not lost on me. don't mistake my love for Russell Westbrook or my appreciation for this incarnation of this basketball team for understanding that this franchise is a mess. I understand that. The difference is I think Zach LaVine is really good. I think DeMar DeRozan is really good. I love Russell Westbrook. I think Domas is really good. I think there's, again, we can talk about, if you want to skip all of this year and talk about next year and be upset about what it looks, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to tell you because I don't know what's going to happen between now and then. But if you're negative on next year, the year after that, yeah, probably right.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings need some dominoes to fall in their direction for the next few years to go well. Jonathan Kuminga could have been one of those dominoes. It didn't happen. Does that mean it won't happen in February? I don't know. I doubt it, but I don't know. But this year, I'm still of the belief they can. I don't feel particularly great without Keegan Murray, given the shortness at that position, the lack of depth at that position. But I still think these dudes are solid basketball players. Like, this isn't a Charlotte. This isn't a Washington. This isn't a Utah. I think this team is better than Portland. Mm-hmm. Like, there's a lot of basketball teams that I think Sacramento is better than. No, come on, DLO, it's about winning titles. All right, man, you're right. They're not winning the championship. Mm-hmm. This team is not built to win a championship. But I don't think they're built to win 30 games, 20 games, or whatever that is. And if that's what you want, you're entitled to feel that way. We have been over reasons why that's not going to work for this particular franchise a million times, and I don't see any need to do it again. Yeah. But they needed a backup point guard, and they went out there and got one. It's not Devin Carter. It shouldn't be Nick Clifford. Nick Clifford should be focused on, like, playing his position in the NBA. Right. And not being at net. Now we got him playing the 4, and well, we're just going to do this. Bro hasn't played a regular season NBA game, and you've had him playing like 4 different positions.
Right?
No, man, don't. That to me is a far bigger recipe for disaster than signing Dennis Schroeder or Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100% with what you're saying. Anybody who doesn't believe in this roster, believe in the signing, look, man, they're 100% fair. It's cool. It's cool. I don't think anybody on these airways right now is saying you have to agree with what we say. You know what I mean? If you think this team is trash, is no good, that's what you think. That's what it's cool.
It's funny given what just happened, but Malcolm Brogdon just retired.
He was listening to DLO.
I'm dead serious. Shams literally just tweeted. Malcolm Brogdon said, "Forget it. He doesn't want to play. He just retired."
And
spectacular timing.
That is hilarious.
Hey,
man, salute to him, man. Great career between Virginia and the NBA. Salute to him. That is funny.
Virginia, he's smart. The thing was, I always heard one consistent thing is that Malcolm Brogdon thinks he's the smartest person in every room he's entered. Y'all don't think DLO and Casey got influence?
Come on, we got motion out here, baby.
Malcolm Brogdon was like,
his agent called him and said, "Yo, Damian is gonna jump off the Golden One Center."
That's cold.
His agent or Malcolm was sitting there. He's like, "Damn, you know what? Damian's right. I'm done.
That's easy."
I'm done."
Hey, you said you'd rather have Russell Westbrook than Malcolm Brogdon, and he went, "Damn, I would too." Not saying I like it.
5 years, the greatest timing of a tweet in history. The DLO and Casey history, that is the greatest timing of a tweet.
That is hilarious.
Salute Malcolm Brogdon.
Salute to him, man. Big ups to him. But like I said, though, man, look, hey, man, you guys can feel how you feel. I do want to say, though, nobody here is claiming to tell you the truth. Don't be fooled by that. Don't be fooled by that. I know a lot of people look at like a differing opinion of myself when it comes to the Kings, or even Damian to a certain degree. I think it's purple lenses and all this other stuff. No, that's how we see what this team is capable of. I'm not telling you that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you that's how I see it. If something else happens, if it doesn't work out that way, we said a number of different times, we stand corrected.
Mm-hmm.
Stand corrected. It's all good. If I'm gonna tell you right now, if I knew everything that was going to happen in basketball, this would be a hobby and not my job, because I'd be in Reno and Vegas every day cashing out. No, I don't know what's going to happen. But the way that I see the game, I'm looking at what could happen. I'm saying I think this is a possibility. But don't be fooled by somebody telling you the truth when it comes to anything, one way or the other. How are they telling you the truth for something that hasn't happened?
Mm-hmm.
I want to remind, how are they telling you the truth when you talk about how good a team is going to be, how bad a team is going to be, win totals, all this other stuff? How are they telling you the truth for something that has not happened? That's an opinion. And you have different opinions. That's cool too.
And that's what we do.
Yeah, that's cool too.
That's
But
what we do.
it ain't. I'm not telling you anything that I'm saying about the Kings or Russell Westbrook is law and the truth. That's just how I see it and how I view it. And that's it. And if you feel differently, look, I understand why you feel differently. It's cool. It's all good.
Let's get an opinion from TC on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Early call from TC on 916-909-1320. TC, what's good?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
Oh man, it's a little pep in TC's voice.
Because listen, I gotta cut you off a little bit, D-Lo. Because I stand on it. I stand on that. I'm correct, right? And what I mean by correct, Kitty, I mean by Russell Westbrook is gonna help this team out culturally, however you want to put it, bro. In your mind, the mind check, keeping everybody's butts in line. He's going to do that. Also, he's gonna put up his points, get his assists, and carry that mantra that Doug Christie and Perry wants, bro. I don't know what Kings fans are seeing or asking for, bro. That's the question that Kings fans need to really ask. I know everybody's not right, but what are we looking for? And it's ask yourself an honest question. Is Russell Westbrook going to hurt this team, bro, or will he make this team better from a mental standpoint? Bro, I'm standing on that, bro. I love the move, and I'm not getting everybody's argument about Russell is why he's not going to help this team. What are we looking for, Kings fans? Seriously, bro. That's all I got, man.
Okay. All right.
Shout out TC. And once again, TC, that's still an opinion. It hasn't happened. He hadn't even signed with the Kings, literally. I think he intends to sign with the Kings. So we don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Once again, I don't know what is going to happen with Russell Westbrook and the Kings. I have an idea of what I think is going to happen. But I won't know till he's here. I won't know till he's in the situation that he's in, and the playing time is what it is, whether it's greater than he thought or less than he thought or whatever. There's a lot of different variables. I don't know how he's going to react to all this stuff. Is the team good? Are they competitive? Is there an injury and now he's got to play more time than he expected to or something like that? But I don't know. I think he's going to be fine, though. I think he's going to help this team out. And I can tell you the reasons why, just like TC laid out, why I think he can help this team.
But here's the thing. In Cole and Ishmael, I don't want you guys to hang up, but just hang out through the break, because if we go now, I'm going to have to shortchange you, and I don't want to do that. So Cole, Ishmael, hang on. Anyone who wants to, good or bad, get their thoughts out, do it. 916-909-1320. I think the overwhelming takeaway from all of this is Russ never mattered Russ is a very uniquely polarizing player, and that garners a reaction. But the fact of the matter is, we could talk about liking or disliking Russell Westbrook. This fan base mostly dislikes this basketball team. So Russell Westbrook, it doesn't matter. It's not that if Shams had tweeted the Sacramento Kings are signing and insert some other player, no one would feel differently about this team. Now, trading, that's an entirely different conversation, and I don't have the mental energy to work out a framework of a fake trade that would have made Kings fans happy. But if they had signed a 4, no, you wouldn't have cared. Why? You said it 20 minutes ago. Would they sign Jay Crowder? Like the list of names that James and Kyle went over a couple of days ago that James brought onto this show, no one would have been excited if the Sacramento Kings signed insert unsigned 4.
Mm-hmm.
It just happens to be Russell Westbrook, a player who already garners a lot of opinions.
Facts.
You either hate him, as many of you do, or you love him, like I do. Ishmael, Cole, you're next. Please, please don't hang up. Get in on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. We're just getting started. Trista Crick at 2, James Ham at 3, DLO and Casey, Kyle Madsen from the Insiders all day on Sacramento
Jake
Sports
Gayden here
Leader.
too today as well.
Jake Gayden here. I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew that because it's Wednesday, and we put in our notes that Jake Gayden is going to be here. Have I sent the emails out, Kyle? No. Am I going to? Yes. All of that is ahead here on ESPN 1320. Nah, I'll do it right now. I got the link pulled up. I need to set an alarm. Well, I don't. It's fucking Wednesday.
I didn't hit the Prize Picks button.
Sherlin B. Moore, what's up? What's up?
Okay.
What's going on?
We'll get it. We'll get it on this side though.
Shout out to the O's, man.
You got that when we get back?
Yeah, I got you.
Shout out to who?
To the O's, man. To the O's.
To the
No, the O's, no H.
Oh,
okay.
Well,
shout out the hoes. I was like, all right, sure, man.
Who said hoes need love too? Was that cute? Was that Boys in the Hood? Who said hoes need love too?
Yeah, that was cute. Yeah, that was Doughboy.
Yeah,
you guys,
Jake, Trista.
I know the answer to this. So 30 Rock is one of my favorite shows of all time.
Okay.
And one of the lines in there is Tracy Morgan's character, whose name is Tracy Jordan. He's telling this like profound thing, and he goes, and I'll never forget what he said to me. He said, "Freaky deakies need love too." I say that all the time to my cats.
Wow.
Just pick up my cat and I'm like, hey, freaky deakies need love too.
Steph Curry?
Yeah.
Patrick Willis?
Yeah. Gotta let them know.
Yeah.
They can be a little judgmental sometimes. Got about a minute and a half.
Deano, I think that's how you say your name. Sound like Vivek. You never know what might happen. The reason why you won't pull the plug and tank. Bro, you don't even like. You can't even put your name on anything. Like your government, your picture, nothing like that. How you gonna talk so matter of factly, and you not even willing to stand on your name, your face, saying stuff? Hell, your dollar. If you think Deano, if you think the Kings are so terrible, man, hey, go put 500,000 in Vegas on the Kings not making the playoffs. Go do it. Or do like King Voss. And King Voss says, I will buy 20 people a DLO and Casey sweater or shirt if I'm wrong on Russell Westbrook and we make the plan with him being a big part of the team. There's a lot of caveats there, so we're going to eliminate all little caveats. If Russell Westbrook is on the team and they make the play-in, you're buying 20 people DLO and Casey sweaters. I took the screenshot on the phone, so I got it.
Shout out King Boss.
Yeah, shout out King Boss.
Shout out us too. There ain't gonna be a sale that week.
No, that's why I held him to that. Yeah, you buying it from us? Oh, hell yeah.
By the way, there is new gear on DLOandKC.com.
Let go.
I don't know why I didn't wear it today. I knew the audience would be huge, but it's just a couple of things. I think y'all like it. I got it. I'll wear one. I can't wear it tomorrow, so I'll wear it Friday. I don't know. I'm curious what you guys think.
Look, man, because we got business to attend to today. Let's get this out of the way. It's Wednesday. So I'm going to get my 49ers lineup together. I'm going to get my Raiders lineup together. I'll probably get a college football lineup together. And starting next week, I'm going to have my NBA lineups going together, Kings games, all this other stuff. But I'm going to make sure this particular week, I use that max discount that they got for Steph Curry.
Gotta do that.
Half a point, put them in the lineup. It's a winner. It's a winner, right? So go to Prize.
Well, you can set a Kings lineup tonight. Kings played tonight.
Yeah, but I don't know who's going to be playing. I didn't see Lamar. I seen Dennis in the first two. I was like, I don't know. I'm going to wait until the start of the regular season, which Jalen Green will not be in that lineup at all because he ain't going to be in the lineup at all opening night when the Suns take on the Kings. But we'll get to that on opening night. But download the PrizePicks app. Put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 towards your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM. To get $50 towards your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. Oh, a two-handed windmill between the legs for WSKF. Oh, the dunk contest is amazing. It's electric here in All-Star Weekend for the IGT-BRL. Oh, All-Star Weekend is out of control.
This is embarrassing. Boy. This is the most embarrassing thing you do. And you do a rock impression. It's terrible.
It's All-Star Week. What you want me to do? He was in the dunk contest.
I don't know. Just do the read, get paid, and keep it moving.
He was in the dunk contest. I have to announce what he did in the dunk contest.
Speaking of, it's good to be right. Kyle Matson told our man Mark, our promotions coordinator, man, you should get like some DLO and Casey hoodie and jogger sets. And while I'm smart enough to not wait for anyone to do that for us, I did it. You can go over to DLOandCasey.com. We created a couple of different DLO and Casey hoodie and jogger sets that I got. I got the first one in the mail, and I think it's fire.
Okay.
I again, a person with half a brain would have wore it today. I can't wear it tomorrow because of a company event, but I'll wear it Friday, and it's not screened on. It's embroidered on. So it's not like a big giant logo. It's a little subtle logo up in the corner. We use 3 different logos. They're all embroidered. One is the off-white one.
Now. I like this.
That's on the baby blue. One is the DLO and Casey Bel Air logo. That's on a green. And then the DLO and Casey block logos that if you're watching on the screen, you see behind us. That's on like this faded black color. The material is flawed. I'm big on material. My clothes need to look good, but they need to feel great. Right. And these feel great. So that's over on DLOandCasey.com. If you want to get geared up for
one for me and
the winner. It's pretty. I'm pretty happy with how this stuff came out. I was messing around a lot this weekend. I created some wake up call merch just for Katie to like mess around with. It was all winners, man. We hit a home run this weekend. Hit a home run this weekend for sure.
Oh, there goes Malik's.
Yeah.
I'd have to get one just because he's the homie, man.
Let's see what Ishmael talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line at 916-909-1320. Ish, what's good, baby?
How's it going, fellas?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing good. So I've seen the mixed reaction to Westbrook. I think his PR has just been destroyed by Laker fans doing that. His stint in LA is really what sort of happened with his career. But I was the president of the We Should Tank fan club. I still think long-term is what we should have done, but we're living in a reality where this is our team. And above all, I'm a Kings fan, and I'm a Kings viewer of the product 82 games a year. And I'm an East Coast viewer, so these are 10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. tip-offs.
Oh, you a real one, Ish.
Where you at on the East Coast, if you don't mind me asking, Ish?
I'm just outside D.C.
Okay.
Oh,
DMV,
my man.
Stand up.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm watching the product every night. I know we're not winning the title. I know we're not tanking either. We're the third oldest team, blah, blah, blah. But you know what's going to improve this for me? I get to watch a Hall of Famer. I get to watch Russell Westbrook, who's not washed, what people are saying. He's not what he was, but he's still very effective. If you look at his logs last year in Denver, a playoff team, his per 36, all this stuff, he still can play make. He still puts pressure on the rims. And he does something that I think we've needed for years, which is he doesn't allow lulls in games. I love De'Aaron Fox. One thing Fox's offense really had a lot of was there would be these weird lulls where the energy would just sort of die. A 9-2 run is happening, and Fox would just sort of still be lackadaisical, still settle for jumpers, not putting any pressure on the rim. Westbrook doesn't allow garbage like that. Like, he's going to keep the intensity up, and it's going to make the product more viewable. He's going to get open shots for his teammates. Like, no, we're not tanking or anything. Like, it's, of course, long term it's not great, but in the short term, we are better with Westbrook. Devin Carter, not drafted by Scott Perry, not drafted by BJ Armstrong. He's not a backup point guard. Let's keep it real. It's not possible. And if he's on the court, that's bad news for his teammates too, because he's not setting anything up for anybody. Westbrook brings professionalism, he brings intensity, and he brings a level of calm, even though he plays sort of chaotically, like to the eye. He'll bring a level of calmness and stability to that position, which we really needed. And I think Malik Monk is going to get traded by the deadline. So sorry about that. I do like Malik Monk, but I don't see why anyone is like crapping on this move. It makes us a better, much, much more professional, watchable product. And my last point, Dennis Schroeder, you're not like some almighty Isaiah Thomas 1988 at the point guard position. Like, you have some pressure now, like at your position. If it was just him and Devin Carter, we would have to eat Dennis Schroeder no matter what, being our point guard every single night. Now he has someone where there could be a stretch easily where Westbrook's better than him at the point guard position, and he'll get a run. So I think it's just better for the whole team, and I'm excited to see a Hall of Famer in Sacramento.
Right on. Ish don't call often, but when he does, man, he cooks a little bit.
That's a really call. That's a really good sports talk radio call.
We'll let you rock if you're making sense.
No, even if you're not.
Well, then we'll do it as a joke.
I'll be right with you, sir.
Oh man,
length is important.
It is. It is. Oh, I'm excited to hear from Cole.
I'll be right with you.
That's
sir.
amazing. That's amazing. The dichotomy of two calls right there. Cole, what's up, baby?
What up, fellas?
We're going to that OKC game together, man. Me and you.
You already know. But this is what I'm gonna tell you. I'm going to OKC game to rock my championship tee, right?
All right, so
until Westbrook signed with the Kings. Now I'm rocking my Russ against the world tee. You know what I'm saying? I'm back to that. Like, and what even Kings fans, like, look, yeah, Russ, he's gonna have some bad game shooting. He's gonna have turnovers. That's our guy, Damian. You know what I'm saying? But he's also gonna bring the dog that the Kings have been needing, have been wanting, the fans been wanting, and everything. So I want to know, and I wish y'all could put a poll on YouTube, how many people that are dogging Russ have actually watched Russ play instead of just going off what the hell they see on social media. I'm tired of it. It's mad disrespectful. Shout out to the Brody. The Brody's here. Why not? Let's get it.
That's my man. All right, Cole.
I'm with it.
All right, Cole.
Coach said something. I'm gonna say I ain't tripping. I don't think a lot of people don't watch Russell Westbrook. They watch games.
Yeah.
I think they watch highlights. I think they read box scores. I think they read the analytic breakdown, and they listen to Zach Lowe tell you that he's no good or something. I'm not saying that's what Zach said. I'm just using an example. And that's what they base their opinion off of. Because I think if you watch Russell Westbrook play, I believe it'll be more like what we've said of him is he does some really good things out there.
Mm-hmm.
There are times when he's straight up, I'm not going to sugar, a disaster out there. You're going to get bad rests on some nights. And it's like, oh, and you know early. It's like, oh no, he ain't got it tonight. He ain't got it tonight. You got to still play him his minutes, but he ain't got it tonight. But if you watch him play, he does a lot of good things out there. A lot of good things. Whether it's finishing at the rim, drawing fouls, his passing ability. I think his defense is better than most people give him credit for. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that happened with Zach LaVine and continues to happen with Zach LaVine. There was this narrative, there was this thought that he was just this turnstile on the defensive end. And then because you were forced to watch him play a little bit here in Sacramento, it's like, he's not as bad as I thought on the defensive end. He's not Gary Payton. But when you actually watch him play, he's not a turnstile. He's just not always locked down or in the right position. Same thing with Russell Westbrook. You ain't watching him. You're just going off of what other people say about him in some highlights. And I think I tweeted it out earlier. I think there's going to be a lot of really good moments with Russell Westbrook this year with the Kings. I think that doesn't mean he's perfect, nothing like that, but I think there's going to be a lot of really good moments where like, oh man, that was fun watching Russ last night.
Yeah. I'm gonna because I knew today would be a wise day just for fun to look at mentions in Twitter. I do not own a basketball jersey
yet.
I will get a Russell Westbrook Kings jersey.
Oh, it's lit.
Under one condition.
Can we get matching ones?
Okay, two conditions. I do that. Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
station jerseys. Except James, because James doesn't wear jerseys,
and he doesn't like Russell.
And he doesn't like fun.
Oh yeah, it's a good point.
Like we don't want to do anything fun with James. James has to be give him a referee shirt or something.
Joey Crawford jersey.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. The condition was, and you two changed my mind. If we're going matchies, I get it by Sunday. I want the jersey by Sunday because Katie and I are hosting that event at the Westfield Galleria at Roseville. Kings tip-off. Keon Ellis is going to be there. You could come through. The event is completely free. You can meet Keon Ellis. You can ask Keon Ellis all of these questions that you want to ask him. He's going to be there. Katie and I are going to be hosting. It's going to be an amazing event. It's always an amazing event. And we encourage you to come out 2:00 on Sunday at the Westfield Galleria at Roseville. And right now, I've got my Actively Black Kings joint. I'd really like to throw a Russell Westbrook jersey over it if I can.
Definitely go down to the Roseville Galleria on Sunday. Check out my people. You know what I'm saying? They gonna have it. They gonna have it live out there at the Roseville Galleria. But the killer is, I don't think it's gonna happen by Sunday.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Because number one, literally he hasn't signed yet.
Right.
Number two, it's gonna be a different number, I think.
Yeah, and it's got to be at the only place to get it would be the team store. It's going to be difficult, but if I can get somebody in that organization who is listening, and you don't have to pretend like you're not.
You definitely are.
They literally told us you are. Help us out. One jersey, one day. You get doesn't even have to be his number.
Right.
Like just make it a 0, put Westbrook on the back.
Right.
And then that could be it.
That's it.
Also, if you get the Ann Fong patch on there, I need that.
Well, bonus points if you could throw in the Ann Fong patch.
So I went to the Kings team store.
Can you hold that thought? We should probably go to commercial.
Oh yeah, probably.
It's DLO and Casey on ESPN 1320. Don't forget that thought though.
Sacktown Tony, love you guys, but quote, you disagree with me. You must not actually watch this pretty weak argument. No, it's not disagreeing with me. It's the fact that you're wrong. You can disagree with me and be right. And I'm not talking about you specifically because I don't really know how you feel about Russell Westbrook and all this other stuff. If you disagree with me and you are like right, like I see what you see, like I see the things and you know, we both understand the game at a certain level, and I see like, nah, like you're wrong. I don't think he's capable of this, or you know, this doesn't help or whatever. That's cool. But when you're wrong or you're just inaccurate with your assessment, that's when you need to watch more. There's people that I have conversations with every day that watch the game as much or more than I do, who understand the game on a level that I do, or see the game the same way that I do, that disagree with what I say. I have these conversations all the time with my man Alan, the Bears fan. We don't always see eye to eye, but at the very least, I know the conversation we're having is coming from a certain place, not from just watching highlights. If you watch the Nuggets, look, I'm going to tell you right now, if somebody calls in from Denver who watched Russell Westbrook for 82 games and tells us, nah, DLO and Casey, I disagree with you because this, I'm going to like listen to them. They watched the man for a whole year, and they know his flaws and his strengths and all this other stuff and how it affects the team. I'm going to listen to them. I may disagree with them. They may disagree with me, but I know that's coming from a place that they actually watched the man play as opposed to highlights and what they heard on podcasts. So don't do that. Don't do that because I ain't myself or Damien. We ain't never done that whole thing of you disagree with me. You need to watch the game more, bro. We ain't never done that. Don't start that shit.
Watch more games, bro. Man, shout out Warren. Warren already copped his hoodie.
Man, shout out.
It's pretty dope.
Warren.
Pretty dope. Wait till Delivery Joe catches up. Delivery Joe out there doing his work. Wait till he finds out. Russ Dog said, where in the mall on Sunday is the Sacramento Kings thing going to be at? It's called Center Court. You won't miss it. It's right near the promenade where Q1227 and all them spots are. If you walk in, you'll see Kenny's favorite Gucci store, the Louis store, the Coach stuff. It's like right in the center circle of that.
What? That's crazy, bro. I've never bought anything out of those particular stores at that location.
Hey, you were trying to make a point before I rudely interrupted you. Man ain't listening to a word I'm saying. It's okay.
Sorry, I'm locked in.
No, that's good. I got you. You were trying to make a point before I interrupted you before the break.
Oh, no, I was not. I was making
weren't.
a joke about Anfong patches on jerseys.
Oh, I thought you were following it up. I'm sorry. I didn't realize we were following up the joke. I thought you were following
Oh,
up.
no, I don't have anything serious to say.
Okay.
Good Lord.
Very
What do you think this is?
The serious hours are over.
Yeah.
That's
That's 12:31.
Kyle's not off the clock, but he's very much off the clock. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
If you want the Anfong jersey on your patch on your jersey, you got to order it after October 24 from the Kings team store. So it's not going to work for Sunday, unfortunately.
Well, I don't mind not. I just want the Westbrook jersey in time for the event. Again, the likelihood. Today's Wednesday. It's almost impossible.
Even if it gets announced tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, like that's a quitting.
Announce it today.
They're not going to sign him until tomorrow.
Huh?
They're not going to sign him until tomorrow, though.
Why?
Because that's what James Ham said.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, there's a game tonight. Sign him today. I don't know. Whatever. All right.
Yeah, Russell Westbrook coming through the tunnel tonight at the game. Not like us playing.
Jesus, they're gonna play not like us again.
The first thing I saw
Now
in the
I feel like Steph Curry. Like, could you just play something else?
The first thing I saw in the chatty house today was like, no, the pop out concert really means something. Like, no, it doesn't.
Yes, the pop out concert
Now
means something because DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook are here. Very good. Very good. Next, we're going to get LeBron James, and we're going to have to pretend like he's not here. Just like we have to pretend like he wasn't at the pop-out.
Just sign Kendrick Lamar. Can he play the 4?
Kendrick Lamar is way too short to play the 4.
We can try.
He is way. SZA might be more physically equipped to play the 4 than Kendrick Lamar is. There'll be a line of people signing up to guard her, too. Boy, I wish those bottles of Baker family wine were still in here.
Oh, yeah, when we supposed to get a little taste?
I was. Well, we were running out of time, and, like, the commercial break was coming to an end. I'll just text Miller. I'll just text him. Like, it's weird. Super weird. Text the market manager. Hey, bro, could you bring that Uncle Nearest into the studio right quick? Kenny and I want to get a little.
Hey, we're trying to drink on air.
We're trying to get a little. Like, let's not pretend it's frowned upon now. We celebrated by pouring a glass before the show started a couple weeks ago. Like, let's do that. But we took all the Baker family wines home. Otherwise, we'd be pouring that right here. We drank couple bottles with Dusty himself and our man Chick. He's the true winemaker. These two collaborate, and they make the absolute best handcrafted small lot wines, and they do it right here in our city of Sacramento. Remember when they said we was all about Sacramento?
That's right.
And they thought they was insulting us. We definitely are, man. And we rock with people like Dusty Baker and Baker Family Wines because they are Sacramento. And that tasting room is in West Sacramento. And y'all got to go try it, man. It's an amazing place to hang out. And the wine is spectacular. Try the rosé. It does not miss. You can go to bakerfamilywines.com. Right now, you could join Dusty's Clubhouse. You'll get news on exclusive releases. You'll get news on specials. And when all of the new season of wine comes out, you'll be the first to be alerted. Again, go to bakerfamilywines.com to be a part of that. And big thanks to our man, Dusty Baker. We have our biggest, essentially, the company's WrestleMania is tomorrow. And one of the big prizes is an autographed bottle of Baker Family Wine from Dusty.
Nice.
And there is a constant, yes, he is, no, he isn't, yes, he is, no, he isn't, as to whether Dusty's going to be here. And everybody is really hoping Dusty Baker is going to be here because every time he walks into this building, everybody lights up.
That's my guy right there.
So I'm hoping Dusty pulls up on us tomorrow for Odyssey's WrestleMania.
That is my boy.
All right, man. Trista Crick coming up at 2:15. Jake Gayden coming up in about 20 minutes or so. We'll get Jake's thoughts. Well, I not as a joke. I want to ask Jake about his thoughts on his Patriots.
Yeah, man.
And Drake May and the way that those guys are playing. Then, of course, we'll get his thoughts on Russell Westbrook and the Sacramento Kings. I saw Good Kid, Dad City in here. I should have starred the message. I apologize for not doing it. Shout out to everybody here who's in the chat, by the way.
Big ups. Appreciate you.
All of the people watching on X and everybody watching on YouTube right now. We appreciate you and agree or disagree or happy or upset about the signing. We appreciate you coming here and sharing your happiness or sharing your frustration. Sports talk is talking with you. It's not just talking with me and Kenny or me, Kenny and Kyle, or me, Kenny and Jesse or whatever. It's just all of us converging and sharing our opinions and sharing our thoughts. And it goes almost certainly without saying, I'm thrilled Russell Westbrook is here. I tried to make the point that this is a need for the Sacramento Kings. They needed a backup point guard. But you can also ask the question of what does this do for the Sacramento Kings and their win-loss total? And whether it's 36 wins or 44 wins or wherever you think that they'll fall, where does this weigh into that? It doesn't. I just don't know that it does. I thought higher of Sacramento than most everybody except for you. And I thought they were in the range of 43, 44, 45. I feel worse about Keegan Murray being out in that win total than I do better about Russell Westbrook signing here. I think it helps. I do think it matters. I think it matters for cohesion. I think it matters for guys playing their natural position. And I'm hoping that leads to an uptick in wins. But one way or another, I don't think it's a big needle mover in that sense.
Right.
And it doesn't matter to me that it's not. It's a vet minimum contract. Like from a removing the honor to gift hoodie in the Russell Westbrook fandom, it's fine. Like it doesn't affect anything.
Right.
They had the money. It was nominal dollar. It's fine.
The other aspect of that too, and because I agree with you 100%, I'm not changing how I feel about this team because they signed Russell Westbrook. I don't think, they're gonna get
yes, no, thank you. Just doing a radio show here. Acrobat reader.
I don't look at this like, they're gonna add 7 wins to their win total because I think it'll help more than it'll hurt, but I don't think it ultimately is going to change who I think they're going to be as a team. You made a great point.
Thank you.
I think not having Keegan Murray for about a month or so kind of affects that. Once again, I think anybody that did feel like they could get to that point total of 42, 43 assumed health. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, oh yeah, even if Keegan and Zach and Sabonis go down, they're still going to win. Nah, talk about what these teams could do. Any team, assuming health and not having Keegan Murray there for a month or so is going to be felt. And, that's got to be taken into consideration moving forward. But the Russell Westbrook signing itself, it doesn't make me feel differently about where I think this team could potentially end up.
I know this bothers Kings fans a lot because of the loss of Keegan Murray. And the loss of Keegan Murray is accentuated by the already known and understood lack of depth at that position. And I don't know how many times I don't think it matters how many times we say it. I feel like we have to keep saying it. Like, from a realistic free agent standpoint, stay off the trade machine for now, because there's so many. They just signed 6 months, this date, that date. Stay off the trade machine for right now. Realistically, what are you going to do about that right now, today? And I don't think there's a good solution. I don't think, again, Russell Westbrook, the signing as a basketball, not really moving the needle one way or another. Okay. You go find that, quote, depth at the 4 position. The same thing is going to be true. You might find players marginally better than what your options might be right now. And this is speaking from someone who has no clue what the options are. It's some form of Eubanks or Maxime Reynaud and Domas playing together. It's some form of working with I don't want to call it an ultra small lineup, but a smaller lineup. That's essentially what we're talking about. I'm sorry to keep using the same. Is Jay Crowder better than any of those options? I like Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder didn't even play here last year when he was extremely effective the first time he stepped on the floor. Straight out of Timberlands, didn't even dress at shoot around. Started that game, for God's sakes, and was terrific. But he never, I don't think he literally never played again. It sure as hell felt like he never played again. I don't know that the Kings' options in-house are worse, are any worse than that. It's just kind of, they're in a tough spot. You can argue whether they did enough to address it in the offseason, and you could absolutely make the argument that they didn't. It's where we are. Yeah. It's just where we are.
And this is...
Russ is playing the 4, so just deal with it.
Well, look, though, during the break, I was talking to Sacktown Tony, who's our guy who's been listening and supporting us for a long time, so it's not personal or no situation. But he got upset that I talked about people who disagree with us and tell them to watch basketball more. And that, number one, it wasn't the case at all. Like, just because you disagree with me doesn't mean that you should watch basketball more. There's people who watch a lot of basketball who I disagree with. It's perfectly fine. But this is where I will tell people, before you're so loud and boisterous about your feelings, maybe you should try to understand what's going on in the league, what's going on in the game a little bit more. And yeah, maybe watch a little more basketball. Listen to some people outside of analytics guys and guys who actually play. Because I say that
nerds.
I say that to say there are scenarios where Russell Westbrook is guarding 3s and potentially 4s with the way the game is playing right now. And once again, somebody said it earlier, maybe it's easier to digest if you just say small ball lineup or 3-guard lineup instead of calling them a 3. But if you watch, there's plenty of times when he's, however you want to say it, the small forward or part of a 3-guard lineup. He can defend those guys. Certain guys, not all of them. But once again, he's not going up against LeBron all the time. And this is what you guys got to understand. Sometimes if Russell Westbrook is out there and there's a guy, say we have the Clippers, they're playing the Clippers, and you're asking him to guard Derrick Jones Jr., Derrick Jones Jr., they're not going to start running the offense through him because he's 3 inches taller than Russell Westbrook, and it's going to be a matchup problem. Like, that's not how it works. He's still going to play his role, and because his role is minimal on the offensive end, you can get away with a guy like Russell Westbrook guarding a quote-unquote 4 or a 3 or something like that. But these are the things that you guys got to understand instead of just looking at the name position of a player and the 3 to 4, all this other stuff. Matchups, different matchups from different teams dictate what you can and can't do when you are trying to match up with those teams sometimes. And that's all I'm saying. It's not across the board that it's going to be fine for him to play the 3 or sometimes a 4, but sometimes you can.
Here's the thing, Casey. There's a lot of people who might just listen to this and go, "Man, Casey's full of crap. You don't know what he don't know what he's talking about." Do you know who said something very similar to what you just said like a day ago? Doug Christie. Like we played, like that was part of the clip we played on the show. It was the day I said, I don't think Doug had right. It was the first day after the Keegan. I don't think it was Sunday, so it must have been Monday.
Yeah.
Doug was like, it's, you got matchup base, you small, and he lays out like 4 scenarios, and we hit pause on the clip and immediately came back and goes, I don't know if Doug knows what they're going to do yet. And like, I'm sure he has like 5 scenarios in his head for today. And I'm confident today he knows exactly what he's doing. But then he laid out all of these different scenarios that I mean, I could dig through the clip and find it. It's literally what you just said. He essentially said the absence of Keegan Murray is going to create a lot of matchup based situations for us. That's where he was mentioning because I think Hammer asked him Dario. He was talking about Dario and talking to him off the side of the court, and he was talking about what a pro Dario Saric is. Drew Eubanks came up in that conversation. He mentioned Max. He talked about throwing Neek out there in the rubber ducky line or whatever. That was all the same day. And everything you just laid out is what Doug said in a different way on Monday.
Right.
Matchup based assignments that there's going to be, and I know we want like if Dennis goes out, Russell Westbrook steps in. That's easy to figure out. Zach LaVine goes out. Malik Monk likely steps in. Keon Ellis steps in. Like there's not a lot of imagination used there. Keegan goes, and I think that makes people comfortable. Like when De'Aaron was out, Malik Monk is starting. That made people comfortable. When you lose a player like Keegan Murray, or you lose a player where there's like we saw this with Domas, like Alex Lynn would start, but then he wouldn't before, Valanciunas was here. You'd see kind of like a mix mash of let's just try to figure out how to get through this. That's what Keegan is going to be. It's going to be patchwork. It's going to be what works best against Phoenix, what works best against Utah, what works best against the LeBron-less Los Angeles Lakers. And like Doug and his staff and his front office, they're going to have to do this every single game until Keegan is back. It's not comfortable. It's not fun, but it is reality. And I doubt we see a reserve one as the King starter for the next 4 weeks. I don't think that's what we get. I think we get Dario, Nick, we get exactly what Doug told us, exactly what you just laid out. We get a variety of different things over the course of the next 4 to 6 weeks, starting tonight, continuing on Friday. I doubt we see something tonight and see the same exact thing Friday.
Right. And that also comes when you don't have like nobody has a perfect roster, but when you don't have a good enough roster, when you don't have guys waiting in the wings to just fill in for a Keegan Murray when he goes down or something like that. Yeah, it turns into a matchup situation. Like if you had just throwing out a name, if you had Nas Reed as the backup behind Keegan Murray, Nas will just slide in and start.
Perfect. Yep.
Like we don't have to mix and match. But when you have a roster that's incomplete or a roster that's flawed or doesn't have all the components to it, that's when you do have to get into your bag of looking from game to game, watching different matchups and seeing what you can do to survive until that guy comes back. I remember I saw something, forgot where I was watching. It was probably somebody's podcast or something like that. But this is what coaching is to a certain degree. They were talking about Ty Lue in Cleveland. I think the year they won the championship.
Okay.
And he was saying something about how Ty Lue went up to Channing Frye, went up to like Richard Jefferson, and was like, "Yo, Rich, I'm just telling you right now, like, this ain't the series for you. Like, you ain't playing. It's just not the series. We don't have the matchup. We got a better matchup here. They like to do this rotation that they have. It works better if Channing Frye's out there. You ain't gonna get no minutes."
Mm-hmm.
And then sure enough, like, he didn't really play a whole lot that series. They advanced to the next series. He was like, "All right, Richard, this one's more for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, get ready, get your mind right, because you're gonna be in the rotation here." And that was on the highest level. That's with a championship team. That's with in the highest moments of the playoffs, where sometimes coaches and organizations look at it like, we got to go with what makes sense, what works best against this opponent. It's not always the case, but sometimes you got to do that. And the Kings on a very lower level, because they don't have enough good players at that position and they're dealing with injury. Yeah, they may have to do that from game to game. Doug may have to do that from game to game based on the matchups like you just talked about.
Yeah, it's and this is part of the angst that Kings fans are going to feel. There is no comfort to this roster, right? There's no security blankets. There's no, well, it'll be okay because of this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people last year, at least through the second, maybe, I think following Doug's start, felt like, you know what, we'll get through this because we got Doug. And I was one of those people. I still am one of those people. I am a believer in Doug Christie. I'm a believer in people who work as hard as he does. I'm a believer in people who know the game the way that he does. I'm a believer of people who pour their all into. That man took job after job after job he didn't want.
Mm-hmm.
He was great at all of them because of the amount of work he put into it. That's this. And there's only so much he could do with the roster that he has, which goes back to, I think, people's biggest frustration with both of us is we don't think this roster is trash. Does the roster make perfect sense? Maybe not.
Absolutely not.
But, yeah. But some good ball players on here.
Yeah.
Let's see what Tom's talking about. We don't get a lot of Toms calling DLO and Casey.
Yeah, man. Let's see what Tom talking about.
Tom, what's good, baby?
Why don't the Toms call you?
I don't know.
I don't know. Why don't you
so
call
why don't
us
you
more?
talk to the other Toms?
I'll have to check that at our next meeting.
Thank
but,
you. Thank
anyway.
you, brother. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
They're right after that. It's the same room that the Kyle meetings are in.
Hey, that's a good meeting also.
Yeah, it is. Madsen, Shanahan, it's great stuff.
So I wanted to tie, you mentioned a lot of these things. I want to kind of tie them together. So my topic is finding a four. And you're right that if you, Jay Crowder's not the answer. Looking at, at the free agencies right now, there's nobody there. I don't think anybody would say there's somebody there that we need. So I think looking forward, it's a matter of whether it's the next couple weeks or whether it's the trade deadline. We got a lot of guards. So let's turn some of those guards into a four that we think is going to be with us for, a few years, and away we go. Mm-hmm. Looking back, so if you look at some of the frustration, we go to the games, and my son and I, for years, a lot of screaming and yelling, we need a four, we need a four. Yeah. We've been saying that for 3-4 years. And maybe you could have got somebody else 3 months ago. James Ham mentioned it. It's, if we're not wasting our time with Kuminga, could we have gotten somebody else? Okay, that's part of the frustration, but it's in the past. So I'm looking at two things. I'm not a Westbrook fan, but yes, he'll bring all the energy and all that. So I'm looking at it as maybe this is a way for Doug to say, I got 6 guards, and I'm telling you, you're all going to pick up 94 feet, and you're all going to play 10 minutes. And whoever doesn't like that doesn't like it. And 1 or 2 of you are going to be gone at the trade deadline anyway. So let's go, and that will make up for our depth and our size and everything else on the back end. So that's the way I'm looking at Russell Westbrook. I hope he doesn't slow down the development of a couple of the younger guys that I hope are guards here for a long time. So I hope they, have got that part figured out.
I hear you, Tom. I don't think he's going to. I think Keon. I think Keon's probably the most prominent person you're talking about. He's not. I believe he's going to play.
I think so too.
Tom, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say this. Tom said, and Tom speaks for a lot of people that listen to the show, that tweet, that comment, and all this other stuff. We got a gluttony of guards. We needed a 4. Why didn't they do something over the summer?
Mm-hmm. Kyle's just trying to do every time Kyle takes his headphones off and turns around, something we call him. Kyle, help.
What position? You watch the Warriors. What position would you say Jonathan Kuminga plays?
Man, that's tough. Probably the 3-4 typically.
Yeah,
not the 4-3.
Not the 4-3. No, 3-4.
And they tried to trade. They tried to trade who to get a guy that potentially could play the 4. Tried to trade guards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's like, that's what they should have done this offseason. Well, that's literally what they were trying to do.
Yeah, which is why. Sorry, Kyle, go ahead.
You go, because my thing is different.
Okay.
Well, why don't both of you guys go? Oh no, we got Jake coming up.
You know what? Who cares? We'll come back.
All right.
Who cares what you think? Who cares what I think? I only care what Jake Gayden thinks. So we'll come back. Jake Gayden with us. Tris is with us. And I guess all that matters is what Kenny thinks. It's DLO and Casey on ESPN 1320. What's up, buddy? Hey, don't forget to turn the blur feature off when you're done.
I only care what Jake Gayden thinks is going to be the show title.
I like it. There you go.
I like that. Hey, did you guys get a new background? Like a new poster thing behind you?
Like a month ago.
Yeah, a while ago.
Wow. Jeez Louise.
I'm just noticing that. My bad. Hey,
Yeah.
Dame, is your biceps really that big?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's part of the
that's
reason
facts.
I picked that picture is because
Is it really? You sure that's not airbrush? No AI?
my
kind of thing?
hold on, my bad. Which one? Hold on, where are
Kenny,
we?
can you also move your
My
camera?
arms
There
look
you go.
incredible. Yeah,
So
that's
you're
That
100% the reason I picked that picture.
I need to get on the Damian Barling lifting schedule. All right. No
You
5
can-
a.m. workouts, but I still
can
need
do
to get on that.
Nah,
That's-
5 a.m. is the only way it happens, man. It's the only way.
Guys
Come
are
on, Jake.
wonderful.
You walk right in from Tiger and change your clothes and we'll work out.
Sounds good. All right. It's actually the Mix. It's my new spot.
Oh, okay. Okay. I
Shout
heard
out
they
to Nick.
switched it up. Yeah.
Some new stuff. Shout out Taco Tuesday. Shout out John Bull in here. I see John Bull. John Bull, we see the same damn thing.
I didn't see what John Bull saw.
Well, he was just talking earlier. Or just somebody just thirsty. Just thirsty.
Guys, I got some background on Russ, by the way, if you want to tap into that.
Yeah, sure. Why was I mad? When? Oh. No, it's just it's what I said. Like, I see everything. Like, I hear everything. I hear the people who very subtly try to diminish what Kenny and I are doing. I hear that. And that's all it was. Like, we have been emphatic that Russell West, it was just like I said, I'm going to be an arrogant prick for a second and remind you that we don't jump on every report. But when we report something, we're not wrong. That was just the whole point. And people spend time telling their audiences that we're wrong. that was my thing. People, a lot of them, people who like, yeah. Here we go, Jake. All right, man. Real quick, before we talk to our man Jake Gaden, I want to remind everybody, and we'll remind you again, Kenny Caraway is going to be out at Bar West today with our man Coach Brennan and Marion. The Coach's Corner is tonight at 7 o'clock, right here on ESPN 1320. So if you're not going to the game, go to Bar West. Hang out with KC and
man. It's a good time.
Coach Marion and the Sac State.
It's homecoming week too, so the pageantry of homecoming week starts. It probably started yesterday, but let's say it starts tonight with the Coaches Corner.
Pageantry is a word for it. Real quick, before we talk to our man Jake, can we show some love for our girl Rachel?
Hey,
this is
what up, Rachel?
So Rachel and I, Rachel's one of those people where like she's here in Sacramento, one of the best photographers, and we worked with her, and a lot of the pictures that you've seen us do on social media were taken by Rachel. A lot of the stuff the company uses for us was taken by Rachel, and every time it's like, hey, happy birthday, hey, whatever. She always reminds me that she's watching. And I just love that so much.
Yeah.
Like she's obviously she's in San Antonio. She's doing amazing things out there with De'Aaron and the crew out there. But it just means the world to me that Rachel left. And is still tapped in with us.
She's
I just love
cool
that
too.
so much.
She just had a birthday.
Yeah, not that. No, it was a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it was last.
So happy belated birthday again, man. She hella dope, man. Like you said, a lot of the pictures that you see, DLO and Casey, man, was
and this is the truth be told, this is why I'm gonna hold a vendetta against De'Aaron forever.
Facts.
Rachel. Yeah, he could. I don't care what he says about Sacramento.
With that.
Yeah,
he went too damn far.
Like, hey, you could say whatever you want to say to whoever you want to say to. I want Rachel back, but we lost Rachel, and she's doing great things out there in San Antonio. So, Rach, thank you as always for not only watching but reminding me that.
She's having fun going on the Riverwalk. Sounds like a blast.
Don't do that. You ain't even been there. Don't do that.
Go to the Alamo,
Don't do
Rach.
that. Don't do that.
Go to the Alamo. It's lit.
Jake, you been to San Antonio?
I have multiple times.
Did you enjoy it?
It's actually my favorite city in Texas. No joke.
Wow.
No, hold on. It's better than Austin.
Okay, so I went to Austin fun, but I went to Austin for other reasons, right? So if I'm saying like I love Austin, and I think Austin's a really fun like party city, but like I go to Austin, I've gone to Austin twice, one to cover a UT game, and then two for a bachelor party. It's fun for those reasons and whatnot. Like if I want to see oh God, what just happened? Did we just go black?
No.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Well, compared to some of the other shows you do, yes, you did. But we're here.
People say at the station every day at noon.
My screen went crazy for me on a second. God dang.
That's your new transition, by the way. DLO and Casey, we're going black next year on ESPN 1320.
Screen went black on me for a second. My bad, fam. Yes, I've been there. It's fun. Great rooftop bars out there. Can I add to the Rachel love for 30 seconds?
Jake's definitely gone black, by the way. Like Joe, Jake's. Go ahead, Jake. Talk about race. Go ahead, Jake.
Just want to say, for a person that's who understands grinding up from absolutely nothing and having to make your name for yourself and do something for yourself, and started at UC Davis as I believe she was on the gymnastics team or something like that. Started her own portfolio and grinded her way. Just like if anybody wants to see what it takes to make it in this business and the sacrifice you have to say, you have to do, go to Rach. That girl grinding her way up to where she's at right now. And like, I'm like you guys, she's taking photos for me at CBS 13. She is like the star of the show here in Sacramento. And I will never, ever, ever, ever be okay with her leaving with the Fox family.
Agreed. And shout out to San Antonio too. I've never been there. Like I'm the type of person, I have a good time in Bakersfield. It really don't matter. Like I go
would never go to Bakersfield.
You over here trashing San Antonio, and you're on your way to Bakersfield.
I'm saying, well, actually, it's a little bit of a backhanded compliment because I'm saying I could have a good time in Bakersfield, and I'm comparing Bakersfield to San Antonio. But I could have a good time anywhere. I have a good time anywhere.
I can. I've been to some trash cities before. Just let me go to my room and go to sleep. I was gonna go to bed.
I'd have a good time anywhere,
man.
To
do this.
I may be out longer in other places.
Yeah, spend a week.
Some
spend a week in Auburn Hills and tell me that you have a good time.
Spend a week in Midland, Odessa. I spent 2 years there. Never going back.
Detroit is not close to Auburn Hills.
I can get there.
You could.
They got a Chili's.
Truthfully, bro, I don't remember. All I remembered was land. You talk about a cow town. If the airport was in Auburn Hills, it'd be like, where the hell are we?
Damn. Well,
yeah, not pretty. Okay, let's start with, not start. That ship has sailed. Russell Westbrook is the Sacramento King. Jake, I hate to. Your thoughts?
I think it signals a couple of things, guys. I think first off, it signals that they've gone through training camp, and Scott Perry firmly believes that they didn't have a backup point guard on the roster. And they saw what Malik had done. They have seen what Devin had done. And they've seen what Keon had done, and said, you know what? If Dennis Schroeder gets hurt, God knows, at any time this season, I don't know who's going to really back him up. And I think they sat there and said, you know what? We don't have a true point guard in the roster, and none of those 3 guys that I just mentioned can do it. That's 1. 2, I think that Russ brings the 6 intangibles that Scott wants on this roster. He wants toughness, physicality, professionalism, and I think those are the pillars that he wants this team to be known by. Third and foremost, I think it's because, Russ is here because he has the relationships with the players already on the team. I think if you heard what Dennis Schroeder said this morning, he's a close friend of Dennis. DeMar loves him. Zach loves him. Domas loves him. Those are your 4 main guys that you're going to lean on, and your leaders of this team that are saying, bring this dude in, you're going to do it. Now, my question was, hey, where does that mean for the rest of the roster? And I think you guys kind of touched on it. I think Devin Carter, I think his minutes are gone, quite honestly. I think now you play Russ alongside Keon or Malik, but I think each night one of those 2 might not be getting their full, allotment of minutes. I also think it's going to be a lot of game plan based every single night. Like, Russ will be the backup point guard. So if you think that his minutes are going to be chopped, they're not. They'll be there consistently each night. I think what that means is for the guys like Nick Clifford, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, whoever you play as the backup 4, those are the numbers that are going to be different each night based on the matchup you're playing. Can you play small ball? Okay, then maybe you play more guard heavy. But if you're playing a long, lengthy team like like a Clippers team tonight, right? You're going to see guys like Keon, and you see guys like Malik probably get their minutes chapped because of that.
You mentioned Neek, and that's one direction I was going to go to. He may not. Let's just say, for instance, he was going to play 22 minutes a night. I'm just throwing out a number. With Russ there, that 22 might turn into 15 a night. And until they can balance out the roster a little bit more and clear up some of the logjam there, I think his minutes might be the one that get cut down as well. I think you're going to see a lot of, the second unit's in there. It's Malik, Keon, and Russ. Like, I understand why people think Malik's minutes might get cut into, and they probably literally might, but I think he's going to play with Russ in that second unit more than people realize.
I agree. I think also, though, again, it's matchup based. If they need a better defender, a better defense out there, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Neek getting it over Malik, just because of Neek's skill set defensively over Malik's skill set, especially if it's a longer wing or a bigger forward team.
What do you think we see tonight when Doug has to throw a lineup out there on the floor, figure out a rotation? Like, we've only got 2 preseason games left. We talk about dress rehearsal. Like, the Kings need to have a dress rehearsal, probably got a little bit more urgent with the loss of Keegan Murray, because it's not just the starting lineup you have to figure out. It's the closing lineup you got to figure out, and maybe it'll be situational along the way. But your whole whatever idea Doug had for the construction of substitutions died last weekend. And now you've got to figure something else out. Of course, you got Russell Westbrook coming in here. He won't play tonight. We'll see what happens on Friday. But what do you think we see tonight after hearing from Doug the last couple of days?
Clunkiness. And I think you're going to see a lot of mismatch rotations that he's going to be tinkering with and testing. He revealed a really interesting quote yesterday, and shout out to our guy Jeremiah who asked this. They asked, do winning preseason games matter to you? And he said no. I've seen teams go 0-4 and make it to a conference championship. I've seen teams go 4-0 and lose 15 games. So I think winning and losing is not what he's looking for tonight. He's going to see what works, and especially in chunk plays. So in 4-minute stretches and 8-minute stretches, and see what combination works. And I think, a Clippers team that you're going to see tonight is going to be a great barometer of what you might see around the NBA this year in terms of the length that they'll face tonight. So a lot of clunkiness. I think you're going to see a lot of surprising lineups. I'm intrigued to see who actually ends up starting at that 4 position tonight, but I'm even more intrigued to see who ends with it, right? And I think it's much more important who ends the game there than who starts the game there. I won't be looking at minutes. I'll just be looking at combinations. But clunky. It's going to be clunky tonight. I think it's a testing period, and then they're going to try to implement a plan for the first 5 games and see how it goes. So I think it's not going to be a finished product within the first week of the regular season or the first 2 weeks. I think they're going to be testing this until Keegan comes back. I am intrigued though. The situational based thing is going to be a lot, not just on Doug, but his coaching staff. Like, I am intrigued to see, what his coaching staff presents to him each week and each game, saying on the scout of like, hey, this is who I think we need to play and how we need to play against them, and then how they monitor minutes off of that. So how this team goes forward, I guess, has to do with the play of the players on the field, on the court, but I think it has even more to do with how, Doug is pulling the strings, behind the scenes, and what he decides to do with his lineups on a consistent basis each night based on the opponent. Because that's going to be a lot on him and his coaching staff and what that looks like moving forward.
For the record, starting with Beam Team 1, preseason records, 4-0. The next year, Beam Team 2 went 1-4.
Okay, I remember that.
Last year, they went 0-5.
I didn't think they won a game last year, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
So combined 1-9.
Well, they're one of their last 12 preseason games.
Yeah, Jesus. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
one of their last 12 preseason games here in Sacramento. Everything's great.
You know what? Can I tell you what bothers me about that though, Jake, KC? Both of those seasons they got off to slow starts. Even the second the post Beam Team year, that second year that they beat the Warriors in the play-in and then lost to the Pelicans for the 47th time. That, like, they started slow that year. Like, they started slow. I feel like even the Beam Team 1 year they started slow.
So that's
they were 5-0. Yeah, I guess
5-0 and they started off 0-4.
So what? I counter my own points every once in a while.
I just think those first 18 games, guys, are going to be super interesting. Like, you play Minnesota twice, you play Denver twice.
Yeah. Whatever, man. Here's what I would like everyone. I would like everybody to get on the same page with this.
Good luck.
Because we go one of two ways. Boy, the start of this season, find me 3 wins in the first 21 games. Find me 8 wins. It's fine. It's fun. Like, I get it. But in a breath later, we'll go, oh, basketball doesn't even start till Christmas. Okay, so wait a minute. All of a sudden, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver, all of these are dangerous teams in October, but the season doesn't start until December. Oh, no one's even taking things seriously until December. Okay, so which was it? So the Kings just stink.
Right.
And all of these teams who aren't even taking the league seriously for 3 months, because we all believe that those are contending teams, right? It's really the contenders that don't kick it into high gear until November. Just the Kings are so bad. The teams that don't care, they're just going to beat your ass.
Yeah. Is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike?
No one's ever answered that question.
Is the black girl lost a shorty? Oh, you
Yeah, he didn't answer that one either.
Are
Nas.
you speaking parcel tongue? I got no idea what that was.
Oh, Jake.
Am I too white
Jake.
for this conversation?
Yes. A very obviously yes. Jake, you're never going to land a black woman if you say that out loud.
Jake, just, all right, do us a favor. When you get done, go listen to Uchi Wally.
Okay.
And then listen to one mic. And then this might make sense.
Okay. I'll do some digging.
Listen to the unedited version of Uchi Wally.
Play,
go
play
get Ro.
it through the CBS 13
speakers. Go grab producer Ro. Bring him into the office and have him walk you through this.
History lessons with Ro. We love it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll ask you this question, Jake. Do you think the Kings got better today?
No.
Okay.
But I don't think they got worse, though.
Yeah. That's perfectly fine.
It boils down to whether you like or dislike Russell Westbrook. That's it.
I don't dislike Russ. I just don't know that they have a lot.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. People's reaction to this signing boils down to whether you like or dislike Russell Westbrook. You won't find many bigger Russell Westbrook fans than me. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled that he's going to be playing here. I don't think it matters to the win-loss record. And if it does, it's +1.
Right.
2. Like, I don't think it's a big Russell Westbrook is going to be exciting to watch. He's going to be on House of Highlights. The Sacramento Kings are going to be on House of Highlights multiple times this year. It might not always be for the right reason, but it's going to be there. And what I love about this current version of Russell Westbrook is he'll be the first person to tell you that, because he has at a press conference. You might get a breakaway dunk. I might throw the ball into the second row. He said that. He recognizes where his game is at this stage in his career. And the worst thing was, like, because look, I puffed my chest out a lot at 12:30. There was one thing about Russell Westbrook that I have been told I was just wrong about. When he opted out of Denver, we said that day, oh, he's signing somewhere. And he knows who that is. Now, we got tipped off to the Kings thing pretty early, but there was enough time between him not having traction or seemingly having traction with anyone else and that opt-out for us to ask a few questions. And the response we got was, nope, he just didn't want to be there anymore. And he'll not be there at all cost, but he feels good about where he's at. And that's what we were, that was it. That's what we were told. And that's not what I thought the case was. I thought when he opted out, oh, he knows. Right. He knows he has a place in the league. It's he knows exactly where he was going. And I was told straight up, no, he doesn't. Mm-hmm. He does not. Yeah. Then the King stuff started to bubble, and that came together pretty quickly. I don't know why it took so damn long, but it did.
Guys, the thing with Tim, by the way, the caller before this, can I push back on adding a 4? Can we start talking more about adding like a 5 and moving Domas to the 4? Like, is that like why do people not think about that? Like, I think
I'll tell you what, you're not wrong per se, because I can see him playing the 4, but he's not athletic enough and he doesn't shoot good enough in the NBA today to be a 4.
You haven't seen him shoot 3-pointers in training camp, my friend.
I haven't. You got breaking news where he's now a sharpshooter?
I just think his shot looks quicker this year. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes another uptick where he, instead of doing 1 to 2 threes, it's maybe 2 to 3 instead of 1 to 2. I think there's his shot has gotten a little bit better. Just putting that teaser out there from what I've seen.
Okay, I haven't seen it yet.
There's a lot of practice 3-point shooters.
I ain't seen it yet.
Hey, he's got to do it in the game, guys. You're not wrong.
But that's like on the flip side, RIP. We haven't seen then the shooter play good in the games. Yet that doesn't mean he's not good or this is who he's going to be with the Kings. Just because I think Sabonis maybe has taken 4 threes so far in the first 2 games, and I don't think he's made any. That doesn't mean his shot hasn't improved and he won't be ready when the season starts to show that he's got that.
You know what I would like though? Shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot it. Shoot the ball. Like I feel like this is a season-long thing. Shoot it. And I don't care where you shoot it from. I don't care if it's the corner. I don't care if it's a straightaway. I don't care if it's a centimeter from the basket. Shoot the ball. Because he's not going to take a low percentage shot. He's not going to force anything. 10 times out of 10, he's going to take a high percentage shot. Just take more of them. Because they're absolutely there for you.
Agreed.
Well, what are we going to do with Keegan Murray out? What do we get? I don't know. Domas, for 4 to 6 weeks, just become a 22 to 24 point per game scorer rather than an 18 to 20 point per game scorer.
And to Jake's point, though, that is how you get through some of this Keegan Murray stuff. There may be times and situations where, yeah, you put Domas at the 4 and you put either Eubanks or Reynaud at the 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it looks different, sounds different, maybe because you're guarding different people. But because Reynaud can shoot the ball, or at least we believe he can shoot the ball really well for a big guy, all they're doing is kind of flipping roles. Like, you don't have to put Domas out on the perimeter because he's a 4. You now have Reynaud as the stretch 5, and Domas can still work as the hub around the elbow and around the paint, even though he's technically, quote unquote, the 4 in that situation. So that may be one of the things. I think Doug talked about that the other day, is one of the potential options, sliding Domas down to the 4 and having one of the bigs play the 5 and going with a too big lineup in certain situations.
Jake, real quick, I want to give you an opportunity to talk about your New England Patriots.
AFC East, baby. We're leading it. All right. Get excited about Drake May. We're making the playoffs this year. It's going to be – he's an MVP conversation, fam. Like, I hate to say
okay, all right.
MVP conversation.
What conversation?
Okay.
Hey,
What conversation? Who's having this conversation?
At the Gaden household?
Yes, absolutely. It's in a group chat. It's in the group chat. Before I go, though, I got to ask you this, okay? Did you guys see on Twitter how Joe Mazzulla and the Boston staff, coaching staff, played the Boston media? Did you guys see that on X?
Yes.
Saw it on Instagram.
Yes.
I'm frozen.
No, you're not.
Do you guys
You're
see
right.
that?
No, you're fine.
Okay, there you go.
You're good, Jake.
Came back. Okay, yeah. Did you guys see that, though?
Yes.
I did see
Yes.
it.
Okay.
Yes.
So Casey, I threw it out on Instagram or on Twitter last night. Do you like that starting lineup? Do you think we could compete with that lineup right there?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I like the starting lineup. I like the roster. I'd like to find a way to get D'Lo in there at some point.
Oh, you don't need to do that.
You know what I mean? But I like the roster. Whenever you see Doug again, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, practice, whatever, tell him we're ready.
You can get
We're
me out
ready.
there. You can get me out there, and you know what my job will be? I'll get Bobby Jackson to chase me all over the floor.
I'm ready for it, man.
A screen setter.
I'm like, go ahead, just follow me around the floor, Bobby. That's your only job.
I'm ready for it. I'm going to call it out here on DLO and Casey. Doug Christie don't want that smoke. He don't want that smoke. Let's go, okay? We're going to put up more than 4 points in the Boston media.
Just say we'll play the game. We don't have to talk.
Don't.
We're not going to win.
We don't have to talk
No
to
way
him.
we're gonna win this thing, but we will put up more than just 4 points. I
We
guarantee
definitely
you.
put up more than 4 points.
Jake,
I will guard 94 feet and show some of these players that are on the current Kings roster what 94 feet looks like. All right.
Let's go.
I'll do
By
it
the
for
way,
like
I'm not
3
playing
minutes, but we'll do
defense
better
in
than
this
nothing. All right.
I'm
I'm
not
intrigued though. Yo, good friend Mo Reagan, I think she could run the point like no other fam. All right. I would be intrigued to see how she does.
Yeah. I'm not playing defense, though.
So
I'll
what
tell you
was
that
the
right now.
lineup? I assume it was Mo, Casey, Jake. Who else?
No. Mo, Deuce, Casey, Katie Christensen, and Andrew Martin over at Fox 40. You would have myself, another person over at 1140. We won't say. Another person over 1140 that we won't say.
No, what are you, Jake? Get out of here, bro.
This is ridiculous. Hey,
Jake,
get
outta here, dude.
he's with you.
Get out of here, Jake. We'll see you. We'll see you Sunday.
There's KCRA3's Jake Gaden.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Whoa. I'm sorry, fam. I don't have that Super Bowl ring I can show everybody. I apologize. All right.
It's all good, man.
Shout out, Jake. By the
We
way,
love you,
it was Mark Jones and it was Leo who were also going to be on the bench.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We scoring more than 4 though, Jake.
We're scoring more than 4. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Scoring more than 4.
Jake, we'll see you Sunday night.
Sounds good, fam.
All right, buddy. Hey, I didn't want to say this with Jake on the screen. It's not crazy. The Drake May thing. Well, wait a sec. Wait a second.
The MVP
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Excuse me?
Well, hey, how the hell did that happen? Did you do that? Okay. No, listen, real quick. We looked at Baker's numbers. We looked at Goff's numbers. I think we looked at Darnold's numbers. I'm leaving a quarterback we looked out. Drake May, 1,500 plus yards, 10 touchdowns, 2 interceptions on the season.
Jake is smitten.
73% completion percentage. Those numbers are in line with the other quarterbacks we were talking about. I think it's Baker right now today, but he's right there.
So
he's to what Jake said, he is in the conversation.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal as well. We're just also dismissing the people that we don't think are going to win. Like, we don't think Patrick Mahomes is going to win the MVP.
I'm talking about right now. The conversation right now headed into week 6. Patrick Mahomes isn't in the conversation.
Is Drake May in the top 5?
I don't think so.
Then that's where the conversation is.
Okay, but he might be. Like, I think that was terrific. That was funny. And we've got to go to commercial. So Jake was getting ready to make his point. He's like, nah, gotta go. We love you, Jake. Trista Crick is with us next. I just imagine her making like a weird face when we bring up Russell Westbrook. I don't know. We'll find out next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff.
Great stuff. Let's do it today. It's 13th round. Your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Jordan Brand coming through Sacramento nowadays, boy. Yeah, it's going to be fire. Shout out to Cola Seamoss. Big ups. We had a big-time fight that didn't last long on Saturday. Is Jerron Boots Ennis with a first-round TKO of Lima in Philadelphia in front of the sold out Wells Fargo Center or whatever they're calling it now, and a potential star-making performance. I saw that all over the place. I saw that minute and a half all over the place. Now, look, I don't think it's a star-making performance by Boots Ennis, but it lines up other things that he has to do. It lines up what I think is one of the biggest fights in boxing right now, and a fight that I've been talking about for years now. These guys are on a collision course, and that's Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz. They need to fight. Virgil Ortiz, I think he faces Erickson Lubin in about a month. If he gets by that, the next fight for both of those guys needs to be each other. And it should be the start of a potential trilogy. These guys need to fight more than once. They need to fight at least 2 times. These are 2 of the biggest young stars in the game today. And it's time, especially the climate that boxing's in right now, it's time for these guys to fight. I thought Eddie Hearn, who I haven't always been a fan of, he's been fantastic. And honestly, he's been fantastic since the Dana White stuff came out. He has been absolutely in his bag as a promoter. And after the fight, he did a great job of lining up what could be on the horizon for Boots Ennis. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You're talking about a guy in boots who within 5 years will be the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter in the game. And that starts with a big-time fight against Virgil Ortiz. That needs to happen early 2026, and it needs to be the first of at least 2 fights between the two of these guys. Shout out Boots. He's the real deal. He handled business the way he was supposed to, electrifying. And like I said, the Boots era is on the horizon. That's the 13th round.
Talking about the second-year Bulls forward?
No.
Matas Buzenis?
Is that he can go.
Hey, Buzelis can play.
He can hoop.
I think that's low-key the thing when people are like, what are the Bulls doing? Like, I think they think he's going to be awesome.
I think Stacey King said one time last year, they were like, well,
10 seconds.
Everybody wants us to tank for Cooper Flag. We got Cooper Flag right now on the
roster.
roster.
He said we got Cooper Flag at home. Here we go. 5 seconds coming back.
Back here on DLO and Casey as we talk about
just walking around the studio like he ain't got a job to do.
We talk about, you would say this is the news of the offseason here in Sacramento. Even though it is like a guy that's signing on a vet minimum who we have both said doesn't change, I don't believe, and I think you feel the same way, doesn't believe that it changes the win total or the fortunes of this team. Yeah. This is the story of the offseason. This is bigger than Kuminga Watch.
Well, yeah, because Kuminga Watch led to nothing.
Kuminga Watch.
We had a lot
Except that.
We had a lot of discussions, in-depth discussions about that. I think this has been more passionate and a bigger story than Kuminga.
Well, that's because of who the player is. Let's bring in Trista Crick, who I think is at maybe LaGuardia, maybe JFK.
In a corner. Are you in a corner?
Oh, sweetie, I'm sure she's in a lounge.
Well, yeah,
that's not a corner.
Well, I'm saying the corner of a lounge or the seat.
No, yeah. that's a
she's in a corner.
She's lounging. Go ahead. Go ahead. You hate it. I know you hate it.
You're the first person.
First of all, let me preemptively tell you
You're about to
hurt
Damien's feelings.
Let me preemptively tell you to kiss my ass. Well, go ahead. I know you hate it. I know you hate it.
The first, you know that you are inextricably linked from a player when that player's news gets brought up and you're the first person that the world thinks about within the Sacramento community. I thought to myself, now D'Lo gets the real Russell Westbrook experience, just like Kenny gets the real Zach LaVine. It's all fun and games until that player is on your team.
So let me be very, very clear. If Russell Westbrook wants out onto the Golden One Center and throws the ball out of bounds on 10 straight possessions in 20 straight games, I assure you, it will never change my opinion about Russell Westbrook.
What if he turns the ball over 4 times in the play? 4 times in a row in the playing game.
Oh. Won't bother me. Apparently, it doesn't bother this fan base either. Doesn't bother this fan base one bit when that happens. Nothing that will happen will change my opinion of Russell Westbrook.
This is the team and the fan base that's so thirsty for anyone of any impact or storylines that you'll just take the baddie that's so toxic and does you wrong. Because when you're out with her, she looks good on your arm. That's really what it is. Like Zach LaVine, Russell Westbrook. It's a little disrespectful to put Russell Westbrook in that same category, but he's a little long in the tooth now and makes some really bad decisions. 5 decisions in a row will be good. 10 decisions in a row will be bad for the Russ experience. But they're sexy names. And for Sacramento, the fact that you got an MVP on this team, it actually reminds me a lot of the Blazers when we got like Steve Smith in like the later years of his career, Scottie Pippen in the later years of his career, Steve Kerr
got you to the Western Conference Finals
in the later years of the career. No, we were
got you to the finals if they didn't choke it away in Game 7.
No. But what I'm saying is there was a time where it was like Portland's the place where people go to end their careers. That's like what it was. That even when we weren't winning, past the Jailblazer era. That was like what it is. So that kind of reminds me of the same thing. It's just a local small market thing. You know, you just want a name.
You're coming across really disrespectful right now, Miss New York. Like I get it. You're big time NBC now. You're coming across a certain way, and me and you are gonna have words.
I'd like to meet him. I've never met him, so I'm gonna have to go to the Gold One. It probably would behoove me to say some nice things before I do that. His brand is phenomenal. Honor the Gift is one of the best streetwear brands around. His athleticism, I think, is still top tier. The decision making, his body can't do what his mind wants him to do anymore. So, but it's a ludicrous signing. Like, it's a ludicrous
How is
signing.
it a ludicrous signing?
It's a ludicrous signing. This team makes no sense at all. I don't know. I don't really know what we're going to see on the floor. I bet you know who would be able to break it down? Like a Nikias Duncan could tell me what the Kings think that they're going to be able to run with these type of players. It's going to be interesting. If nothing else, it will be interesting.
So let me ask you this, smart ass. Did this team make sense before Russell Westbrook signed here?
No.
Okay. That's it, but that's what I'm saying.
It just continues.
Everyone like it doesn't.
It's like, okay,
change anything.
Katie goes to Target and she buys a bunch of stuff you don't need, but then she also buys one more item that you don't need. But that next item is like, all right, that's enough. We don't need any more goat cheese. We don't need any more charcuterie board items.
We don't need any more Nightmare Before Christmas decorations.
Yes, there's no need for that. Yeah.
But I would say they actually probably need somebody more like a Russell Westbrook more than people realize. I'm not saying it's the first need. I'm not saying it's even the second need, but they need a backup point guard. They need a guy that can defend and play on the wing, and he provides that.
Did you say defend on the wing?
Yes, defend on the wing. Yes, defend on the wing. 100% defend on the wing. When you talk about Garden, once again, I'm not saying he's the glove, but if you got a situation where you can either put Devin Carter up against Derrick Jones Jr., or Russell Westbrook's a better option. Nobody's asking him to stop SGA.
I would hope not.
Yeah, nobody's asking him to do that. But can he go? So you tell me he can't guard Derrick Jones Jr. nowadays?
I mean, if that's the ask, then sure.
That's the ask more times than not. We're talking about a bench guy or another bench
guy. Where
guy.
we're at is Keon the starting point guard.
No, because Keon can't dribble up the court with pressure on him.
Okay, so then why isn't Keon the backup point guard?
Because he can't dribble with pressure on him, and he's not a point guard like Damian just said.
But we've had combo guard. Russell Westbrook's not a point guard either.
That's why I just said he can play on the wing and guard wings.
But you literally started the sentence with a backup point guard. Did he not? Am I tripping, or did he start?
He can still be. He can still
be a backup point guard. I'm not saying. I don't think he should start.
He can still be a starting point guard. What are we talking about?
I don't think he'd be a starting point guard. I don't.
He wasn't a starting point guard last year.
Not for a whole season is what I'm saying. He did for time, but for a whole season.
I mean, if you literally have everybody in the hospital wing, then sure. But if all things are healthy, then no. This man can do no wrong. This man can do no wrong to you.
It's not about whether he can. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not what this is. It's an evaluation.
If he turns the ball over 20 times in a row, it will not change my opinion of him.
It won't. Like, I'm not expecting Russell Westbrook to come in here and average a triple-double and be an MVP. That's not what I'm expecting from him. I'm expecting to come in here and do some really positive things. And I don't think that time in his basketball career is past.
You know what I would say on the positive side is there are a lot of players, and I'm dead ass serious. I'm not joking. There are a lot of players on this team that could benefit from being around his motor. The guy
who's in San Antonio now might have benefited from it.
Yeah, like really, there's a lot of players where it's like I just need like more want to from you. And being around Russ, I think probably will either help them get there or help the team evaluate that they shouldn't be there. Got big decisions to make with Keegan, got a lot of things happening on this team. So, like, I guess it could rub off on some people. And, like, he's a good leader in that way. He's a good team guy. I think he probably gets way more crap than he deserves in terms of, like, whether he's a good team guy or not. I think he's an excellent team guy.
What if I told you the Sacramento Kings general manager wanted him here?
No, I would
From
not
jump.
doubt that. I would not doubt that.
For
But
a
what's the-
lot of the reasons
what-
that you just laid out.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I think anyone though that thinks that this is like a on the basketball court Russell Westbrook, like what he's going to produce himself, not like the ripple effect of Russ, but like himself. Those days are behind us.
Yeah, well, you're talking about MVP Russ, but he still was effective for
I'm
the
talking
Nuggets.
about like Houston Russ.
He was still effective for the Nuggets. And one thing that we've all agree on is, and we said it at the start, he was trick or treat. There were
Yes.
times when
It was
he was
Jekyll and
really
Hyde.
effective, and there was times when you knew after like the first time up and down the floor, oh, he ain't got it today, and it's gonna be a bad night. We all know that's what it is. But
Wizards
it's,
Russ was great too.
but it's made out as if it's all, I don't know who's good or bad, Jekyll or Hyde, but it's made out as if it's all Jekyll. Like it's all, he just thinks as a player, and he don't ever give you that other side.
Stick to the paid in full references, pal.
Hyde was the monster.
Hyde was, is that right?
Jekyll was the doctor who made
Got
it.
it. Got it.
I was just about to say Dr. Jekyll was the like normal one.
Well, it's made out that he's all Hyde, like just bad. And
Ass.
all
he's all ass.
All we've said for 2.5 hours is, yeah, he's gonna have those bad times, but he's got some good times in him too. And nobody wants to acknowledge that.
I think it's kind of like we all know that. You
No,
know,
you don't all know that because don't nobody say it. That's not as loud
that's
as the
why
disrespect.
they're not saying it is because it's like, yeah, we know what Russ is upside and what he's capable of right now in his career. But this.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Hold on, I gotta pause you. I don't understand that. How not saying that he has upside and only saying that it's just all bad equates to we know he has upside. That don't register to me. That doesn't register. If why not literally say, he gives you good moments and bad moments.
I did say that. I led with that. I also led with trolling Damian. Damian's gonna come with all the. I got him an onto the gift little gas station shirt,
Fire. Yeah, it's fire too.
and I know he's pulling up to the gold one of that.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. That's corny. I
Straight
wouldn't do that.
candy.
I wouldn't do that. I debated
I mean-
wearing Actively Black when the maker was there. I was like, is this cheesy to do this? And our girl
It's like
Kane Lee
wearing
was like,
Kobe's around Kobe. It's like, but I like Kobe's. Like I like on it.
Yeah,
I mean, if
just
it's
like
your
the
everyday
yeah.
shoe, it's your everyday shoe.
But I always wear it. I'm not wearing it because you're here.
Yeah, it's literally what I wear every day.
We'll stick to essentials then. No,
Whatever, man.
I just don't know what the team. I'm very.
You
interested.
couldn't wait for this, could I know as soon as that tweet went out. Tristan was supposed to be here tomorrow, but her flight got delayed. And of course, after the Shams tweet, hey, I could do today after all. My flight got delayed. Oh, you couldn't wait for this.
I couldn't wait a day. I couldn't wait a day. No. There's just too much to say, you know? It tickled me. It tickled me like the Devin Carter hairline photo that I sent to
Oh
you.
man, that video was the video. Oh, Levitar was crazy.
Man, that's yeah. We went. You saw TK the last preseason game. He went with the big headband.
He's gonna need a really big headband. I saw something
There ain't a
online.
headband big enough.
I saw something online. The technology for hair right now is to a degree where I feel now we women are getting catfished because this man had braids on top of his head and they were glued on. Excuse
Oh,
me.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
They're
it
I saw a
happens.
glued
TikTok
onto his
video of that.
bald head, and they put like fake hair on. What are you doing?
See, no, you know what it is? She's sick of your Russell Westbrook stuff. That's what it is. She's about had it with you.
Carried around the line.
There's nothing going on. Stop it.
No,
She said,
stop. No,
she said,
stop
will
talking,
you stop it, Mom?
Stop talking bad about Russell Westbrook, and maybe I'll stop barking. Leave Uncle DLO alone. Look at that face. That face says, "Why not, Mom? Why not?" Yeah.
Oh man. But yeah, no, I mean, he's got the headband, so I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that look, if you always gonna wear a hat off the court, which is what he did, yeah, you should go with the headband on the court if you're deciding to keep the hair.
I mean, his
It's just
dad's
tough
got to
for
tell
him.
him, son, I came home and I was a pretty damn good NBA player bald. I think it's time.
To his credit though, he does have good hair everywhere else on his head. It's just the rest of the hair is flowing.
I feel like it took too long for you to get to that last part.
No,
It's flowing everywhere. It's just that front. It's that front porch that is tough. It's tough.
A hurricane blew that thing out.
It was so bad. It looked like it was cornrowed back to the. Yeah, that was.
Damn. I'm trying to help him out a little bit because once you go that direction,
it's
tough to go back. But I don't know.
The coldest part about all of this is if Devin Carter could ball, I wouldn't care.
Nope.
I wouldn't say a single. Hey, buddy, if you're averaging 20 points per game and you're the team's best defender, I don't care what you do. You could rock that till eternity, and I'll be thrilled for you. But that's not the case. It's compounded by the fact that you're not very good.
And it's also compounded by the fact that, like, listen, if you're not that guy and you're not that good, and someone comes up to you and is trying to tell you, like, listen, I'm part of the heartbeat of Sacramento, your new team, you don't act like they're
like
peon.
He hears it in the locker room, right? Like Doug came home, like Doug had hair like mine, and time to go. Like it wasn't like, oh, Doug didn't love, the light skin, good hair, curly locks. It's like, nope, they didn't have the spray back then and the fibers and all of that. So he's just like, I'm out of here. He's got to go.
To TK's point, be a nice person. Don't be like,
Yeah, like this. I wouldn't even be commenting on it if he was nice. You know what I mean? You really have to be really good to be that much of a dismissive rookie. Where now I'm like, I'm praying on your downfall.
Oh man, Biggie said that. Yeah, life after death. Goodness gracious.
Not all MCs have the gall.
Goodness gracious. Give me. So we'll talk to you. Well, it'll be before the start of the Kings regular season. Basketball will start that night. Give me a win total for you. You're once upon a time, long time ago. This was a gambling conversation.
What is the win total for that Vegas says it is now?
Is it 30?
I think it's 36.
I thought it was 30. I thought it was 35 or 38. I feel like it's one of those two.
And catch me up. What were we at last year?
40.
40.
In a year that Mike Brown was fired, De'Aaron Fox was traded. The
coaches quit in the middle of the season. GMs quit in the middle of the season. DeMar DeRozan said it was an S show and the worst season he's had in 16 years.
But he said it was the worst in 16 years.
Yeah, worst experience he's ever had in his career.
Wow. That is
It was a
wild.
mess. Like coaches quit in the middle of the season. GMs quit. They didn't get fired. They quit. They just
They said,
left.
I'm up out of here. I can't. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's no.
Or they're
I
not
think
gonna.
you're right around 38 to 41.
Okay.
We actually agree
All
on that.
right.
I mean, I think they can get up to like it's nitpicking. I think they can get up to 42, 43, 44. But if you told me the over under was 39 and a half, I'd be like, that's fair. I think they're gonna be around there.
It's a playing team.
So, and that's the thing. That's the thing I keep like saying is no matter whether you're on the low end of that number or high end of that number,
Doesn't really matter. You're a 10 seed.
You're not winning. This team almost certainly isn't winning 48, 49, or 50 games. That's
you need to win 50 games to be in the top 6.
Yeah, that's what it's going to take to get to the 6. 48 is probably going to get you to 7 or 8. And like I think James pointed this out the other day, like we all saw it, the fall off from 8 to 9 and 10 obviously was pretty steep. Thankfully 10 got the number 1 pick in the draft, so good for them.
And real quick, you pointed this out a week
ago. We got
ago.
time.
You pointed this out a week ago, Damian. Something always happens. Somebody goes down for an extended period of time. A week ago, I'm maybe TK because she tapped in, but we didn't see LeBron being out for a month.
Yeah.
So
LeBron James
what does that do to the what does that do to the Lakers, who now are going to be a month behind schedule as far as win totals, and maybe you gotta lean on Jake LaRavia more than you expected to. So things are going to happen. You know what I mean? We see it in the NBA. Obviously, we're seeing it in the NFL. Sports, things happen. And you don't wish that on anybody, but who knows? Who knows what happens with it? Kings won 48 one year because everybody said everybody got hurt. It was a down year for the West.
Right.
Nobody predicted it to be a down year for the West, but that's just the way it played out. So you never know.
I'm just not that excited. I remember the time where we were making rap songs about this team. You know?
God, that was an eternity ago.
You know, it was like I'm folding laundry, just listening to every Kings pod I can get my hands on. I'm staying up at night watching a quadruple overtime game with like one
beam, baby.
Hey.
Yeah, warm me up on that beam.
Hey.
It goes on and on. Can't understand how it took so long.
Hey.
Fox got the superpowers.
Fox got
We
the
don't talk about that
superpowers.
anymore. We don't talk about
Coming
that.
off 16.
Oh man. God, that song that's a
And
flashback
like
song
Drake
now.
too. It's like so much has changed since then. The only Drake we acknowledge now is Drake May.
Not true. We acknowledge Drake May. But,
MVP Drake May?
MVP Drake May.
All right, man.
Is he in the conversation?
Yeah. Yes. And for in
Front
terms of
runner
sleepers,
right now today, front runner is who?
Josh Allen.
What?
Well, I'm talking about what the odds are.
Oh.
The odds. I'm just telling you what the odds say. What the odds are. Okay.
This is a betting segment after all.
Well, that's a good point. Well, it was.
Listen.
This being a betting segment was longer ago than Trista made that song.
It went away very fast. I would say if I had to make the odds for MVP right now, based on current record and current outlook, I would make
Oh, I think he was about to say it. Say it.
Baker Mayfield.
Hey! There it is.
Who's the 5? Because that's when you talk about conversation, I think no more than 5 people. Is Drake May in the top 5?
Yes, he is. He is.
I feel like
he's having a better season than Matthew Stafford.
I feel like
Well, but go ahead. So
like that's what I mean. Like people just kind of
we looked
dismissing
up Baker. Oh, I know who the other. It was Daniel Jones was the other one we looked up.
Daniel Jones.
If you look at like EPA and all the nerd stuff, Drake's top 5 in that. They're winning. They're probably going to win the division. And you look at some of the precedent. Remember the schedule. You look at the precedent for second-year quarterbacks winning it, like Lamar did. And you look at the type of throws that he's making and the games that they're winning and expectations and then exceeding expectations. And now the Patriots could make the playoffs. And some of that, like the first half of that Saints game, was Drake May, just putting the team on his back. Some of those throws to Stephon Diggs and Booty, and which, by the way, apparently it is Booty, not Booty. That comes straight from Devin McCourty's mouth. So I'm gonna just take his as gospel. But so yeah,
Boutte is way worse.
Boutte is
Like you're trying to be funny.
It's like when you
Boutte.
it's like when you call Target Target, you know?
It's like no, it sounds like something Martin Lawrence would say in like the late
Look
90s.
at his
Yeah, like, what is he?
Boutte.
Boutte.
That
No,
Boutte was pow.
yeah.
All right, Mike.
Look, I also want to point out before we go.
And they don't have a running game.
Well, I want to point out before you go.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna get it, but isn't Christian McCaffrey still on pace for 1,000, which has only happened?
No.
What, 3, 4 times
He's
in the season?
averaging 3 yards per carry, Kenny. No.
I'm sorry, that's not what I asked. Is he on pace for 1,000?
He
And
will
what a
never
4
win
2
He's
team.
never gonna win MVP. This team's
You know how
never
many
gonna
people
be
have done
good
that?
enough.
You know how
This
many
team's
people have
never
done
gonna
that in
be
the
good
history of
enough
the
for him
NFL?
to win MVP. You gotta win 13, 14 games.
You know
to
how
win
many people have
MVP.
done that in the history of the NFL?
I'm telling you how the award is given out.
Oh
I'm
no,
not
I understand that. A quarterback
He's
will
on
win
pace
it.
for
I promise you that.
952 yards. We'll cut this now.
Yeah, not 1,000.
Also,
Thank
you
you,
have
Kyle.
to be extraordinary at a non-quarterback position to win that.
Correct.
I bet you a lot of people don't know that's only happened 4 times.
I didn't know it until we looked it up
McCaffrey
the
didn't
other
win
day.
MVP when he did it.
Right, that's
Yeah.
a great point. One of the 4 times was Christian
Thank you.
McCaffrey, but he was on the Panthers.
And he was.
If this is to Kenny's point, or maybe it was Trista's point, if this is a 12 or 13 win team, is the conversation different?
That's all I'm saying.
I don't think it is.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he wins it on a 7-win team. I ain't saying that. But if
Well,
they
we
win
know
the
we know
division-
that. As Kyle just pointed out, he in
Right.
fact doesn't. When is your flight, bro?
Yo, they gave me a 3-hour delay. I'm up in here until 8:55
Where are
p.m.
you? It's 5:43. You at LaGuardia?
JFK.
Okay. All right, man.
Damn.
Well, you killed it this weekend. I was able to go back and watch some of it.
Did you see it?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
you killed it.
great.
It was terrific.
By the way, for every lady in the chatty house, I just want to put you guys on game on a new brand Adidas collab called Farm Rio. They did a Farm Rio Adidas collab. Some of the dopest, I would say, women's streetwear I've seen. If you Google it, and the prices are ridiculously cheap. Like ridiculous. I got this hoodie.
Oh, wow. You said Farm Rio, right?
Yes, Farm Rio.
Oh, this is kind of fire.
It is fire.
That hoodie's gas.
Gas. This hoodie is gas. And these pants are gas.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So don't be scared when you get to the website and the first thing you see costs $910.
Oh, it's a Kenny website.
That's a very
Okay,
much
all
a
right,
Kenny
no, it's not
website. Scroll down a little bit and you'll see.
No,
the
you can just search for the
collaboration
Adidas
with
collab.
Adidas. There's
Yeah,
the collection.
like
And this
I
stuff
got
is fire.
fire. I got this like Adidas dress, and it comes with like a pair of biker shorts. $50. Are you serious? I was like, I have to buy everything. I have to buy
No,
everything here.
This is legit. I could
Legit.
Yeah, this is. Oh my God! I could add some of this to the basket right now.
I know.
This is
Damn.
fire.
Katie would be down for that too.
Nah, this stuff is hot. It's got a lot of colors to it. Hey,
Yep.
salute. I've
And
never
it
heard of
all like
Farm Rio
goes
before.
together
Salute.
too.
Is this an NIL?
I hope I was pitching them.
Okay.
I was pitching them on the NIL. I said,
Okay.
listen, you guys have a lot of Brazilian influencers. I'm a lot different than them. I'll grab this t-shirt in a large. I'll grab, you know what I mean? Wear it all
The
like,
colors are spectacular.
yeah, it's incredible. I
This
just
is a
wanted
good look.
everyone to know about this because I stumbled on it yesterday when I was walking around Soho, and they said, hey, it said like outside we have an Adidas collab, and the whole rack was Adidas. They have a bubble jacket, and the bubble jacket's so fire. I didn't get it because I didn't have room. $100 for the bubble jacket. What? Are you serious?
I'm
about
legit
to-
adding stuff to the cart right now.
Yes. So anyway, I wanted everybody in the chatty house to know about it. Also, pull up in November for the next episode of Fantasy Football Pregame, where I'll be on with NBC
There you go.
I got in trouble because I brought Ollie with me because he was freaking out in the hotel. Apparently, it's not kosher to bring Ollie to the Football Night in America crew.
Checks out.
Checks out. Jason Garrett
No.
loved him. Jason Garrett loved Ollie.
Nah, it's.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, and I know you guys got to get to break, but I wanted to tell these
Oh,
stories.
sweetie, we are well past that.
Oh, okay, sorry. I now know why he didn't get fired. Like, he's just the sweetest, most adorable man.
Like a really nice guy.
Jerry brought him in to fire him like 10 times and was like, I can't do it.
I know.
Just
He
can't do
probably
it.
did. He touched my jacket and he was like, "Well, you're shiny," and like not in
Okay.
like a creepy
Just-
way, but like
okay,
in a, just
no,
like
that's
in,
fine. Just a quick note. Don't touch people's jackets. Keep your hands to yourself.
He's like, "Who's this little guy?" And
Hopefully,
Devin
he was talking about Ollie.
Yeah, he was talking about Ollie, exactly. Chris Sims was ready to snitch.
To be clear, I have heard. Wait, what?
Chris Sims was the one that was like the low key snitch. He comes up to Ollie and he's like, "Gucci Gucci Goo, I don't think you're supposed to be in here. I
Wow,
think
what
we
a
have
rat.
to alert security."
Kyle said it. That checks out.
What a rat.
What a little bitch. That absolutely checks out.
And he wears his sweatpants. He rolls them up to his calf, and he has this like tattoo on his calf. You guys know I can't get the inside tea without like spilling it. That's why. So, yeah. What else? Mike Florio was excellent. Anyway, so I brought Ollie in, and he was quieter than he was in the Centurion Lounge.
I don't think.
Oh, she's in the big boy lounge. She's not in the Delta Lounge with you. She's in the Centurion Lounge.
Yeah,
I think the Delta Lounge is nicer, isn't it?
I haven't gone to the Centurion Lounge.
I haven't
I think the difference is they have showers and beds. I think that's the difference.
Got it.
And
Anyway.
they allegedly have better food.
The biggest lounge I've been to was
The Minute Lounge.
no, it was what's the Dulles?
Mhm.
Dulles has 2 stories.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Oh wow, yeah. This one
I
has
don't
2
think it has
stories.
showers and stuff.
This one has 2 stories.
Delta at LAX had Evander Holyfield and Jerry O'Connell in it.
Oh snap!
Just in there?
Yeah.
They just keep them there, like chained
Wait.
to the chair.
No, don't. Well, no, we don't chain people anymore, Trista. That's not what we do.
Well, you made it sound like it was a feature of the lounge.
No, well, I just thought you go to the Delta Lounge at LAX, you could run into the guy from My Secret Identity.
It's like
Or
every
Evander
time you
Holyfield.
go there, Evander Holyfield is there because
That'd
he's
be
like
every
time you go there.
contractually obligated, like Bruno Mars in Vegas.
He might
like,
be.
has
He was
to
dressed in
there.
all white, like all white linen. And it was like, all
A
right,
lounge
Evander.
residency is crazy.
Evander Holyfield.
All right.
Hey, shout out, our guy Eddie in the house. Shout out,
Oh, yeah,
Eddie
dude,
Gonzalez in the house. What up,
Eddie,
Eddie?
Eddie and I met up last night actually at maybe the most stressful mixer I've ever been to. I thought there'd be like 25, 30 people. Legit. Eddie, I'll tell you on Friday, probably 200 people there. And it was like a small dive bar, shoulder to shoulder.
Ooh.
And I'm like, yo, I can't do this. I have to get up out of here. Me and Ollie did meet Eddie though. And he didn't even know it was me at first. He was just so interested in Ollie. He's like, "Can I hold him?" So sweet,
That's
Eddie.
great.
What a
That's
just
awesome.
a sweetheart.
Eddie's the bro.
And then I finally got the follow from him. So I've been waiting on that for a
big.
while.
Big.
Thank
Get
you.
Eddie to
Not
follow
everybody
you.
gets
That's
that.
big.
Not
Yeah.
everybody gets that. I got to check and see. I don't even know if
waiting
he's following me. Sometimes he just responds. I don't know if he's actually following me.
I wouldn't blame him if he's not. The amount of times I've had to block and unblock you is
I get that. All right, y'all. Love you. I'll see
all right,
you
man.
soon.
Safe travels.
All right.
Just Craig and Ollie live from JFK.
Man,
This
we'll
show
be there
is
another
different,
3
man.
hours.
Yeah, she like, oh man, them delays. Goodness gracious. I'm glad I don't travel the way I used to. But I've been thinking about I got a flight booked for Christmas night, and all I keep thinking about is, man, what if it goes wrong? And I got to fly into Newark too, which I normally don't do.
Yeah.
So
I try not to. I don't. It's not very difficult, but I try not to fly during the winter. I'd like
Oh,
to,
for
you know
sure.
what I'm saying? Like, I'd like to, that's dope. Like New York Christmas time, I'd like to see what it's looking like, but it's just the weather, delays and all that
Yeah.
other stuff.
Yeah.
One day I will, though. One day I got to go to the Garden, and the cousin's talking about doing it in like February. So shout out to the Garden, man.
All right. Well, we have time to talk. James Ham's going to be with us at the top of the hour. Trista started that conversation exactly how I expected. She had this look on her face like, you got to be kidding me. What are you guys doing? And I think that's the sentiment of a lot of people, though. As the conversation went along, she did acknowledge it doesn't really matter. And it goes back to something that we said in terms of wins, losses. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And it goes back to something we said to start this whole Russell Westbrook is a Sacramento King conversation. There was no Shams tweet that was going to change the perspective of what you already had about this team this year. I don't even know, like, if the Jonathan Kuminga thing had happened quick, I don't know that anyone would care. I think the Jonathan Kuminga thing went on for so long, people started viewing it as, well, if we land Jonathan Kuminga in this, we won. And it just became a game of, are we going to win or lose this fight for, because so much was being said and written about who's going to cave first. The Warriors, the Kings, the Warriors in terms of they wanting the pick, the Kings in terms of holding on to the protections of the pick, Kuminga and what he's willing to go for. And it turns out the answer was Kuminga. I thought that was the least likely result, but they folded on literally everything. And shout out Aaron Turner. I'm sure he's a fantastic human being. He has to be fired. That was just so it was awful because of the process. It was more awful because you did everything you barked that you wouldn't. But if out of nowhere, Matt George tweets, hey, sources say Jonathan Kuminga's being traded to the Sacramento Kings. If it happened that quick, I don't know what the reaction would be. As we got into the conversations, the process, so to speak, I started to think, well, if this, you make this move, if it works out, now all of a sudden, now maybe you have a couple of building blocks for the years ahead. And, whatever you get from him this year, terrific. It's great. But if you were ultra negative on this team moving forward, maybe you have a reason to be a little bit more positive about what this might look like. But there's not another situation like that out there. A player in that contract predicament, a young player, a player that you would have a lot of, I hate using the term contract control over, like that doesn't really exist. So I don't know that a tweet or a free agency signing or anything exists that would have made Kings fans happy this morning, or Kings fans who weren't unhappy. For Kings fans who were unhappy this morning, I don't think there was anything that would have made them happy.
Yeah, I agree.
You would have felt the same way.
I agree with you 100%. We talked about it months ago. Like, people just don't like this team. They don't like this roster, and they don't like the franchise right now. Even Kings fans, they do not like this franchise. Then people have their reasons. I'm not even telling them they're right or wrong.
Probably not.
But I do wish that, like, the people that are acting like they're just so goddamn smart about everything would be real with themselves and say, it doesn't matter what they do. I just don't like them. Like, just say that instead of acting like you're so smart, you would have done, and this is what you no, just say, you know what, until further notice, I don't like them. And I can respect that. I can absolutely understand that. But just be real with you. Like you said, it don't matter about Russell Westbrook. You don't not like this team because they signed Russell Westbrook. You just already didn't like the team.
You didn't like them at 8 o'clock this morning.
That's it.
Yeah. So what happened at 9 o'clock or whatever time the tweet went out?
That's it. There is nothing realistically they could do to make you think any differently about this team this year.
And as someone, as like we're talking to the people who watch the show and have been here all day with the insiders with us. They're the most invested into this, franchise. There's season ticket holders on watching all of that. Like I just, that sucks. The fact that you can't love the team sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you go back to, and let's make no mistake about it. I text Jill Adge this earlier. I never said it on the radio before. I don't know that this franchise will ever be what we consider a good franchise.
It will.
For longer than a year or two. Like, I mean, over the course of 40 years, there's one instance to point to.
I understand why you say that, but they will.
And I hope you're right. Yeah. Like I hope you're right. But I go back to, and maybe this is the curse of the 2000s. Walt Williams, Wayman Tisdale, Lionel Simmons, they weren't good, but they were loved. Every single one of those guys were loved. And it didn't matter. That arena was sold out because they loved those guys. It is not that anymore. We'll come back. James probably covered Wayman Tisdale. We'll ask him about it when DLO and Casey return here with James Ham. With the Insiders is Kyle Madsen, still with us on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The reason why I say it will is like it just will. Like nobody's bad forever. There's people who said the Lions were never going to be good.
That's true.
There's people who's
okay. Three? We just took the. Okay. Okay. We got this. We'll break it. That's all right. We'll break it 28.
Oh, no. Get it out.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Whatever, Mom. That's it. Yep.
The Bush push. That was one of the most anticipated regular. That's what it's called. The Bush push. I'm talking football.
Sir, absolutely not.
I'm talking football.
Not in this league, pal.
No,
that's
on the field.
No, that's illegal hands to the face.
Well,
Bush.
What does it say right there?
It says Happy Anniversary USC.
That is
look at Pablo up there.
absolutely-
Boy, Pablo in demand now.
Hey, did you listen to the Mark Cuban episode? Wasting my goddamn time.
No,
I read about it.
no, Pablo's
Waste of
jumped the
my
shot.
time.
It looked
No, it's not even.
Well, no, because he hyped this up. He hyped the.
Oh, Pablo did.
No,
Yeah,
he
he
did.
hyped the
He
Mark
did.
Cuban
And I
up.
respect his willingness to sit down and have the conversation.
Mark?
But it was just the two of them going, no. That's not. No. You don't.
Oh,
It,
God.
dude. It's an hour and 40 minutes of. There were some.
I'm sorry.
It's
What?
an hour and 40 minute long podcast.
No.
When I was listening to it, I listened to everything through the eyes of like a producer.
Mhm.
And I'm like, man, if I was sitting in on DLO and Casey and they started arguing like this for this amount of time, I'd be like, you got to move on. Like, you guys got to talk about something different.
Hey, Kyle, since you're here, I'll ask you because you lived this. You was in the thick of it all. What were people saying about the 49ers after they fired Jim Harbaugh and Jed York was the owner?
Oh, Jed's got to sell the team.
They'll never be good as long as Jed York is the owner.
Mm-hmm. But also the 49ers have been good in their franchise history.
True, but before that,
I don't blame a Kings fan who's like, I'm just in this to enjoy it, and it's what it is.
Before their history in about 20 years before Shanahan got there was a little bleak.
Oh, it was for sure.
It was 2002, and then the wilderness, then 3 years,
Mhm.
and then
A couple years of bad football.
like it was bleak.
Mhm.
I just
Not talking
It
Memphis.
always happens. When we started the show, people good call. We started the show, people were like, they'll never make the playoffs.
This dawned on me. James isn't here, and I don't really know if he's gonna I know he's on the show. I just don't know if he's coming into the studio or he's popping up on the stream. There's a Kings game tonight.
There is a Kings game.
There's a
He
Kings
told me
game
he'd
at
be
the
on the
One
stream.
Center. He told me, okay. All right.
When he left, he said, I'll see you on the stream.
Okay. All right. Well, James will be with us whenever the hell he feels like it.
I can do a James Ham impression. What do you need?
Hey, James. How do you feel about Russell Westbrook and his potential impact on the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, I could see it going both ways. No, I see that. They need length and athleticism.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Well, what did they say?
Length is important.
They sure did. Hang on. Ask me another question.
Who would you prefer gets more minutes, Keon Ellis or Malik Monk?
We don't touch other people's privates.
Well, there you go. We couldn't hear it, but I think everybody else heard it. I think
everybody else heard it. I don't know why I took that out
That's-
of your earballs.
And I'm sorry?
Ear holes.
What? No,
Nah,
Bro,
hey,
what?
Not in this league, pal.
What?
Not in this league,
Why
pal.
don't you show yourself out? I know
Flags
it's been a long
everywhere.
week for you, but come on, man. Goodness gracious.
That call by me.
We welcome in James Ham.
Cheese and rice. What did I walk into?
I expected to see D'Lo over the top excited about Russ coming to the Kings. Buddy, I am. We've been on the air 3 hours. I'm thrilled that we've been on the air 3+ hours. I'm thrilled Russell Westbrook is here. I might be the only one who's thrilled that he's
I'm
here.
with you.
KC's with
two-
me.
it's a
We ride.
two-man wolf
We
pack.
really are the bad boys. Like we ride together, we die together. That's just kind of how it is. Catch KC tonight at Bar West. By the way, the coach Brandon Marion for the Coach's Corner, beginning at 7 p.m. here on ESPN 1320. James, I'm sure I don't know what you've been doing since we last saw you. Twitter, text, friends. What's the overall reaction to the news that Russell Westbrook is a Sacramento King?
I don't know. I think it's pretty all over the board. Like in my timeline, I think that. Sorry, I think
the dog is excited. No, you know why?
Yes.
Because Russell Westbrook is a dog, so obviously the dog is excited.
There you go.
Real
There you go.
recognized real.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I think the overwhelming thing that I've seen is just like confusion, like because I think most people understand that the Kings have needs for this roster, and this doesn't fit one of the needs that they. I mean, if you want to say backup point guard, that's fine, but you know, I just don't think that this actually was high on their list of needs coming into this season right now. When you're in crisis, when your one like versatile wing that you have is on the disabled list for 15 to 20 games. So that I think that I see a lot of just like, why are they signing another guard? But outside of that, like, I mean, it is Russell Westbrook. I mean, he's going to be in a Kings uniform. It's kind of cool.
When you
Kings have 2 Hall of Famers on their roster
too, yeah,
They might have more than that. I mean,
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, yeah, it's for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Zach
Domas.
Levine, obviously. Oh, Domas, of course. Of course. They're talking to Montes Sabonis. Sorry.
They're in crisis mode. They didn't do what they needed to do in the offseason. In some cases, they couldn't do what they needed to do in the offseason, and Keegan Murray got hurt. I'll ask anybody this, and I don't expect Zach Lowe from 3,000 miles away to answer this and understand this. But I'll ask James Ham. One of the scenarios people talked about was extended minutes at the 4 for DeMar DeRozan. Who would you rather have play the 4, DeMar DeRozan or Russell Westbrook?
The 4?
Mm-hmm.
Man, Russell Westbrook is 6'2" and 1/4. I don't want to play in the 4. Like I don't think he's a forward at all. I think he's been a guard, a point guard for his entire career. No, I mean, DeMar DeRozan, when he was with Chicago, played a ton of 4. Like he did. That's what he played primarily. They had him play more of a center field, but they had him, again, they had Patrick Williams playing against most of the athletic threes that they went up against. So I would definitely say DeMar DeRozan at 6'6" is a better fit, but the real answer is neither. Realistically, yeah, the real answer is that it's to go out and find somebody who's 6'8" that can actually play basketball. Yeah,
of course, we would all choose for something different to happen, but that's not reality right now. They made their bed. Nobody's saying nobody said they had to go through the summer not signing a guard, but that's where they're at right now. And I think that's like where Doug Christie is. I can wish upon a star for whatever I want to, but this is what I have right now. And I've got to make do with what I have at this particular moment. I only asked that question because I'm of the belief, could be wrong, but I'm of the belief Russell Westbrook at this point in his career in certain matchups can play a 4. Once again, I always go to this, and this isn't who you're going to play every year or every game. But you mean to tell me Russell Westbrook would struggle to guard Jake LaRavia or Rui Hachimura? He would struggle. He would have a problem knowing how physical he is, knowing how he is. I was watching the tape earlier this morning where they had Keon Ellis, who is in the same vein, the same type of player, guarding Jimmy Butler on plays. Once again, it's certain matchups. I wouldn't want Russell Westbrook guarding Julius Randle. That's a problem. But you mean to tell me, and tell me if I'm wrong, dead serious, he would struggle guarding Jake LaRavia, Derrick Jones Jr., or Rui Hachimura?
I don't know. I think when I come in tomorrow, you're going to have Russell Westbrook playing.
I mean, that's not an answer.
Quarterback in the NFL.
Do you think that's a serious question? You can tell me, I think he'd struggle if that's what you believe. But I'm asking you, do you think he'd have a problem guarding Jake LaRavia or Derrick Jones Jr.? Because those are the guys he's being matched up with coming off the bench.
Not at the 4. At the 4, again, a better question, because they're playing the Clippers tonight. Can he go in and play John Collins? And the answer is no. No, he can't play John Collins.
You wouldn't play him in that situation. You wouldn't put him in that situation. And that's what I'm saying. There are matchups where you can go 3-guard lineup or you can go small ball. It's not because of what they've done or lack of what they've done in the offseason. You can't just throw somebody in there and say, yes, play against every team. They don't have no Nas Reed like we talked about earlier, or against every team, that's your 4 or your backup 4. Because of what they did, I'm not saying they did right. What they did, you have to mix and match. And yes, there's matchups that you do not want him going up against somebody. Hell, Nas Reed is a backup. You don't want him playing 4 against Nas Reed. That's a problem. But you put him against Jake LaRavia. And if the Lakers want to say, you know what, Luka, forget you and forget what you got going on, let's run this through Jake LaRavia because he's got Russell Westbrook on him, by all means, please do that. Do that. There are certain matchups where he can get that done.
Yeah, there are certain matchups where he can play the 4, but let's just be honest. He goes up against, I hate saying this, what if he goes up against Dario Saric or Isaac Jones or name that king that the Kings might, there are a ton of 6'8", 6'9", 6'10" power forwards in the league, and even stretch 4s. Yeah, okay. There are still a bunch of stretch 4s that are way too big for even DeMar DeRozan to play, let alone Russell Westbrook. So
once again, those guys, you want to run the offense through them? You want to run off? Did you say Jake LaRavia, you'd have a problem? If you're JJ Redick, Russell Westbrook's in the game, he's guarding Jake LaRavia. You clearing out so Jake LaRavia can go to work for the next 4 minutes?
I might think about it, but I'd also just say shoot. I'd say just shoot right over the top of him.
Okay. You shoot all the shots, Jake LaRavia. Shoot them all.
Okay. Yeah, but you just played Portland, where their backup power forward is Jeremy Grant at 6'8". Again, there is no perfect solution here. But I get that. But my solution is if you're going to sign Russell Westbrook, you're signing him to be your backup point guard. I understand that. I would make the argument that you trusted Malik Monk to be your backup point guard last season and the season before. So, I'm not sure why you need a backup point guard, a third point guard. Okay. Which is what Jordan, what was it? Jordan McLaughlin played last year. Barely got off the bench because no one was hurt in front of him. But even, you got to figure out ways to go out and get the players that are necessary in order to run an NBA system in the modern NBA. And it's not going out and signing Russell Westbrook at 6'2", so he might be able to play power forward for you.
Like, if we're gonna call people, they're. I'm not saying it matters, but he's not 6'2".
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
I can show you in the combine. He measured in at 6'2" and a quarter.
Okay.
And Christian Brown measured in at 6'5" and a half.
Okay. I call Christian Brown 6'6". That's what he's listed at right now. That's what I call him as.
Well, that's fine. You can say that, but I mean, that means he's wearing a 1/2-inch shoe. I mean, he measured in at the combine at 6'5" and a half. I looked earlier. So, you want to call him whatever height you want to call him, that's fine.
It's not whatever I want to call him. It's what he's
the true measurements are without shoes in the NBA at the combine. One of them was 6'2" and a quarter, one 6'5" and a half. What's that?
This is going great. This is going exactly as I expected. Now,
very confused.
To be clear, I didn't anticipate a conversation about Westbrook at the 4. I did anticipate a conversation about Westbrook just in the lineup in general and how you're going to. This is the reality. This is what we talked about earlier. Russ playing anywhere other than 1, 2, 3. We're talking patchwork. This team is going to patchwork their lineups and their rotations until Keegan Murray is back, barring a trade before 1 week from today. With a starting caliber 4, probably a tough get 6 days before the season starts. They're just going to, whether it's Isaac Jones, whether it's Dario Saric, whether it's Maxime Reno, they're just going to have to patch this. If it's putting Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, Russell Westbrook, DeMar DeRozan all on the floor with Domantas Sabonis at the same time. If they do that, there's a reason that they're doing it. Doug is determined there's a reason that they're doing it. And they're just trying to patchwork this thing without Keegan Murray to try to win a basketball game.
Yeah.
And then you won't see it again.
Yeah. I mean, I just think this isn't what patchworking this thing through. That's not what you really want to do to your head coach. Hey, man,
you don't have a choice.
Figure
Hammer.
it away.
But that's my point. You don't have a choice.
No,
they don't
I get
have
you.
a good option.
No, I get you. They don't have a good option. I totally agree. But you had an entire summer to address the situation. And that's where I'm at. This is fine. Again, Russell Westbrook, I don't have anything against Russell Westbrook being on the Sacramento Kings. But Russell Westbrook makes a lot of sense if you would have traded Malik Monk for player X, Y, or Z. That's where he would have made a ton of sense.
I just wish you'd still be in a position to need another guard.
Mm-hmm.
I still wish Valanciunas was here. I can't get over that.
Yeah.
I still wish Valanciunas was here because we keep talking about the 4 and it's the new backup 5. Remember when Mason Plumlee was our Lord and Savior? He was going to come in and fix everything. All of this talk about the 4, all of this talk about Russell Westbrook, the backup 5, that conversation is going to be had again this year.
Oh yeah.
And I still maintain you could have, we didn't. You were talking about. I don't know that Domas at the 4 is the best move long term, but we're talking about patchwork. You absolutely could have put Valanciunas and Domas out there at the same time. And Russell Westbrook would have been your point guard.
Certainly against a couple of teams, that would have been a total possibility. Again, against a team like the one you're going to face tonight, against the Utah Jazz that you face game 2, you easily could have gone, Valanciunas and Domas. But Doug did talk about this. He said, I tried the two big lineups, and one game it worked, and one game it didn't. He's like, so like that's the way it goes. He's made these comments, and I think people think he's being funny, but he's like, I try things, and sometimes they work, and sometimes they don't, and then you got to move on. And so there's always going to be a possibility that you can run a 4-guard set out there. And if Russell Westbrook gets switched on to a 4 for 2 minutes, you're like, okay, it is what it is. And you'll see if it works or whether it doesn't. But in the real world of the NBA, you would not choose to do that. And you would not choose to walk into a season with a glaring hole on your roster for like the 5th consecutive season. But that's where they're at. And so, like, again, I like Trey Lyles walking through that door, strangely enough, would actually really help this team. And that tells you a lot. I mean, Trey Lyles is playing in Spain, and he's playing in Spain because there weren't a bunch of opportunities here, and he didn't want to wait around to see if some roster spot opened somewhere. But that's where this team is. A player like that could really help them. There's a good chance they're starting Dario Saric, which we thought that there was a better chance that Dario Saric was going to get waived and stretch provisioned than would ever show up and play in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Like, just straight up, like they could use that $3 million that they would have cleared the cap space. But the answer to Dario Saric is probably your starting power forward on day one.
Mm-hmm.
And that, hey, like, look, that's not ideal. That's not how anyone drew this up. And if they did, that's not, I mean, that's not even 2K. That's just a roster with a giant hole in it. So I don't know what to say other than, like, look, this thing is always going to be a work in progress. A lot of the contracts that they have are bloated and they can't get rid of. And, again, I don't have anything against Zach LaVine as an offensive weapon. I think he's been absolutely spectacular. And he's saying he's going to play defense and he's actually better than people think. Okay, that's fine. The problem isn't so much Zach LaVine. It's Zach LaVine at $47 million. That's the problem. At Zach LaVine at $30 million, then you have the money to go sign another $17 million player or 2 $8.5 million players. Like, and then you have the depth that you need to withstand something like this. But going into a season, again, this is all worst case scenario. Losing Keegan Murray is worst case scenario for this team.
Do you think that Russell Westbrook being on the team now, I know we talked about Malik Monk, Keon Ellis. Do you think he may end up taking away from Nick Clifford's minutes?
Yeah. I mean, Nick Clifford is probably going to be one of the players that loses minutes unless Nick can play the 4. And again, that's something that, they're going to have to look at because the only way to make it work with now, even before this, you had 4 guards that are all, 25 to 30 minute per game guards, and you could say, okay, well, Malik more like 23, 24 minutes or Keon at like 24 to 28 minutes, but like still Zach LaVine at 34 minutes, Dennis Schroeder at 28 to 30 minutes. Like, you're out of minutes already. There's only, 48 minutes at each of the positions. So we've already gone well over, and that was going to bleed into the small forward position. And they're going to have to play 3 guard sets, or they're going to have to ask 1 or 2 of these guys to step up and play the 3 part-time. That when you add in Westbrook, now you have 5 guards that need to eat and need minutes. You're going to have to, and that's not even talking about Devin Carter. So yeah, it's going to bleed into the 3.
We literally don't have to.
No, I'm not saying that we would, but yeah.
Do they have to eat? I mean, I think Zach does.
Mm-hmm.
I think DeMar does until DeMar proves he's not a 20-point per game scorer, which I believe 16 years in, he's never proved that that's not the case. Zach LaVine, the best scorer on the basketball team. But are we writing in Dennis Schroeder for 30-plus minutes a night?
Well, the way they talk about him, yeah, I mean, they're talking about, I mean, at least 28. Like that seems like it's a minimum for the way that they talk about Dennis Schroeder. But again, like start doing the math, and what about Keon? And Keon's the one guy that you would hope that would be on this roster in 2 years when the other guys might be gone. And he could be the guy who ends up with the, drawing the short stick here, because he's the one who's not a natural playmaker. He's the one who, is a catch and shoot guy and who plays defense, but he's all the other guards they have pretty much. I mean, I'm not talking about Devin Carter. I'm talking about the other, Monk and Westbrook and Levine. Like those guys are all, guys who can create for themselves and play make and all that stuff. That's not Keon's specialty, and nor does it have to be his specialty. But like you worry about guys like that kind of getting lost in the shuffle. So yeah, I think it's an interesting day in Kingsland. I mean, this is a wild signing, and I know a lot of people are like Damian, like you are like super excited. I just think number one, I'm wondering why they waited until a week before the season started. Wouldn't it be nice to have Russell Westbrook, playing against your team all throughout the preseason and all throughout training camp? That seems like it would have made sense. But also, like, you have this other glaring issue with your roster that you did not address, which like really reminds me of the Ray McCallum situation years ago when they went out and got Royce White when Michael Malone was begging for a point guard. Please sign me a point guard. And they go get Royce White and say, nah, sorry, we're bringing in this guy, 6'9" power forward. Hopefully he might be able, he's a really good distributor. He might be able to play that point guard for you. Like, okay.
Let's also, but I want to ask the question right there. Yeah. Do you think Scott Perry made this move without being in conjunction with Doug Christie?
I think he made this move because he thought it brought talent to his roster.
Do you think Doug Christie, he asked him or anything, they had a discussion about it at all, and Doug was like, yeah, I'm cool with that, I can work with it?
I'm sure he did. But again, if you would ask Doug, I've got this other guy who's 6'8". Would you rather have him or would you rather have Russell Westbrook? Like that, I don't know that discussion took place. And the one thing
it probably didn't because there's no 6'8" player to ask.
Like, of course, like if you said, "Yo, go get me,"
do you want Jay Crowder to anchor the end of the bench again?
Go get me any power forward that can start, and we can just trade for him. I'm sure he'd be like, "Yeah, we could do that," but that guy's not there. That guy's not there. And that's it. Like we're not, nobody's absolving them of the mishaps of the summer or even before they even got here. Mm-hmm. But we're dealing in the reality of today. That player doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So if you ask, like if Doug said, yeah, go get me such and such, I'd be like, all right, cool. He don't exist. Do you want Russell Westbrook or not? And he can say yes or no to that.
Russell Westbrook strikes me as the type of player Doug Christie would
I agree.
Absolutely love. And let's also be clear, because James, you said, I know you're really excited. I am, for very selfish reasons. You both, everyone who has listened to the show for 6 seconds during a basketball season knows that's been my favorite player for the better part of a decade. That's why I'm excited. Not because I think he's changing the fortunes of the Sacramento Kings. Those are two very different things.
Yes.
Those are two very, very different things.
No, I get you. Like I saw someone in the chat, like, is this just to put butts in the seats? And it's like, it might be.
I don't think that's what this is going to do. I don't think that's at all what this is going to do. One, you don't take a team where people either like just love them, this is my basketball team, or it's like, Jesus Christ, these guys suck, and add a player who has that same exact dynamic. You either, no one that I know is indifferent to Russell Westbrook. You love him or you hate him. That is not going to put butts in the seats when it's one extreme or the other. Mm-hmm. DeMarcus Cousins. DeMarcus Cousins was a love or hate. Russell Westbrook is the same thing.
Yeah, but you're going to get a group of people that
go sign DeMarcus Cousins. How come no one has said this?
That love him. You're going to get the people that love him that show up to games because he's there. And you're like, hey, I'm going to go check it out. I want to go see Russell Westbrook. That's cool.
For sure. I completely agree. I think that's a possibility if the ticket prices drop. I think at the current state of ticket prices, I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 5 years ago, I think people would be really excited about signing Russell Westbrook. But again, like this is kind of the tail end of Russell Westbrook. And I don't know. I haven't actually done the numbers, but I don't know how many players I've seen come through Sacramento, and it's the last time they play in the league. But it's a lot. So this is an NBA outpost. And, so again, I would have thought Russell Westbrook would have gone and played for a team that was further along in what they're trying to build. But hey, look, he's here. I don't have any problems with him. I'm looking at this situation and going, I don't envy whoever draws the short straw. And then, like, what does that cost you, like, long term? And if it's, a short term answer with Russell Westbrook, which it is, it's one season, right? Which, could bleed into a second season or whatever. But for right now, let's just look at it as one season. But in that one season, like, are you going to damage the value that you already say is really low in Malik Monk? Are you going to run Keon Ellis out of the building? Like, this is, to me, like, I'm not worried about the Devin Carter situation at all. That'll take care of itself. But some of these other situations do matter. And if you're trying to bring along a young player like Nick Clifford, like, these situations matter if all of a sudden they're blocked from playing. And they're blocked from playing because, again, Zach LaVine is playing the small forward behind DeMar DeRozan, and he's playing, 18 minutes a game at the small forward. And now that ate up the 18 minutes that you might have given Nick Clifford. So,
this is going exactly as I expected. So we'll come back and we'll continue to agree on nothing when DLO and Casey and the insiders, James Ham with us, Kyle Madsen here with us on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good. Okay. We are in fact good. All right.
Michael, any idea what season ticket sales have been in this upcoming season? They're not good, I don't believe. I don't get those numbers, and they're not going to tell us those numbers if they're bad. But I would tell you that, like, I do get like a corporate deal email, and the first 3 games of the season they re-racked and sent back out with a better corporate deal because the first one didn't move the needle, and they still have a lot of tickets. So
let's see. Kings, bless you. Why is this happening? There it is. Tonight. Oh. Well, you can go to tonight's game if you want to. You could actually get a really good seat for about $110. What's this one over here? $110. $110? This is a really good seat, though.
Yeah.
Well, for a preseason game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got you.
That's my thought.
This is 107 row B, so it's past the Kenny letters, with the triple and double A's and well, of course, Kenny.
When was the last time you see me sitting there?
They are.
It's been forever.
because it's the off season, Kenny.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Thank you, James.
It's been forever. Don't perpetuate this, James.
Let's look at next Friday, the Utah Jazz.
If you want an opportunity to game for free, go to KSFM.com.
That's right.
You got
Thank
an
you for that.
opportunity.
Yep.
For you to go see the Kings Jazz next Friday.
That's right. Well, tickets are a lot more expensive next Friday.
All right, I'm gonna pull this like right here. TCG, we've got 24 minutes for Schroeder, 24 for Russ, 24 for Keon, 24 for Monk,
32 for Zach, 16 for Neek, DeMar DeRozan 32, Max 16, Domas 36, Eubanks, Sarge 12. And then what happens when Keegan Murray comes back? Because you can't just take all the Dario and Drew Eubanks minutes and so say those are going there, and you can't just take all the Max minutes and say they're going to Keegan and there's your 28. First of all, he's playing 34 to 36 minutes a game. Secondly,
my first
he doesn't play center.
Is Sark and Eubanks. Those are gone. I think you take maybe a minute or two from DeMar DeRozan. You probably take a minute or two from Russ. Like, I don't know if Russ is going to play 24. You might take more than a minute or two from Russ. He's not playing 24.
I don't think he even averaged that last year, if I'm not mistaken.
He did. He averaged over almost 26 last year.
Really?
Yeah. The year before, he averaged 23.
I think that's where you're taking some minutes.
Was that with Denver? That was with Denver, right?
Yeah, with Denver. Yeah.
Okay.
He averaged over. Yeah.
We were talking minutes during that commercial break, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was. Put like a TCG. Oh, right on TCG. Put up a projection of like minutes, and we were talking about Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook averaged 26 minutes with the Denver Nuggets last year, and you said 24, 23 the year before, Hammer.
Yeah, I think it was closer to 27 minutes last year, and the year before he was at 23. But yeah, I mean, last year he averaged 27.9, so 28 minutes per game last year. The year before he's at 22.5. And of those minutes last season, again, he started 36 games, and in the 36 starts, he played well over 31 minutes a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can all pretend to be Doug Christie if we want. I mean, that's part of what we do, right? Like, we pretend to be Doug Christie. We pretend to be Scott Perry. We pretend to be general managers and coaches. And we try to put all of this stuff together and say, well, this makes the most sense and this makes the most sense. The fact is, I know James has presented a couple of scenarios from the past, none of which I think apply here. I think Scott Perry and Doug Christie are in lockstep with the moves that this roster is making. I think Russell Westbrook was brought in on a vet minimum contract. I think he is the exact type of player with the exact type of attitude that both Scott Perry and Doug Christie would love. He's a polarizing player with a strong personality and a storied history in the NBA. What he means for wins and losses for the Sacramento Kings is probably minimal. They're still log jammed at the guard position. There was no 4 out for them to sign. Keegan Murray didn't get healthy because of the Russell Westbrook signing. Although the questions that were there yesterday are still there today, although the questions that we have right now won't be answered when the Sacramento Kings take the floor at 7 o'clock. They won't be answered when they walk off the floor at 9:20. And we're going to be back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. doing the same exact thing. That's how the game works.
Yep.
That's how. So we're gonna get a game in. And the good thing about at least the end of the preseason, they're gonna play Wednesday, they're gonna play again Friday.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get like, okay, we're going to have takeaways from tonight's game. And then, Friday, or for us come Monday morning, we're gonna have something to compare them to. And then we're just going to what if ourselves to death leading into Phoenix.
Yeah.
And that's the life of a sports fan.
And James, we talked about it earlier. One of the reasons why I even brought up Russ at the 4, that's not who is going to be at the 4. Like, that's not who you want to be at the 4, anything like that. But what I was getting at, and we talked about earlier, is because you didn't do your due diligence where you have somebody to just slide in and replace Keegan Murray, you probably don't even have 2 guys like that could fill in that one role. Is it? And I'll ask you, I won't assume. Is it going to be a game-to-game situation, matchup-to-matchup situation at that spot? Some nights you'll go with Sarge, and that'll work out for you. Some nights you'll go with DeRozan at the 4, and that'll work out with you. Some nights you may go with Isaac Jones. I believe it's not going to be something that, all right, Keegan is out, and this one person is going to fill in those minutes, and we're going to do it that way. Because the roster is so imbalanced, it's going to have to be, I believe, a game-to-game, matchup-to-matchup situation.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. Like, again, I think Dario Saric might make sense, especially against Utah in game 2. When they're playing like two like really close to 7-footers, and you're gonna have to figure that out. Now, I would never have like written in my script that Dario Saric is trying to slow down Lauri Markkanen. That's not something I would like. That's not a good thing. I don't know what's going to happen in that situation, but there's always a possibility that there is a little bit more in the tank in Dario Saric than what we think, and we're going to see that play out. And I mean, realistically, Dario's got to get you like 20 games. Can you get me 20 games until Keegan's back and at full speed, and then from then you can scale him back. But in the meantime, like, look, if you're going to go up against teams with smaller front lines, then you'll go small. But I mean, we talked about this before. You play OKC 3 times in the first 20 games of the season. Like, somebody is going to have to match up with Chet Holmgren. Somebody, I don't know who that is, but somebody is. And you play Denver 3 times, I believe, in the first 19 games. Somebody's going to have to match up with Aaron Gordon. And you don't have that player as of right now, but Isaac Jones might be the closest thing to you have to someone that can match up against Aaron Gordon. And so you might have to sit here and pick and choose your games and say, okay, it's possible you play the Bulls and Patrick Williams is starting at the 4. You can slide DeMar DeRozan over and have him play the 4 and put Keon Ellison starting lineup and move Zach LaVine to the 3. That's a possibility. So I think it is going to come down to like mixing and matching and figuring out, what works one night to the next. I would be surprised if one player starts the next 19 games at the power forward spot.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, this group has to be out there shopping and doing their due diligence, kicking every single tire around the league, turning over stones and seeing if you can find a player that can help you, because this isn't a short-term situation, and it's not a situation that you didn't know was a possibility. Like, if there is a young forward out there that you think can be a game changer for you, like, use a draft pick. Go ahead and do whatever you got to do to make this not short term, to make this team good. And that's where, again, like, are we gonna have Kuminga Watch 2.0 starting in January when he becomes available, January 15th or whatever it is? Like, we might start that whole entire thing up. Exactly. Thank you, Kuminga Watch.
You could have let it ride. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah.
The answer to that is yes. Like, that's absolutely going to happen. And then, like, the discussions around the trade deadline are going to be crazy. Like, they're going to be absolutely nuts. And if it doesn't go our way, man, it's going to be bad. It's going to be 10 times worse than today.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And that's the I brought this up earlier, Hammer. I think the number one thing, Russ or no Russ, Kuminga or no Kuminga, the fan base doesn't like this basketball team. They don't. They don't like DeMar. They don't like Zach. The thing that they like the most, and this is so sad, the thing that they like the most about this basketball team is Doug Christie and Bobby Jackson. Now, you might like Keon Ellis, you might like Keegan Murray, but you don't like them more than you like Doug Christie and Bobby Jackson. And they're kind of what you hold on to as to what you love. And, we were talking about prices and attendance and what this season might look like. And we were looking at tickets a couple of minutes ago and all those different things. And we go back to because I said to Kenny earlier, I don't know if this franchise is ever going to be good, like sustainably long-term good. And he doesn't, he believes that they are. I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, I have no idea. There's a lot of history. There's a 40-year history that says they're not, because a very small portion of it, they have been. But I remember this team was always loved with the likes of Wayman Tisdale and Lionel Simmons and Dwayne Coswell, Spud Webb, Mitch Richmond came in here, started to change things. But like the team was loved then. I feel like over the last 20 years or so, or really since that team that made the playoffs against the Spurs disbanded and all that went with that, there have been a lot of teams. This fan base is just genuinely not liked most of the teams that have been here. They've liked players here and there, but like the teams as a whole, nah. And I don't know if it's a product of, once you win, your expectations change and your feelings change, and you love differently after you win some games, and you're supposed to be an NBA champion in art, or if the guys have just been unlikable and we're just in the next cycle of that.
Yeah, I mean, Sacktown Tony puts it up here. Beam Team was loved, for sure, and that tells you the whole winning cures all thing. It is kind of like it stands the test of time. You win and people will love you. You lose and people are going to get angry. And to be honest with you, it's been, the 16 years that I've covered the team, there's been one playoff season and then I like 2 play-in seasons. But overall, just like the quality of team is not good at all. And like you're right, they're not likable a lot of the time.
I don't agree with any of that, by the way. I don't think the Beam Team was loved.
Oh.
Winning was loved, because how different was the Beam Team to the next year?
That's true.
And love, and Kenny called this before the playoffs were clinched. Enjoy this moment, because when he said it, God damn it, did he mean it? Enjoy this moment, because it's never going to feel like this again. Your expectations are different. You're going to enter next season feeling differently than the way you did this season. And you're going to enter next season feeling more like you do now about what you expect from this team and what they're doing. You're going to expect that next year. And if they fall short, your feelings are going to change. They fell short, and everyone's feelings changed.
You know who?
That team wasn't loved. I'm so sorry.
No,
that team wasn't loved. Winning was loved.
Do you know what was loved the most about Beam Team 1?
The beam.
The beam. Literally. That's what 100%. That's what was loved about Beam Team 1.
Yeah, I agree a little bit, but I'd also say like the Kings they're kind of like your kids. Like you love them no matter what, but when they bring home an F every single time, you're like, okay, man, you're really, really frustrating me. And when you're bringing home D's, and then when you want to celebrate that you put together a C product, then you're like, okay, I guess we can celebrate a little bit. Like, how about you go out there and give me straight A's once or twice? Make me feel like you care as much as I care. And I think that's where Kings fans are. It's like they're always wanting the team to love them as much as they love the team. And it's just really hard. So, like, look, I hope that this season's different than we think it's going to go. But, like, I don't know. It's tough. It's certainly tough to look at this team and go, okay, this is it. And, again, for me, I'm looking at this team and going, I don't know if, Red Auerbach or Prime Phil Jackson or, I don't think it matters. I mean, it can matter who's coaching, but I don't think that there's a lot that anyone could do with a team that has the flaws that this team has going into the season, where you can project like something much better than like what you guys have topped out at, like 45, 46 wins. That's fine. If that's what you're hoping for, that's one thing, but like you can't, there is no way to envision this team going further than that. And it's because of the like standard flaws in the roster. Like one of the biggest issues about Russell Westbrook, it's not any of, again, the turnovers are one thing, but it's that he, like Dennis Schroeder and like DeMar DeRozan and like so many of their other players, they just don't shoot the three. And in the modern NBA, teams are out there shooting 43s a game, like most teams in the league are. And you got a bunch of guys who are like career 30 to 32% shooters from three. It's just tough.
Hammer, real quick, you don't have your customary quarter zip on. Do you need to get going?
Yeah, I gotta run.
Okay. All right. Hammer's off to the golden.
Did you have one more
175.
question? No?
No, you're good. No, you're good.
All right.
You're good. We'll be following you. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Sounds good.
All right. And some man James Ham right there. He's off to cover the Sacramento Kings, who I believe, checking email, still haven't officially announced the signing of Russell Westbrook. So Doug and all parties involved will not field any questions regarding the signing of Russell Westbrook tonight. But once it's official, I'm sure they'll be fielding questions tomorrow at practice.
You know what's interesting, and what I'm trying to figure out, and I honestly think at the end of the day, we've said this all day long, and I think this is the overriding issue with this team. Once again, it's not Russell Westbrook. It's the team, the franchise, the owner that people don't like. Russell Westbrook is just a person that you can vent your frustrations about, right? But I say all that to say, because James talked about, we just want to know as Kings fans and as a city that you care as much as we do. The person that they got today will exude that same type of care about going out and competing. The person that sits on that bench, Doug Christie, will exude that same
There isn't
type
a human
of care.
being on earth that cares more than he does.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of guys who Keon Ellis is that way. I think DeMontis Sabonis is like that. I think Dennis Schroeder will end up showing people that that's who he is. There's a lot of guys on this team that maybe they'll be like the L Train and Walt Williams. They're not very good, but man, we love these guys because they go out there and they play hard. And I don't know if that's good enough for this city anymore.
Well, because I was going to say I have another reason why I don't think that'll be the case. They can go out there, they can play hard, but they're going to lose games. And you're going to find out why they're going to lose games. And it's going to be talked about on DLO and Casey and the insiders and social media and Instagram and TikTok and all of that. And it'll be $48 million, $40 million, $25 million. Like, that's a part of the sports conversation now. You make too much money to Zach LaVine's a $48 million player. So-and-so, his team is 30-10, and he's a $42 million player. Like, I think that's going to be a thing.
I agree with you.
Can I ask if it's me? I don't want to pick apart what you said too much. You said the franchise, this roster, the owner. Would it be out of line to say I think fans love the franchise? It's why they're here. They hate the roster. They love the Sacramento Kings name. They don't love who wears the jerseys. I think here's the way of putting it. They love the franchise. They love the name. They love the Sacramento Kings. They love their city. They love their hometown team. They don't like this roster. They hate the owner.
I agree. I agree with that whole thing. And
like a lot.
Right.
The last one, a lot.
Right. And, the reason why.
And I know this because when Beam Team went, they hated him then. Like, there was no softening of Vivek Ranadive when the team won. They hated him.
Right. Right. And like I said, the reason why I feel how I feel about, like, they'll be good at some point is when we started this show. Like, people understandably, and they push the goalposts wherever they need to. But how many times did we hear when we were doing this show, they will never make the playoffs with Vivek Ranadive as the owner? They just never will. And I would always say, yes, they will. Like, let's stop being dramatic. Will they be sustainable? Will they win a championship? I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah.
But eventually, people make the playoffs. And we've seen it all through sports. The Cubs, the Lions, the Clippers. These teams. I lived through, I'm never going to Levi's Stadium because they left Candlestick Park. And I hate Jed York. They will never be good with Jed York as the owner. He needs to sell the team. I'm not saying people don't have reasons for feeling that way, but I can't tell you when it's going to happen. But yes, it will change. It will change.
I think you guys are addressing maybe 10% of Kings fans.
They all listen
Really?
to this
Maybe
show.
20.
They all listen to this show and
Yeah,
tweet
no,
us.
for sure, for
Really?
sure. Yeah, because they're on Twitter and they're on. But yeah, if you go to Golden One Center, and 10% is probably low, but I bet it's 30% have strong feelings about Vivek Ranadive. I bet most people be like, nah, I don't. Doesn't bother me. I'm gonna wear my the season starts. I'm gonna throw my purple jersey on. I'm gonna show up at Golden One. I'm gonna cheer my face off.
You're probably
Like I think
100%
that's
correct.
I think that we, because of the space we exist in and what we do for work, like you said, we attract the people who are going to be most passionate and most knowledgeable. But I think for
That's a
the
very
large swath of Kings fans, it's just like, nah, I'm going to go root for the Kings, and
That's
if you
it.
wear our jersey, I'm in.
That's a very level-headed take.
Thank you.
I
have
hate
them
the
all
word
the time.
take, but it's very good. I also could not disagree with you more.
Mhm.
Because when you walk around and you talk to those passionate people at the Golden One Center, the ones who might not be in the chatty house, the ones who aren't on Twitter, the ones who aren't flooding your mentions with whatever, they're saying the same things. Oh, what do you think? I was at a wedding. God, but my man Wes, man, I listen to your podcast all the time. Great.
But he listens.
But he well, what do you think? Yeah, gosh, that owner, man. I don't know. He's not in this chat. He's never tweeted us. Like, when you walk around the Golden One Center and you talk to those people, again, we don't talk to 18,000 people when we're there, but we go to a lot of games. We talk to a lot of people. We talk to people at Sac State. We talk to people at grocery stores. They say the similar things. Their frustration with the franchise, their frustration with the now they might not be full of venom like people on social media might be when they're standing directly in front of you. You're having a more
cat.
Yeah, might not be a cat. You're having a more level-headed conversation, but I think your idea is accurate. I think your numbers are not.
Okay, fine.
Great.
Make it 50%. Half of Kings fans don't hate Vivek. Or think they'll never make the playoffs because of Vivek.
Maybe.
I think
or feel some type of way because of the owner.
I do think a lot of
I want to ask Ish in DC or in the DMV what he thinks.
Hey, Ish is so deep in this. He knows. Nah, Ish hates
that poor
Vivek.
guy. Like the pain of going to bed at 1:20 a.m. because you were watching your sorry ass basketball team lose is indescribable. For people who don't like staying up till 1:20 a.m. i.e. me.
I would have been pissed, but I've been all right.
No, you would have been fine because that's what you do. You're a psychopath.
Well, they lost the game. I wouldn't be happy about that. I just would be in silence being mad at 1 a.m. while the rest of the house is knocked out.
I think that's what you like. The alone time.
I do think that I think a lot of people just kind of regurgitate what they hear the masses say.
Sure.
Like, I don't know. Like Kyle said, I don't know. People may say I hate Vivek and I don't like him. I think they just kind of going with what they hear. I don't even know if they really understand like what the issue is. Because we break on it. I'm not saying Vivek is blameless, but we've talked about it. Just let the basketball people do basketball things. Apparently, that's what he does all the time, and they're wrong. But he's the problem. But what should he stand up and not listen to those people? Because from everything that we've heard and everything that we've experienced, the basketball people have been wrong at every turn. I don't know, but that's a little more nuanced when you talk about that kind of stuff.
I have a callback to like the beginning of the show.
Okay.
I asked my buddy to write up Malcolm Brogdon retirement apology through ChatGPT.
Okay.
And I have it right here. Or not a retirement letter.
Okay.
This is my first time reading it.
Okay. So to be clear, this is a Malcolm Brogdon retirement letter.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. From ChatGPT. I want to make it very clear. After thoughtful consideration, I have decided to retire from the game of basketball. The sport has given me everything: the opportunity to compete at the highest level, to grow as a person, and to represent incredible organizations and fan bases. Sounds great so far. I'm deeply grateful to every teammate, coach, and fan who supported me along the way, blah, blah, blah. In recent months, there was speculation about me potentially joining the Sacramento Kings. While I was honored by the interest, I became aware of a comment made by multimedia personality Damian Barling, who once said he would, quote, jump off the Golden One Center if the Kings ever signed me. I can't in good conscience allow that to happen. I love the city of Sacramento too much to be responsible for that kind of chaos. So out of genuine concern for Damian's safety and respect for the Kings community, I've decided to step away from the game entirely. This wasn't an easy decision, but I believe it's the right one. Basketball has been a blessing in my life, and I'm excited for what comes next. With gratitude, Malcolm Brogden. Wow. It's been confirmed.
So there are two things with this. It's one of my favorite moments in the history of the show. I want to be clear. I do not care enough about Malcolm Brogdon to jump off the Golden One Center. But I do.
He mentioned it in his retirement.
I do appreciate Malcolm Brogdon in his retirement letter saying me jumping off the Golden One Center would create chaos. It would not. It would merely
they would
create.
have to shut down Doko. There'd
I was
be
going to
traffic.
say, it merely create traffic, not chaos. One last thing. We do have to go. One last thing. Jarvis said, how do you guys feel about the narrative that Westbrook can bring an attitude that can rejuvenate this organization, roster, and fan base? Jarvis, I love it. I don't think Westbrook can rejuvenate the fan base unless they're winning games. That's the only thing that can. And if Westbrook is needed to rejuvenate this roster, we're screwed anyway.
I think he can. All three of those.
Okay. Well, in honor of Kyle Matson, put a pin in it. Yes. We'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll also recap Kings Clippers. We appreciate you so much for being with us today. We appreciate you coming to us anytime there is a major King story. We've got you back 10 times out of 10, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, like the beam.
That was amazing.
That was a fun 4 hours.
That was amazing. The Malcolm Brogdon retirement was hella fucking funny. Spectacular.
That was hella funny.
I texted him
Absolutely
while we were talking about that, and I was like, hey, can you make this happen? I don't know how to use the AI stuff to specify this. And he got back to me probably 10 minutes ago. And I was like, God, I hope we can get this in before the show ends. And he texted me right, like I said it right as he texted me.
That is amazing.
I was like, we got this.
Absolutely amazing. So funny. Yeah, TCG, light the beam, man. Light the beam always. And I wouldn't hate coming in talking about a win tomorrow, whether it's meaningless or not. Like I really wouldn't hate it. I really would not hate it. Love y'all, man. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll be fitted tomorrow too. Yeah, man.